A big welcome to Red Star Raceway, round 2 of the 2025 Passion for Speed Festival. As you join us here at the incredible circuit just outside of Delmas and Mpumalanga, we are going to be kicking things off today with some classic superbikes. Great to have superbikes back on the Passion for Speed Festival here at Red Star Raceway, a purpose-built motorcycle circuit. And as you can see, running the traditional clockwise direction here at Red Star Raceway. So looking forward to all the action that's going to be happening throughout the day. We have got an action-packed program and literally going to be kicking things off here with the bikes and then moving on to, as you can see, Lotus Challenge, INEX Legends. We've got qualifying for the pre-66 and 68 Legends of the 9-hour production cars under 2 litres and Little Giants. They are going to be combined today with the VAPCAR HRSA and Pursuit Challenge. We've got Silver Cup 2.0 in the house. Formula Libre here as well with Formula M. INEX Legends, I've got 3 races today, as have the Lotus Challenge. And then, of course, we've got the Marlboro Crane Hire, Midval Historics, and, of course, the Trofeo on the track Clubmans, NSCs and backdrafts, all combined into one massive category. You can see that about 10 past 11 this morning. But heading into the afternoon, we've also got a 45-minute here, as we had last week. So it's kind of the second round of that 45-minute endurance race that turned out to be pretty interesting stuff at Swartkop's last weekend. And then we basically run through a second round of every single one of the categories, including 3 rounds of INEX Legends and Lotus Challenge. And that's what's expected today here at Red Star Raceway for the second round of 2025's Passion for Speed Festival. First time that we come to Red Star Raceway, and it, as I said, fantastic to have some superbikes back in the action, particularly classic superbikes like we're seeing out there for the very first time. So expect to see lots of action through the day. Hope you're going to stick with us all through the day as well, because we have got some incredible stuff happening here at Red Star Raceway. We're looking at how things turned out yesterday in terms of the qualifying sessions. I'm just going to pull that up on our screen. And with that, of course, the qualifying yesterday, we saw an interesting turn of affairs. A bit of guys playing around at the front end that aren't usually at the front end of a race like this, but great to see Mike McSkimming. He's, of course, the man behind the classic superbike category, and he's right up there on the front row alongside Kevin Kemp and Fergal McAdam. McAdam on the pole position, of course, and they finished up just ahead of James Alexander, Dean Kemp, Etienne Lowe, Hilton Labuskakny. And then it's a big field that we expect to see racing here. They're going to get 2 warm-up laps because it is pretty cool here this morning, even though we're expecting temperatures to get up way over the 30s. Right now it's kind of just a cool, calm and collected circuit that they're just getting a chance to run around. And of course just to see what conditions are like, because they might have changed up ever so slightly after yesterday's sessions. So a little bit of dust, as you can see, around the circuit, where a couple of cars might have just put a little bit of lubricant down or some kind of fluid, and they want to make sure that it's all clean and clear and ready to go now. So we get into, of course, race 1, and it's live timing that you can pick up on the Speed Hive app. And of course all of our friends are watching us on various platforms around the world, which is fantastic to see. And we look forward to bringing you all the race action here today. Race action, of course, coming to you here on Extreme Festival, on Swartkop's Raceway, on Red Star Raceway, Voice of Choice, and then on Two Wheels TV on YouTube as well, if you are watching from all around the world and you want to pass that on to your friends and fans and family that are going to tell you all about what they think of classic superbike racing, what they think, of course, of classic cars and historic and vintage cars that will be out on the circuit today and going to battle for the second time. Like that Kawasaki and Skull Bandit colours. So it's awesome to see the old colours that always come out at events like this, and get an opportunity to see the old liveries that maybe not allowed to be put onto bikes and cars anymore, but of course it's the livery that they ran in the day, so that's why they are given the license to run slightly different liveries to what would be normally the case here in the modern format of the sport. Mike's down in the dog bone right now, coming out of that very tricky little section, especially this way around. It's a downhill dog bone as opposed to the uphill dog bone, so it makes it slightly different. There's Kevin Kemp, as you can see there, also running kind of HB Roma colours there, similar to the colours that our director Dave Peterson used to run in his day. McSkimming, of course, is always a man to watch out for there on his Katana, the Silver Dream Racer. Especially when they get up onto this back straight away. It's about a kilometre straight up towards the top end of the circuit. And when you get everything she's got on a motorcycle to fly up the top there, it's always great to see. Dean Kemp just ahead of him there. Dean Kemp will be looking to try and come through from the second row of the grid, at least be in the running at the front end. They come to take up the positions now on the grid. First bike there to the grid, running very similar colours to what was actually launched yesterday. I don't know if you guys have been watching on social media. And over the last couple of days, of course, we've seen testing at Sepang circuit for MotoGP. We've also seen some testing at various circuits around the world for World Superbikes. But interesting to see that silver and red colour of the machine on pole position there of Fergal McAdam. He runs similar colours to the welcome return of Bimota, who joined, of course, the World Superbike stables yesterday. And it was awesome to see that bike out on circuit for the first time and running in Go Show colours as well. Anthony Gobert 501 on the test bike that was out there for Bimota. So that's the kind of machinery that we could possibly even see in this field. Majority of them, though, are Suzukis and Kawasaki's. So interesting to see how these guys will go at it right now. Outside of my studio here, I've got 7 motorcycles in total about to go to battle. And let's see what's going to happen now as they head down towards turn 1. We are under starters orders. As you can see, that 5 minute, 2 minute, 30 second, 5 second board goes up so quickly. As soon as the lights go out, we go racing, and it's the first race of the day down towards turn 1. McSkimming with a great start. He heads down there, possibly looking for the whole shot, but I think McAdam might have just outgunned him. Yes, he has. Fergal McAdam into turn 1 first and leads out of that big right-hander. Short little squirt down towards turn 2. It's a hairpin 180-degree corner at turn 2. McSkimming on the Katana into second place. Already some changes up there into third place by the looks of things. Kemp fighting hard there, trying to keep out James Alexander and Etienne Lowe, both the Kemp boys actually. So remember, we've got Dean and Kevin that are in this field. Speaking of field, how's that? A little bit of hay bales on the side of the field there as well. They've cut the grass nicely here so that we've got perfect opportunity to pick up on all the action here for our cameramen. And a big shout out to all those guys that are out there for the whole day here today. It's going to get warm out there, and we are going to bring you all the hot action from the second round of Passion for Speed. Short straight now out of turn 5. It's a triple left-hander. They go down there. You can see they've even put up a 200-meter marker for the braking point now for a couple of the cars and bikes that are here today. Normally it'd only be a 150, 100 and a 50 meter, but they've changed it to a 200. Oh, McSkimming into the dirt there slightly. Gets a little bit squirrely on the Katana, but manages to keep it upright. And now heads into the dog bone. As I said, it's a downhill dog bone that we've got here this way around when we go clockwise. He basically flicks it left and right and then back down left again, and then it's a long right hand downhill sweep that brings him to the bottom end of the circuit, and literally the very bottom of the circuit is just a left hand kink that you see Fergal McAdam just going through there. McSkimming in second. Third place right now looks like it might be the 7 bike there of Etienne Lowe. Yes, it is. It's that Freddie Spencer style Kawasaki that he's on. Through on the big right-hander up onto the back straight. His head down. Trying to close the gap down. See whether or not he's able to get anything onto the Katana of McSkimming. McSkimming doesn't really have an answer. Going through a bit of the chalk dust there into the final corner. It's 12 and 13 that they go through here. It's a right-left flick that brings them across the line to complete the first lap in anger. 8-lap race here for our first one. Heading down towards turn 1. No change up in those first 3. You can see here just on the inside of the circuit here as we watch those motorcycles heading down towards turn 2. A little bit of a change up here at Red Star. If you haven't been here for a while, you'll see a couple of extra bits of tarmac that are thrown in, particularly here in the short circuit that we have been used to. But remember, they have also built a kart circuit here at Red Star Raceway as well. So they've got the option of running both ways on the main circuit, both ways on the short circuit. And I think they can run both ways on the kart track as well that they built here at Red Star Raceway. Other interesting thing, of course, here with Red Star Raceway, which we'll see hopefully a little bit in the background today. Mike and his team from Super Drift are going to be here too, doing some drifting on the skid pan as part of the entertainment that's going to be brought here to Red Star Raceway for the Passion for Speed's second round. McAdam is just cruising at this stage, just really in control at the front end. Not really an answer coming out of Max Skimming at this point in time. And remember, with these classic bikes, also you've got to be taking into account that 8 laps around this 4-kilometer circuit. Got to just make sure that you have got enough brakes at the end. You're looking after your rubber. It's not really a hard wearing circuit when it comes to tyre wear, fortunately, particularly on a motorcycle. But down that back straightaway, you can see that's the gap now between first and second, running parallel there with the N12 highway. It sort of links up Mpumalanga and Gauteng. Mike Mack loving that little katana, and he's got an array of classic superbikes in his arsenal. I've seen those a few times. Actually had an opportunity of riding one only a couple of seasons ago when I was able to climb onto the ex-Gavin Ramsey, the late great Gavin Ramsey's bike, down in Cape Town for a round of this classic superbike, and it was also at the Passion for Speed Festival. Etienne Lowe still hanging on to that 3 spot on the Kawasaki. Kemp is up into 3rd place now, so it looks like Lowe might have had some kind of an issue there on the Kawasaki. He's dropped down 2 positions, maybe running wide slightly under one of the braking points of the circuit. Nice to see these motorcycles. Another example of the katana there in the hands of Kevin Kemp. He's now made his way up into 3rd place ahead of James Alexander. Three, 2, 1. That is Kevin Kemp. As I said, running almost HB Roma style colours on that bike of his. I mentioned Etienne Lowe. Unfortunately, looks like he's had to put that motorcycle possibly into pit lane. I didn't see him go into pits, but he's definitely dropped right to the back of the pack and having some kind of an issue there on the Kawasaki. I know I said earlier, I said Freddie Spencer. I meant Eddie Lawson. Same kind of era that those 2 motorcycle riders raced in. But of course it was Lawson who was on the 1400, I think it was a ZX 1400 or KZ 1400 or 1100 or 100. It was 1000cc though that Lawson ran. And those colours were sort of in full flight there with Etienne Lowe on top. Ricky Moraes used to have one of those as well in his stable. I'm quite sure where that one ended up. All right, there we go. Picking up on that exact motorcycle I was just talking about. Looks like he's got back up and riding. That is the Eddie. Okay. It sounds like it might be a little bit of a transponder issue there on the number 7 motorcycle. So maybe he's still sitting pretty. But on that Lawson replica, it's a K1000R, I think it was originally. There we go. They're now doing it manually. He's back up into 3rd. So apologies there to Etienne Lowe still circulating with no issues, even though we thought he might have dropped right out of contention. Max Skimming is closing the gap slightly. Mark looking to try and get onto the back end of at least Fergal McAdam and give him a little bit of a run for his money. See whether or not he can do anything about it down here into the dog bone. As I said, fantastic to have superbikes or a bike class back into Passion for Speed. It's been missing for a long, long time. These guys got involved, of course, in a separate category that used to run on similar dates to Passion for Speed's dates. And I know that last year they brought a couple of the Isle of Man TT contenders to come and race at Kyalami, which was the first round of their championship. And got a chance to see the likes of James Hillier. We saw Jamie Whittam here as well, Steve Parrish, and of course Michael Dunlop was here as well. So fantastic to see. Would have been great to see them here as well at Red Star. But a lot of them have got their duties to perform in preparation for the TT that happens this year in May and June. End of May, first 2 weeks of June. And of course we've got our very own Alan John Fenter, who's a seasoned campaigner and runs his race school out of Red Star Raceway. We'll be looking to go back and fly the flag high once again for South Africa and South African riders in the Isle of Man TT. Could possibly be joined this year at Northwest 200 in Northern Ireland with Adolf Boshoff looking to join the TH Racing team. One of his big supporters is that man there in second place, Mike McSkimming. Been there on a few occasions where Mike has been on the island as well, supporting the South African rider, and could potentially be supporting 2, possibly 3. Haven't heard anything about the plans for Magic Michael White yet in terms of his trip to the island, but he's certainly looking forward to getting there at some point in his career. He was supposed to be there last year and unfortunately just didn't get enough funds to get it all together, but hopefully he'll be joining the likes of AJ Fenter, our only Isle of Man TT rider at this stage, but possibly with Adolf Boshoff as well, joining him in the very near future. Possibly not this year, but certainly for 2026, because they have to go through quite a rigorous process to qualify to race for the Isle of Man TT, which includes you have to have a couple of championships in your hands here in South Africa. You have to have ridden at least the Northwest 200 and the Manx Grand Prix. And Mike McSkimming looks like he's up for a Manx Grand Prix victory here with this last bit of lure squirt that he got at the end here, and moves himself into first place. So McSkimming finding some late race pace here. McAdam closing down on him up into the final 2 corners. But Mike Mack just squeezing past there on the Katana with a lot less fairing than the bike in second at this stage. 3 to go. And is that enough to try and get away from Fergal McAdam for possibly the win? Has McAdam basically maybe slowed down and wants someone to play with? That might be one of the reasons he's able to be caught by Mike. He's staying literally in touch with him. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not there is a change up here between these two by the time they get to the end of these next 2.5 laps. See our cameramen out there as well, being joined by some of the media support. One of them coming all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. Great to have Colin here today as well. Always great support from the media for these kind of events. Of course, for the Extreme Festival that kicks off on the 1st of March back at Swartkops. That's certainly a date you want to have in your diaries, because there is big news coming for the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. They'll be announcing it in the very near future. They've kind of put a bit of taste in your mouth, and there is a pun intended on that one when they make the big announcement soon. Right, McSkimming. Can he keep out Fergal for the next 2 or so laps? I don't think we have any answer from Kevin Kemp or James Alexander or Dean Kemp. They're going to have to settle for what is going to be sort of 4th, 5th and 6th place, and 3rd place at this stage still in the hands of Etienne Lowe. But even behind that fairing, with the additional bit of aerodynamics that a fairing would give you, it's not giving him the chance to close up here on the naked Katana out front of Max Skimming. Straight line speed coming out of that Suzuki is pretty tasty. And Mike will be looking at that lap board going, oh, why can't it just be one more lap to go? 2 to go as they close up on the back end of Hilton Labuschagne. Hilton about to be caught into turn 1. Might just, cause a little bit of issues there for Max Skimming around the outside for Fergal. Fergal, wow, that's awesome. Fergal McAdam finds a way around the outside of both Max Skimming and Labuschagne and retakes the lead. Not much they could do about that. They were blocked slightly there by Hilton. But that's how it goes sometimes. If you're in the right place at the right time, you can make it work for you. And that's exactly what Fergal McAdam was able to do there. Literally taking the opportunity that was gifted to him, knowing that there's a little bit of grip on the outside. It's a very wide circuit, particularly if you're on a motorcycle. I think it's about 14 meters wide if I'm not mistaken. So it's a lot of playground for motorcycles to play on. Now, there is a lap and a half to go when they get to turn 6 here at the hairpin at the bottom of the short straight. And Max Skimming is starting to wind it up a bit there. So will he be able to close down again on McAdam and find a way back past him? The battle of the Max out front here. It's pity we don't have Stewie McLeod in there as well. Could put 3 Max in it. But I think, yeah, there is certainly intent being shown there by Max Skimming, just looking to try and wind it up here onto the back straight and see if he can get into the slipstream. And he's looking for it, trying to get into that slipstream and find a way through. Here it comes. He's going to have a little bit extra squirt. There we go. Didn't even need the slipstream. Got the extra bit of squirt down the straightaway and retakes the lead into turn number 12 and 13. 12 is the right-hander. 13 is the left flick. It's kind of like left, right, left. But with a lap to go now, Mike Max Skimming leads. And he's just managed to get back ahead of Fergal McAdam. Could that be perfect timing? Up next, of course, we're going into Lotus Challenge. First of our 4-wheeled categories, and that'll be the first of their 3 heats of race action today. Oh, McAdam's up for it. They are fighting hard here. This is great to see. Max Skimming goes wide. Forces Fergal into a slightly different line coming out of turn 3. They head towards 4. Double right-hander, 180-degree corner coming at you. And then it's literally a flick over into a triple apex left-hander. And Dean Kemp might get caught in the second half of this lap. He's just up the road from them. Watch, you'll see him in picture now. Is he far enough ahead to maybe stay out of trouble here? Not sure, not with the pace that the 2 Max are giving us here. Max Skimming and McAdam. Oh, Mike runs wide. Oh, opens up the door. That's not what you want to do. McAdam takes that with no problems at all. Mike Mack just running down there a little bit too hot towards the hairpin. Now through the dog bone. Fergal McAdam is going to have to wind this machine of his up. Try and get it onto the straight and get the head down as quickly as possible, because that's a big gap. That might be too big for the Katana to close in on. I think Max Skimming's realised. Yeah, I think he's realised that. Coming up on the inside of Dean Kemp there on the 4-7. And McAdam gets his head down early. He'll give it everything he can now. Up the back straight away. And that Honda is just hanging on for dear life. Can you believe it? A small mistake from the Katana. And that Honda Firestorm just going to be able to squeeze through and take the first win of the day. There's going to be a return of the favour later, I think, from Max Skimming. He knows he made the mistake, but the flag's out. And it's Honda for the win, Suzuki for second. But what a great battle. Initially, it kind of like was evenly matched and they were evenly spread. But as soon as Max Skimming got up there, there was a chance for him to have a go. This is the third place man, Etienne Lowe. That's how far back, and you see a little bit of smoking gun coming out of the Lawson replica. K1000R of Etienne Lowe's coming out of the dog bone, still looking for third place. Kevin Kemp just further back on the Suzuki there. James Alexander between the two Kemp boys. He'll be looking for that 5 spot. Dean Kemp's already crossed the line. He was, of course, lapped there by the two Max out front for 1 and 2. Hilton Labuskakni's also crossed the line on his Suzuki. He's down in 7th place as we wait for the Kawasaki to make its way. Oh, big look over the shoulder, a comfortable look over the shoulder there for Eds. He's not too worried about how far back his 4th place rival is. Kevin Kemp is a long way back, and he knows that. Hasn't really been troubled here, other than possibly his transponder that was giving the timekeeping a bit of issues. But I'm sure he'll get that sorted by the time he gets back on track as he flicks through the little S-bend. That brings you to the end of Red Star, and checkered flag is waiting. So there you have it. Top 3, Fergal McAdam, Mike McSkimming, Etienne Lowe, Kevin Kemp, I should say, coming through there. And then it was James Alexander for the 5 spot. As we wrap things up here for Classic Superbikes here at Passion for Speed again. Great to have two-wheelers back on the Passion for Speed calendar and program. Up next, we go into something as exciting and usually just as hectic when it comes to the action in Lotus Challenger's first heat in a few moments' time. So we're down in pit lane now. Let's pick up on our race winner from the Classic Superbikes, Fergal McAdam.
But you can also get them as race cars. You can
Fergal McAdam, you had an epic dash there with Mark McSkimming. Took me through your last lap. That was quite a battle.
Let's definitely go take a look. They've got the iconic shape, similar to a Cobra, but with lots of little detail changes. And that's why the back.
I think race 2 is going to be a lot closer.
Gorgeous to go and look at. Gorgeous.
Maybe point 1.
And be a part of it. I've actually, quite some time ago, Tony Martin gave me an opportunity to drive one of the backdrops, but it had an automatic gear.
Mark McSkimming, at one point you were leading, and then Dougal just got you again. Took me through that last lap. It seems like did you make a mistake down at the bottom?
I did. I made 2. 1, I gave the back marker too much room, and that we were lapping. And 2, I sort of was a bit scared of the oil in the hairpin, so I kind of ran it a bit wide. But yeah, this all bang it up against the more modern ones. Did all right.
All the best for race 2.
It was very good. I've been off for a year working in the UK for a race team over there, so I haven't ridden at all for a year, so I'm happy.
I'm sure he is. As he said, with a slightly older machinery compared to the Firestorm there of Fergal McAdam. But great battle nonetheless, and I'm sure we're going to see just as good a one a little bit later on for Heat 2 of Classic Superbikes here at Red Star Raceway's second round of the Passion for Speed Festival. 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Remember, we've got a massive anniversary to celebrate next year. And if you haven't already got it in your diaries, make sure that last weekend of January 2025, or 2026 I should say, is in your diaries. Passion for Speed Festival's 25th anniversary starting at Swartkops. Kicking off, of course, what is the National Championship Motorsport calendar, as it always does. Fantastic to have an opportunity to come out here for round 2, though, at Red Star Raceway. So round 2 of the Passion for Speed 24th version has also the first round of 2025's Lotus Challenge action. The TLR are in the house with a nice field of cars coming to play in both Class B and Class L. The L class, of course, are in low-cost chassis. B class could be in Birkin or Caterhams, depending on their favorite brand of 7. Most of them are running in the Birkham chassis, of course. But great to see some turnaround at the front end, as David Jeremy seems to have outgunned everybody in qualifying and has put it onto pole position alongside his stablemate, Mackie Adlam. JP Nokia is always in the front end, and quite an easy car to spot. It'll probably have the loudest wheels on in terms of colours. He'll be there alongside Jeff Gable, a former champion in this class. Going to try and come through and fight it out there with Jeremy, Adlam and Nokia. Tinus Buertes is on the third row, just ahead of pole position in Class L, and the overall champion from last year, Nick Hodgson, with the number 1 plate on. He's got Fulton, Duplessis, Davide Favo and Sean Hepburn in close attendance, with Jean Detoy just outside the top 10. They're trying to get a bit of heat into that Dunlop rubber now for the Lotuses, or the Loti, as they make their way up to the top end of the circuit and come to take up their positions on the grid. It's a Ranfontein battle. The boys from Ran Francisco Fontaine and Krugerfornia are on the front rows. And it looks like first man to the line is going to be Mackie Adlam. Jeremy will be along, well, just ahead of him, but alongside him. And then just behind that, as I said, with the loudest wheels on the track, you can actually see the bright yellow livery just from the back of the car as well, as they come out of the final turn there for JP Nokia. Jeff Gable and Tinus Buertes making up Class B's contingent. Then there'll be 1 row or 2 rows of the grid that are just left for the gap between Class B and Class L, and Hodgson will take up his position on pole ahead of Andrew Fulton. Andre Duplessis and Davide Favo are the second row, and then it's Sean Hepburn who will be alongside Favo, looking for a chance to come through as well. A man who's always at the front end of the field there is Sean Hepburn. Usually runs in AA colours in his Datsun. Hopefully he's got his Datsun here today as well. And he'll be having dual duties. It'll be 5 races on the day, in the heat of the day. Hepburn might be feeling that by the end of the day. A couple of guys are going to try and get the best value for money they can as we go to starters' orders now.
Somebody's still doubling.
5-second board. And as the lights go out, we head it down towards turn 1, clockwise here at Red Star Raceway. And as they fan out, trying to find a way through, looks like it might be Jeremy who gets whole shot. He does. JP Nokia runs a little wide out of turn 1, opening up an opportunity there for Gable to sneak through. Jeff Gable in the standard option Lotus colours there, the green and yellow. But it's Jeremy from Adlam in the second place battle. Could possibly be joined shortly by JP Nokia. Jeff Gable runs wide. Gable looks like he's had an off-track excursion at some point as well during this weekend with that light blue rear fender on. So may have had to go into the Lotus Challenge pits and find somebody with a spare rear little wheel guard there. That fender off on the car, so it's not quite the original Lotus colours that we're used to seeing him in. Jean de Toy's made up a couple of positions there on the start for Class L. So remember, we've got 2 categories or 2 classes of racing in this category, Class L and Class B. Class L at the moment, a fight on of note there as Andre Duplessis tries to keep the 5-1 out, and a little bit of manoeuvring coming from slightly further back there, but Tinus Buerta's being forced, in fact being forced wide as the 7-8 car. So 78 just getting forced off the track there ever so slightly, and Tim Wen won't be happy about that. He slots himself back into sort of the mid-pack there of this category and tries to find a way past, but not always easy to do once you've been off track. You need to take a little bit of the dirt and get it off your tyres as quickly as possible. Not easy to do here on this really nice surface at Red Star Raceway. Fighting for Class L honours there. They're all in it big time. Battle of the 7s there, the 57 car starting to put some manoeuvres in and try and make his way to the front end. You can see not much issues there for the number 1 car. He managed to get away by the looks of things. Just tries to hang on as they go 4x4 into the final corner. Where's Maxwell joining the party as well there? He's in that mint coloured car just at the back of this pack as they come through. Fighting hard as always in Lotus Challenge, and it's just as good in that mid pack of Class L as it is at the front end of Class B. Bit of manoeuvring here from the 5-2, trying to keep out. Fulton hanging on with a bit of pressure coming from Hepburn. 25 under a bit of battle, a bit of pressure as well as Andre Duplessis. Duplessis being slowly but surely closed down as we head back to the battle for the front of the pack. Adams still in that second spot, right behind Jeremy, and not too far behind them is the SA Loop car there of JP Nokia. So it's Nokia charging down the 2 teammates. Rudy Barnard not joining them this weekend. Oh, someone off track. Is that 77? Yes, it is. Jean de Toy making a mistake as well. Looks like that's just coming out of the hairpin. And we heard from Mike McSkimming in his post-race interview after the Superbikes that there is a little bit of oil down there. So it might have just caught out Jean de Toy in the orange Lotus. That's the top 3 pulling away ever so slightly there from Gable. Gable not having an answer to these 3. Chicken flags give that away in terms of their teammates, but there we go. Maxwell absolutely hauling as well, trying to close the gap down. He has a change up possibly down into the hairpin, and the final flick-flack chicane 57. Whew. Maneuvering hard there. Just hanging on. Across the line they go. Completes another lap. Lotus Challenge 8-lapper here. Sean Hepburn certainly applying the pressure, and eventually paid off for him nicely to get through on Andre Duplessis. '52 machine of Andrew Fulton also trying to do the same thing here to Nick Hodgson. Hodgson hanging on for now though. Class L we're looking at the moment, of course, that is Nick Hodgson and Fulton. And I just mentioned the top 2 there for Class L and running top 5 overall. So it looks like we might have seen Tinus Boertes drop back. Yeah, he's dropped back just behind them. So it's Tinus Boertes who's just up the road from Sean Hepburn, who's 3rd in Class L ahead of Andre Duplessis. As the top 2 in L head down towards the Hepburn and turn 6. Nice little maneuvering here from these two. Just keeping it ahead of Tinus Boertes, keeping him as a bit of a buffer between the charge from Hepburn, Duplessis and Maxwell. Maxwell hasn't quite got there yet, but he's not too far off. Those two top 2 in Class L head through the flick and onto the big right-hander that brings them uphill slightly and onto that main straightaway. JP Nokia, he's putting pressure on. Mackie Adams soaking that pressure up. He has won this championship in the past. It actually came down to a final race here at Red Star when he took his first championship to beat Jeff Kruger. JP on the inside of turn 1. Oh, we had a big look but didn't quite get there. Mackie saw him coming, was just slightly later on the brakes. Just to keep JP behind him. JP Nukia looking to get ahead now of both Adlam and Jeremy if he can. Cable still comfortable in 4th. Would like to be a bit further up the road and with this little battle for the 3 cars for the top 3. And then there's a bit of a gap down to Hodgson. Hodgson still maintaining the lead of Class L ahead of Fulton, Hepburn and Wesley Maxwell. Tinus Boertes there in 7th, of course, is 5th place in Class B. You say Loop car sliding forward, trying to get that gap bridged as quickly as possible. He got right up close and personal into turn 1 and ran just a little wide, which cost him a bit of drive out of turn 1, which has given that advantage back to Mackie. This is Maxwell now, under pressure from Duplessis. Duplessis bringing Ruan van der Walt along for the ride. Davide Favo not too far behind them. And then it's Ben Knights at the moment, who's in lucky number 13th place. Trying to move through there. You'll see him just in the background in the white car. Dunford and Jean de Toy make up the top 15 overall. Maxwell right now looking to just reel in Hepburn if he can. Once again down that back straightaway. JP Nokia's turn of pace is very good. His straight line speed is exceptional in that Lotus. As they come through now, they've got 4 to go. The halfway stage is reached. Now it's Adlam applying pressure. A little mistake there from Jeremy into turn 1 has allowed Adlam to close right onto the tailpiece and look for a way through. Very good possibility we may see a change up, and a change up here as well, as Hepburn is applying massive pressure. Adlam had a look, didn't quite get there. Jeremy kept him out. And Fulton looks like he might have got through on Hodgson. Yes, he has. So Fulton has got through on Hodgson for the lead of Class L. So we've got some big battles happening here amongst our top contenders in Class B and L. of Lotus Challenge. 3 cars in it for the win here for Class B, and almost 3 cars with Hepburn not too far behind. They had a battle between Fulton and Hodgson. We did say that Lotus always provide great action, and they are certainly doing that again. We see the return of the 7-7 of Jean de Toy. He's found his way up onto the back end of Dunford after going off track. So he's made up a little bit of ground there. Behind him, as I said, Ben Knights and Jean de Toy. Let's see how far up the road are we going to go to pick up on those top 2 in Class L. Fulton is the man to catch right now. Ruin van der Walt having a look. Trying to get by the 25 car there of Andre Duplessis. Duplessis, of course, a Class L champion on numerous occasions. So he'll know exactly how to place that car to fend off the attack coming from Ruin van der Walt. Almost Pramex style colours there on Van der Walt's car. The purple and light blue. Looking pretty tasty at this stage. There for the Pack Solutions car. Here we go, side by side. Ooh, here we go. Is there a chance for a change up again? Fulton trying to hang on to that inside line, and yes, does so. Only just to keep Hodgson out. Hodgson trying to come back at him though big time. Hodgson goes right now to try and get on the inside of turn 1. Can he out-drag him towards turn 1? Hepburn waiting and pick up the pieces. It is Fulton under attack and return of the favour. Yes, indeed, Hodgson hits the front again. So we got number 1 in 5th place, ahead of everybody else in Class L. Running wide out of turn 2. Here comes Fulton back at him though. Fulton looking to come straight back at Andrew Hodgson. Steal that position back if he can. Epic little wars going on here in Class L and Class B, and you'll see this all season long. If this is how they're going to start the season, can you imagine how it's going to go throughout 2025 with Lotus Challenge? Slipstream. Pulls out. Not quite close enough to make it move there. The stick into turn 6. That maneuver was on. He's going to hope that Hodgson runs wide, but he doesn't. Hodgson perfectly through turn 6. Gets good drive to start the dog bone. With Fulton right on his tail. And with that, this little battle, it is slowing them down slightly and allowing Sean Hepburn to just get ever so closer. There you can see Hepburn in the background, orange and blue colours. Possible change up. I just saw out my window there for the lead. Oh, here we go. I was going to say JP Nokia having a look to get on the inside of Adlam. Adlam returns the favour. JP led on to the start, but Adlam leads off it. So chopping and changing as well there for 2nd place in Class B. And with this battle for Class B, because it has slowed those 2 up dramatically and allowed Jeremy to get away. So David Jeremy's got a little bit of breathing room now, courtesy of his teammate Mackie Adlam fighting so hard with JP Nokia. Fights on here for 2nd place in Class B. Certainly a big fight for the lead of Class L. We'll keep an eye on that in the background. But let's watch them head down the short straight towards 6. As I said, David Jeremy in that N4 autobody and SA loop car. Definitely looking like he's got the straight line speed. He uses that to very good effect on the longer straight. Adlam's car, as always, on rails around the twisty bits. And as I say that, he even starts to close up ever so slightly there on his teammate. And just keep an eye on the background, because Gable, all of a sudden, is a lot closer. He's not quite there yet, but he's not that far off. So Gable coming along for a bit of a late charge here in this first heat of 3 Lotus Challenge races today here from Red Star. Oh, there was a little dive. Yeah, you can see it in the background. Look at that. JP Nokia, as we watch the top 2 in Class L coming out of the dog bone. JP was side by side with Adlam down the back straightaway. And he's through. So he's just squeezed out into that chicane and comes across the line in second. But watch for Adlam to try and use the slipstream into turn 1, as he did on the last lap, as they start the last lap. Well, he's not close enough this time, and JP's got through for second. Does he keep it smooth? Yes, he does. This time much better there from JP. Doesn't run wide and open up the door there for Mackie Adlam to squeeze by. Now that he's there, can he do the same thing to David Jeremy and time this to perfection on that back straightaway? As I said, the turn of pace and the straight line speed of the second car there of JP Nokia's seems to be a little bit more on the advantage side for him than it is for the 2 boys from Ranfontein. So Jeremy and Adlam are the teammates. They've got JP Nokia as the meat in their sandwich right now. Here's the short straight. You can see just that little bit of extra top end from JP's car. But here comes Adlam under braking. Oh, Adlam under brakes round the outside. No, that's not going to work. Yeah, it was a little bit of ambitious maneuver there, I should say, from Mackie Adlam. Now, with that, he had to go defensive. So JP's lost a little bit of ground on David Jeremy. Can he make it up here through the dog bone and down the hill towards the bottom end of the track? Making a mistake like that, having to go defensive because of the mistake, has cost him a little bit of time. So that might give Jeremy just enough room to hang on for the win. For Class B and overall, that is. Of course, we'll go back to Hodgson, Hepburn and Wes Maxwell fighting with Andrew Fulton for the win of Class L. Here they go, onto the back straight for the last time. Adlam will try and keep it smooth, but yeah, no, it's too far up the road. Jeremy's advantage was gained after that small mistake from JP into the hairpin. So David Jeremy is going to hang on for the first win for Lotus Challenge. Important factor is how well they've nursed those Dunlops as well, because they've got 2 more heats of racing to come today here at the second round of Passion for Speeds Festival 2025. Back to, oh, there's a new leader. Is that a new leader? Has he got ahead of Hodgson? He has. Has he got ahead of Fulton though? I think Fulton might be just up the road. Yeah, Fulton's just up the road. This is the battle for second. And it's now onto the back straight. And Hodgson trying to hang on here to the back end of Hepburn, looking for a way past. Here comes Maxwell. Where's Maxwell trying to get a double slipstream towards the final corner? It's Hodgson around the outside. Hepburn is going to have to be exceptionally late on the brakes as they go into the flick-flack and the final corner. Fulton's going to take it. Who's going to get second then? They come out of second place, and it is Hepburn. Hepburn has hung on just to keep up the charge there. And where's Maxwell squeezing through as well? Hodgson dropping right to the back of that pack. He must have tried something pretty spectacular into the final turn, and it didn't quite work out for him. So what a pity there for Nick Hodgson, the number 1 plate. And what a way to finish things off there. Big morning to a couple of our early risers here. We've been racing now for the second heat already. So thanks for joining us, and I hope you've enjoyed all the race action. We've brought you 2 wheels in the Classic Superbike so far, which saw a battle between Fergal McAdam and Mike McSkimming, eventually with McAdam winning out over McSkimming. And this one was taken by David Jeremy. Jeremy wins out over Mackie Adlam. Jeremy wins out over JP Nokia, then Mackie Adlam, I beg your pardon. And a good effort there for the win from Andrew Fulton, who hung on to keep out Sean Hepburn. That is how Lotus Challenge has just wrapped up their first heat. So expect more of the same as we get into the day's racing. And we're almost now into the third heat, which of course will be the first heat for the first time on a normal race day as well for INEX Legends in a long time. They'll be out shortly, and we'll try and catch up with a couple of the drivers down there in the post-race area.
Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was a very good dice. First race of the season. We've got a new format with 3 races now, no qualifying. So a good start, but Mackie and JP were keeping me honest all the way. I think if it wasn't for JP hassling Mackie, it would have been a different story maybe.
All the best, man.
Thank you.
That's awesome to hear, Paulie. Thank you. So INEX Legends out on track for their first heat, and of course they're going to be racing the short circuit for the first 2 heats, and then they'll be looking to get onto the long track for a 6-lapper for their third and final heat. So remember, there's a pro class, a semi-pro class, a masters category, and a young lions category that are all involved in this particular race format. Each of those classes, of course, scoring separately, but also scoring overall championship points for the INEX Legends. Jalen Gerson looks like he's going to be lining up there on that front row. The 7.7 machine there on pole. Paul, I'm not sure if your timing is picking up on anything, but mine's got nothing on it at this stage. So we'll get you timing as soon as we get into this first heat of race action. Under starters orders now. And remember, with this category, it's a rolling start, so they'll form up behind that Suzuki Swift Sport as the official safety car and pace car here of Red Star Raceway. The Suzuki brand, both two-wheeled and four-wheeled, do a huge amount of work here at Red Star Raceway. Hence the bridge with Suzuki branding on it. They do a lot of the track days as well as driver training for the Swift Sport Club and other marketing campaigns that happen with that brand. See cars flicking left and right there, trying to get some heat into the rubber. Watch out as well, coming up onto let's have a look and see if we can pick up on the timing. It looks like it's reloading here, as always here. Okay, it's not Jaden, I beg your pardon, thanks Ruan. It's someone else in that car. It is, just trying to pick on who that might be. 7-7 is Justa, it's Anton Repsold, so you beg your pardon, it's on the front row there. Just used to seeing, of course, Jaden in that car as always. But thanks for that, Ruan, correcting me there on the live stream feed. Turno Toyota sponsoring that second car. Behind them, of course, are going to be Sean Claytons and Tyler Posthumus, Johan Justa and Torben Roos, ahead of Christian Padiachi. We got Wyatt Ramadulu, and we got Rico Raker, Richard van Heerden, Gavin Buerta, Sebastian Venkov, Sol Jacobs, and Dylan Ferree. All about to go to battle here for the first time today. So they are now literally lined up and ready to go. The lights are about to go out for the first time. Swift Sport is into pit lane, lights out, and we are racing as soon as those lights go out. As they do, chopping and changing in the mid-pack as the slightly quicker cars. Remember, they go with a very much a lucky draw and a couple of changes in the way that they qualify. Problems for the Peturo Toyota. That 45 car makes its way off completely, and Sean Kleinans unfortunately out of this one right from the word go. Top end and into turn 2. This is the shortened version of the track, remember. So it's a 12 lapper here on the short circuit, and they're starting to sort things out. Van Heerden, he's up in the 4th place. The 13 car also starting to make his way through there pretty rapidly. Came from a long way back, did Rico Raker, but Raker's already starting to get into the mix there for potentially the front end. Raker already up into the 3rd spot right now as they came into this first part of lap 1 of the short circuit. Great option here with the INEX Legends to run the short circuit, because they are kind of built for this type of racing, and 12 laps of this is going to be awesome stuff. It's Padiachi who leads out. On his tail was Repsol, and Rico Raker dropping back ever so slightly. Watch out for Van Heerden, he's in there as well. I think Raker might be having a bit of a problem with his transponder. Didn't quite pick up there as he crossed the line, but certainly in the mix there was the 13 car. 31 car, of course, is Richard van Heerden. And Richard van Heerden having a great battle. Behind that, check that out as well. Venkov closing things down onto the back end of Gavin Buerta, bringing Niels Justa along for the ride. They're flicking left and right, and as they come into it now, this is how things are going to change up here. Raker into second, as I said. Then it's the 6-6 car there of Anton Repsol, under big pressure from Richard van Heerden. Tyler Posthumus not too far behind them. He's got a little bit of work to close that gap down, but he's actually been caught and passed down the main straight by Marcel Jacobs. Jacobs finding a way past and squeezing things out. Oh, the second of the Peturo Toyotas is out. 21 Gavin Buerta with a problem, so both of those Peturo Toyota INEX Legends are out of race 1. Reka trying to close the gap down now on Padiachi. Van Heerde is up into the 3 spot. And he'll also be leading what is the Masters category of this class. We had yellow flags coming out of turn 2, so potentially that's where that Pretoria no Toyota went off. There it is, you can see it just parked on the sideline. And it's a steam train of cars coming through here. The 9.6 there of Jacobs with Tyler Posthumous right on his tail. Torben Roos closing down on them, and Venkov not too far behind them. They fan out as they cross the line. Remember the rules in this class, you are allowed to bump draft these cars, so you can literally lock up onto the bumper of the car in front of you and use that additional speed created by 2 cars as opposed to 1 to find a way through, and that's exactly what we've seen there from Cyril Jacobs. Jacobs finding a way past, squeezing through and dropping, I think, Torben Roos down, no, 660 up in one, Anton Repsol down 1. He falls into the clutches of Torben. With that, I think we might have seen Torben moving up as well. So a bit of a backward manoeuvring there for Anton Repsol. Across the line they come, beat another lap here. Remember, it's a 12 lapper of the short circuit. Padiachi hanging on to the lead. He came from a long way back in the pack to take the lead there on lap 1. Rico Reka went with him. Rico still hangs on to that 2nd spot. Van Heerde just hanging on to 3rd. Pressure though coming from Jacobs and Venkov. Let's see if there's going to be any maneuvering here from Venkov to try and find a way past and get ahead there of Cyril Jacobs. Jacobs in the 9.9 there. You can see that stricken Pretoria no Toyota machine off the line, so fortunately out of harm's way there for now. 5 down, 7 to go. Padiachi controlling things at the front end. Getting down into the 54s there is Christian Padiachi, so certainly about a second quicker than anybody else on track. Although, as I say, that Venkov also down into the 54s as well, having slowly but surely made his way into that battle. The Midas car leads out for now. Venkov quickest on that last lap, down to a 54.5. It was a 54.6, which was the previous fastest lap from that man in picture right now, Christian Padiachi. Christian Padiachi just controlling things from the front, just maintaining that sort of almost 2-second gap over Rico as we get to the halfway stage. Van Heerde, Jacobs, Venkov, Torben Roos, and a little gap down to Tyler Posthumous and Anton Repsol. Dylan Ferree, Wyatt Brandulu, and Niels Juster a little bit further back. Reverse numbers going at it now, 13 and 31. 96 bringing Venkov along for the ride to join the party. The party is for 2nd place. Oh, there's a move. Venkov on the inside of Cyril Jacobs as he met on the stick. He is right in there, but on the wrong side for this big right-hander. But inside line, oh, there's a touch. Had to come. Great bit of maneuvering there from Cyril Jacobs. Great catch in the Liqui car. Jacobs caught that one brilliantly. The little tap coming from Venkov. 180 to 360 degree spin. Catches it, chucks it back down into 2nd gear and boots it along onto the main straightaway. He was trying for that inside line. He was wanting it on the previous corner, didn't get it right, had to go the long way around at Venkov. But he eventually hung on, just got on the inside and a little tag. Have a look at this. Look at this for the replays they go at it. He comes out of that penultimate corner. He's on the inside line. In fact, he's on the dirt and he tags the right-hand side there of the 9.6 car. Check at that control though from Jacobs. Catches it nicely. And as they start the 4 laps to go, it's Venkov on the charge, looking to get through on Van Heerden. Richard Van Heerden keeping him out. Venkov on the inside. Raker could be under trouble as well. Oh, there's a touch! Van Heerden and Raker coming together. Van Heerden and Raker coming together out of turn 1. Rico Raker had nowhere to go. Van Heerden was blocking Venkov's attack. He tagged the front car, Rico Raker. And unfortunately, he's gone off track completely at turn 1. Back on circuit was the 46 of Sean Kleinans. So whatever the problem there on that Pretoria Toyota car sponsored car, I should say, looks like he's been able to get it going again, and he's still got 4 laps to go, but a long way back after being off track for a long time. So it'll be 3 laps to go for Pariachi as he comes across the line now. Let's have a look at the other option here. Venkov inside. Late braking from Van Heerden. He tags Raker. Raker's front wheel hits Venkov. And waiting in the sidelines there, I think, was Tyler Posthumus and Torben Roos. Torben Roos wasn't able to quite get through there to find a way onto Venkov, but Venkov now up in the second place after all that chaos in turn 1. So it's Sebastian Venkov with Torben Roos on his tail now, looking for a way to come through. Van Heerden's dropped down to 4th, but he still leads out in the Masters category, and Tyler Posthumus is in the top 5. But after that bit of chaos into turn 1 that saw the demise of Rico Raker, might be a bit of a chat there with the COC, I think, after that. Raker had nowhere to go. He was doing everything right there in second place. And as they start their penultimate lap, he unfortunately was unceremoniously taken out by a maneuver from Venkov on Van Heerden. Van Heerden defended. The two came together. They tagged Raker, and Raker off track completely. Christian Padiachi controls from the front as he has done all race long. Venkov now pulling away from 3rd place. Torben Roos. Van Heerden is there in the 4th spot. Jacobs is still 5. Looks like Tyler Posthumus dropping behind Jacobs on that last pass. So a little bit of maneuvering happening there for 5 and 6. Repsol in 7, Joost is in 8, Fari and Ramdalu, I should say, in the top 10 with a lap to go. Looks like everything seems to be calming down a little bit here onto this final lap. Only one we'd really need to worry about is Torben Roos, I think. Torben Roos still in with a chance of maybe spoiling the day there for Sebastian Venkov. Race 1 action. This is pretty tasty stuff from INEX Legends. Expect more of the same here as we go to the short circuit for their 2nd race, and then a 6-lap long circuit 3rd race later on in the afternoon. Need to lose Gavin Buerta, but his teammate Sean Kleinans has got back on track, even though he's a couple of laps down, but no worries at all there for the Midas car of Pariachi, winning out over Sebastian Venkov and Torben Roos, top 3. Van Heerden keeps out Jacobs and Tyler Posthumus. Great bit of action there from INEX Legends Race 1. Hope you enjoyed that one. We certainly did here, that's for sure. What a way to go. Definitely an awesome way to kick things off for 2025 season of INEX Legends, and a nice field of INEX Legends as well. So well done to Devin and his team for getting a big field of cars ready for the first race of the year. And that is, of course, the 2nd round of the 24th Passion for Speed Festival, this time out at Red Star Raceway here in Mpumalanga. We will be back shortly with more action on track, and possibly with a couple of the drivers that we'll catch up with down in pit lane. But up next, we're going to the big bangers. It's the pre-66 and 68 legends of the 9-hour production cars, Little Giants, under 2 litres, and all combined with the HRSA Pursuit Challenge. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, for sure. We've actually got a qualifying coming up there for 66 and 68 Legends of the 9 Hour, and for the Formula Libre. Sorry, Silver Cup, I should say. So 2 qualifying sessions coming up. Just double checking with Paulie. Are we going to cover these, or are we just going to let them run in the background? I'm not quite sure. So it looks like we're going to give you all the action coming from the qualifying with the timing on the sideline. We're going to also try and pick up on a couple of competitors down in pit lane during that time period. So we're going to leave you with the sights and sounds here of Red Star Raceway. And we'll be back in about a few moments' time if we've got some drivers and riders that we can find in pit lane. And also to see what's going to be happening here around Red Star Raceway with the outside activities as part of the entertainment of the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival, round 2 here at Red Star Raceway. While we were just talking, it's time to get down to post-race and catch up with our winner from the INEX Legends Race 1, Christian Pariachi.
Much of a gap in INEX Legends, you just dominated that race. Talk me through it.
It was a pretty decent race. I think from the get-go they had a problem at the start, the other drivers. So it gave me an opportunity just to duck, and I tried to open the gap as much as I could. It was a pretty solid race.
And talk me about the car. Here there's got little motorbike engines in.
Yes, it has got a motorbike engine in. It's an absolute bullet. Weighs just over 500 kgs. And I don't think there's anything more fun that you can drive.
And plans for race 2, pretty much the same?
Yeah, we'll try. We're starting from the middle of the field, so it's going to be a bit difficult.
Awesome job.
Thanks, man.
On my way. So we're at Red Star Raceway, of course, for round 2 of the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Always great to come out to this incredible circuit, but it's the first time we've come out for the Passion for Speed Festival, and it's also the first time that we're seeing some of these big bangers out on this track. So it's going to be an interesting day's racing, as I said earlier on in commentary. We already had 3 heats of racing, which have been pretty spectacular. We're looking forward to more of the same. And one man that's going to be involved in that earlier on or later on today is, of course, our Lieutenant Colonel retired Mr. Alan Mayer. Al, what's your plans for today, buddy?
Well, it's just fortunately we qualified pole for a change in the Formula Libre race. So hopefully we can catch it up with a win. We can have a win here today as well. But really exciting. It's very exciting here today. As you said, it's the first time I've seen so many V8s going around this circuit. So it's absolutely fantastic. A great vibe. We were a little spread out thin yesterday with the Libre cars, but the other Oaks woke up this morning and decided to come to the track. So yeah, we're looking good, looking really good, really excited. Really excited.
It was a big thing for Libre Moly a couple of weeks ago, just to launch the brand, and of course all the racing that's involved. It's one of your sponsors. You must have been a little bit disappointed though that you couldn't get into the Chevron last week.
Oh, you can't believe they had to keep all the razors and knives away from me. I wanted to cut my wrists. Well, I was so upset, but be it as it may, we're here this week now with a Libre Moly car, and looking forward to it. And we got a good chance. Let's see. Let's go out and there's 2 10-lap races. I hope I can last 10 laps around this place. But fortunately, none of them are close by with the oxygen, so we'll be all right, So I can run and give me some oxygen between the heats. But we're really looking forward to it. Hopefully next race Chevron will be healthy again, and we'll go for it again with a Chevron. So, supporting Peter's team, Trans-Africa Racing, supporting them today with the V8s and everything. We hope they have a good day. I'm sure they will. And let's hope everybody has a good day, because it's actually great to be here at Red Star Raceway.
Sevi, you had a busy weekend last weekend, bud. Congratulations on an awesome effort. Didn't quite work out according to plan right in the end, though. Unfortunately, had to park the car, but it did give you an opportunity to leave early and get across to the oval.
Yeah, look, we had a good weekend last week in the car. That car's on fire. I mean, that Cougar is just, I love driving it. And we had good qualifying with Nicky Pastrelli. And we had a good race in the first heat from 7th, came up. But unfortunately, we had a time bracket and I broke out. So I had to start 18th on the grid in the second heat, which was fine. Me and Ben made up some ground. I think we were lying 5th or 6th by lap 3. And then I felt through turn 3, the steering wheel went skew in the car, and then up to turn 5, luckily the yellow Corvette went to the inside and I went on the outside, luckily. And as I went through 5, the steering coupler, the quick coupler, broke in half. So I don't know, that's what happened. And then the wheels obviously just turned and then we just touched the wall, but I think the car's fine, the wall was bent though.
Touch the wall, but if you look at the footage, you squeezed that wall almost into Toyota Gazoo Racing.
But the car's good, they can handle it.
No, they certainly can. How's it felt today? I mean, you just got out the car now. What is Red Star like?
It's busy. I thought it was going to be more difficult with the big cars, but it's actually not bad. It's actually fun, to be honest. I only did 3 laps yesterday. I haven't raced at Red Star myself for the last 5 years, 6 years maybe. And then I only did 3 laps yesterday because my boy started INEX Legends today in the Young Lions. So he had an engine failure, so I worked on his car all night. And then he did his first heat now, so I just jumped in it quickly and got a bit of traffic. So I don't know what the qualifying times look like. But yeah, yesterday we were quick. I mean, the Cougar is quick. I don't know what breakout time here is because it's the first time for us here. So, but yeah, we'll just put up a show for the people.
That car sideways around here is going to be awesome to see. Good luck for today, buddy.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Peter du Toit, always good to catch up with you after a magnificent 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival last weekend at Zwartkops.
Well, we had a great time, but we also had our problems. We had, the big V8s just couldn't stay off the tar. And they kept on landing off the track and in the kitty litter and into the barriers, which is a bit of a pity. But we this at Red Star this weekend, so we can make up for it, It's been quite a revelation for our international participants with the Corvettes and the Mustangs, that things are, they said to me, well, it's very tight around the back. And we're not so sure, and I could see now in the qualifying, one of them got lost and took the wrong turning on the circuit. But and the spirit is good, and the racing will be very good. Quality was a bit of a problem for certain of our competitors, but we sorted that out this morning. So it's going to be good. It's good, and the dynamics of the V8s, and we're all mixed up with the historic racing South Africa. So you've got a very composite field, an exciting field. So it's something to really look forward to.
Check this out. Check the new fans behind us, Jacob.
Yeah.
It's nice to see, hey?
Yeah.
But the cool thing with Red Star Raceway, and it's something that I loved, thank you so much for it, we got some bikes back.
Yes, well, the bikes have got to really work hard because they're back, and we got to work on it. That for the 25th anniversary, that how we structure the historic bikes and some of the contemporary formulas that will be coming across from the UK to come and join us on the day. So it'll be quite, our planning is going to be substantially different to what we have at the moment. So it's not, so it'll be composite cars and bikes. So we're really looking, the planning's already started.
The one thing I loved about seeing last weekend, and of course the changes in how things have gone with the Passion for Speed Festival, is the fact that a couple of cars that were not quite there and we're almost there are now there. Yeah. And now you've got a whole change up in terms of how you're going to, as you said, the structure's got to change in each of those categories, with certain cars coming from what were sort of contemporary cars now to classic and almost into historic.
Yeah. Now we got to, you just don't realize time marches on so rapidly. And we just say, oh, that's a contemporary car. You realize it's very close to being historic now.
Exactly.
And so the drivers.
Some of them, yes. Oh, hello there, Spacey. How are you, boy? So the cool thing with that, though, is it's probably a good problem to have, because it brings in, what, another 30 or 40 cars?
Yes, it'll bring a lot more cars. We got the problem that they got worldwide now. A lot of these cars going into collections and museums. So you've got to bring another generation of cars in. A lot of people have retired their cars and they stay now in museums, and that's not what it's about as far
as... That's not what we want, eh?
No, that's why I'm concerned.
We want them on the track.
Yeah, they are, but no, there's some magnificent cars here today that weren't at Swartkops last week, so we're looking forward to see how we can adapt.
Machinery. They're going to be racing on a short circuit and long circuit during the course of the day, and I am being called to go and do a quick interview. I'm let's go and want to go and have a chat. Thoughts quickly. First time out. We're going to have a quick chat to you. And new lady driver to the grid, you mind introducing yourself to the world? 16 years old in an A-plus car space frame. Are you nervous? Absolutely incredible. You can see you've got an extra seat there. Is that for Dad to show him how to go faster? Yeah, definitely. Alright, well, this is qualifying. It's all about putting the good times in. What's the game plan? Treat it like a practice. This is only my first qualifying, so treat it like a practice and just do it. Have you ever raced before, or is this the first time? I've done passing, but not in a long time. Alright, well, you're in for an absolute treat, and we're all going to keep an eye on you. I know that Marius is going to be stressing, but hopefully one day you're going to take care on the track. Is that possible? Fantastic. And when I'm racing, I'll just wave as you come flying past me, okay? How's that one? Go and have a huge amount of fun. We'll chat to you after qualifying. Promise? Awesome stuff. Well, our lady driver's coming in and having a great run. And we've actually got the dad over here. Are you all nervous and shocked yet? A beautiful, beautiful car. All done and finished. When did you get the car finished?
We started in December and we had a family affair and we followed it about 4 weeks.
Fantastic. Absolutely great stuff. Well, takes up 2 minutes. EV, Greg Maloney, going to be giving all the heads up.
Back down in pit lane now. Silver Cup about to go out. We're going to catch up with one of our top lady drivers here. Kylie looking.
I'm very excited. It's my first time driving this car on this circuit, so it's going to be very fun.
It's a big field and it's a big array of cars as well. What's your plan to try and get to the front?
I'm just going to try and keep it together, try and get used to the car, so I'm not here to take names just yet.
Not yet, eh?
Not yet.
Maybe for the second heat.
Hey, you never know.
That's all I like to hear. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back down in pit lane, we heard from Peter that there's some international boys coming to play. A man who's been a seasoned campaigner in the Passion for Speed Festival, and of course was also here originally at the Piper Series, is Michiel Campagna. Great to have him back here, and of course running in a McLaren that's doing almost 280 k's an hour up that back straightaway.
Yeah, it's a bit getting used to the track. We started yesterday morning, and we did 2 trainings and 1 qualifying. And yeah, the only problem is my neck, because of the G-forces you get here on the track. It's almost a go-kart track, so not ideal for the car, but we're having fun.
Yeah, listen, it was purpose-built for motorcycles, of course, but when you bring big bangers like that, it's a big crowd spectacle, and we're expecting to see you at least at the front end.
If you drive in the front, nobody can pass you, so that's very good.
I like that. Hey? That's probably a good theory. Everybody use that as your theory in racing, okay? If you drive in front, no one can pass you. So I'm going to hold you to that today. But you're the contingent. Missing a couple of practices, they're not putting fuel in, a couple of guys oversleeping and getting breakfast. But you're here, and it's the second round of what is the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival.
Oh, that's very good. But yeah, as Dutch people, we don't like to spend money, so we try to save money on fuel if possible. Thank you.
Have a great day. Thanks, Michiel. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Back down in pit lane, always great to catch up with a man who's synonymous with the Cobra brand. Mike McLaughlin, of course, here with a big field of Cobras this weekend. Fantastic to see you guys coming all the way and being part of this 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's for the historic guys for inviting us. I think it's really thanks to them. Unfortunately, the SWAT Corps round, that first round is always so jam-packed that there wasn't enough room for us to fit in. But yeah, the organisers for Passion said come to Red Star, so we prepared for that, and we've got some. Yeah, I think it's 15 car backdrafts, and yeah, it's so awesome to see. The cars are the production, the spec cars that run in the SA Endurance. So all the cars but one are identical. No, actually, I'm driving one of the production cars today.
Okay.
Our cars, we're getting ready for the first round of SAS at SWAT Corps. So that car's not ready yet. Denver Branders has got the one car that is a turbocharged Lexus. The rest of them are all the standard spec car that runs SAS. So they're all very evenly matched. We've got some guys that own cars, some are renting cars. So it's quite a mixed field. But yesterday the times are very close, and yeah, we're looking forward to some really close racing amongst ourselves as well as some of the mid-vol historics. So it's going to be great.
Well, we can't wait to see it. Good luck for today, and we'll catch you later on.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Good to see you.
Thanks, Mike.
Cheers.
There you can see it. That's how we've gone so far. Race 1 of Classic Superbikes done. Lotus Challenge done. INEX Legends done. We've just seen the qualifying for the Pre-66 Legends of the 9 Hour combined with Little Giants under 2 litres and the HRSA and Pursuit Challenge. And for Silver Cup 2.0, they've just come off the track. We will be back shortly with race action here from Red Star Raceway in a few moments' time with race 1 of Formula Libre Association, including the SA Formula M Racing Club, the oldest single-seater category in the world. 72 years they've been going. So got corrected on that one last weekend when we were talking about the 60th anniversary of Formula V. It's now, of course, the 72nd running of SA Formula M in this country. So they're up next. We'll be back shortly with race commentary as soon as we got cars on track. A big welcome to everybody from all around the world who've joined us already. I see that a couple of our friends from the Eastern Cape have joined us. A couple of guys asking for disqualifications as well. And we hope you've enjoyed all the action so far here from Red Star Raceway. It is fantastic race action that's always provided here at the circuit, and awesome to be here for round 2 of the 24th Passion for Speed.
out your plans for the race. What you're going to do?
Alright, so I did not qualify, so I'm going to start right at the back. Hopefully when the race is finished, I should be landing in the top 5. That's the aim. And yeah, so it's first time in this season that we're going out. Hopefully it's going to be a wonderful thing and just clean racing. That's it.
Awesome job. All the best.
Thanks, buddy.
So just catching up there with Neville van den Berg, getting his views on what his plans are for this first heat. But of course we've got Alan Mayer, who we chatted to earlier on in the day, who was on pole position. Louis van der Merwe will be alongside him, and Aidan Morrow and Hilton Morrow, first of the 2 Formula M's. A little bit of cleanup that has to be done. We did have a couple of cars that went off, but I was also just chatting to the marshalling marshal of the marshalling universe here, who's joined me at my studio just alongside our TV booth, and chatting about the fact that the marshals here are getting an opportunity to actually get a little bit of training done, and there's a big push to try and get the marshals sort of up to the standards that we had in the sort of 80s and 90s, isn't there?
Greg, yeah, indeed. We're out here today just to kind of observe and assess. But yeah, there's always room for improvement, and the idea would be to have every marshal trained nicely, because we know what could happen in the near future. Let's hope it does, and we want to be ready for it.
100%, you know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that it's the two-wheeled aspect as well we're talking about too, as opposed to just the four wheels. But I mean, I've raced here. I know how the marshal standard here at Red Star is good. There's been a lot of collaboration between what was originally Kyle Army Marshals, the SWAT Corps Marshalling Association, and of course Red Star's team, and they sort of travel the country, particularly up here on the Highveld, to be part of a bigger picture and the bigger scheme of things.
Absolutely, you know, and if we can get everybody sort of on the same standard, international standard, then we can go further in the country. I mean, we know there's events happening in Mozambique, for example, later this year. You know, why can't our guys go and join the guys over there? They can do. So the potential is limitless, really. If somebody's visiting Europe, why can't they go and say, I've been trained in South Africa and I'm this level and I want to marshal at this particular Grand Prix or Superbike, MotoGP, whatever the case may be. But yeah, the standard of marshalling in general is high. It is good. The guys have been trained well. And a lot of them have been trained by people that have an immense amount of experience. We were just talking now with Rob, Dave and myself. We were just saying we have 87 years of experience between the three of us. It makes us sound old, I know. But, you know, so even the youngsters coming through, they're getting trained by people that kind of have that experience, and they're picking up that same knowledge, which is great, because we can pass that knowledge on, and they in turn can pass on to their, you know, fellow marshals at a later stage, hopefully.
I do love the fact that not only is it the marshalling side of things, but it's the camaraderie amongst those marshals as well. I mean, we talk about those 3 circuits that are involved in the collaboration that we've got, and it also gives you an opportunity when you have special events. You know, we had the Formula Ones in Santon last year. We've had Top Gear here and in Durban as well. We had a street circuit that was built in Durban. So all of those aspects need to be brought in from a marshalling point of view. And, you know, the guys that come here, for instance, to Red Star that are on a voluntary basis need to have those skills, you know, upskilled, so that they can become what you guys have become and what you've done in your careers.
Absolutely. And you know, you talk about the street circuits that were built for Top Gear and the F1. You know, this isn't just a case of let's go to a circuit, join them and let's marshal that circuit. You know, potentially they can get involved in different disciplines of motorsport and special events. You know, so if you want to do it, then get hold of your local racetrack and say, how do I go about joining this association? And you become a marshal, and from there, literally, it's limitless to what you can do. You can go and do rally. You don't have to say, I only work at a particular circuit. I only do circuit. I do off-road. You know, there are so many different disciplines, 2 wheels, 4 wheels. You know, so it's...
The other cool thing about it, I mean, I've done 2 of your training sessions when we did it at Kyle Army, and I came to join as a sort of a celebrity kind of social media influencer. But the best part about it is that having raced myself, having experienced, you know, the necessity to have a marshal come to me and say, are you okay? Is the bike okay? Is the car okay? Etc., etc. The call for medics if necessary, and of course Hunley and Doc here are one of the best teams in the country that you can use to join your team as part of the race control body that happens at a race meeting. From a racer's point of view, we can't do it without you guys.
No, we hear this a lot from drivers and competitors and riders, etc. Indeed. But going back to the family, you're 100% correct. I mean, it's not just the marshals. It's the medics that sits there. It's the race control. It's the pits and the pre-race marshals. And all the various, the clerks of the course, the stewards. It is one big family, and with the kind of the sole aim of making sure that the competitors are safe for the day.
And that is prime. No doubt about it. We do not even warrant anything other than safety.
Absolutely, that's the number one concern. I mean, when we do the training, we say order of safety. First of all, it's your own safety, followed by your fellow marshal's safety, followed by the competitors, and the public. But yeah, safety is paramount, and that's why we're all here. That's why we do this. We love the motorsport, and perhaps what we could say we're poor competitors. We can't afford to race, so we come on the other side. And look, the advantage, you do get free entrance to the circuit.
Particularly at the big ones.
There we go, yeah.
It certainly helps out to have that orange shirt on when you're at a Formula 1 or a MotoGP. It's also nice to be friends of the marshals, because I kind of don't need to have accreditation every now and again either. Only joking.
Well, you know what, Greg, you've been a family member for many, many years. I mean, how many of the KMA dinner dances did you MC for us? You know, it was great, and it's always great to see you. And the relationship we built up. So we'll include you in the crew as well as a commentator. We'll include you into the family.
Well, it's nice to see. I've cracked the nod. 28 years later, and I'm in. Yes, hallelujah. Nige, thanks for joining us, and thanks for the catch-up. It's always great to catch up with you, buddy. And good luck with the training.
Yeah, always good to see you, Greg. I'll see you a bit later. Thanks very much.
Thanks, mate. There we go. Well, let's go back into racing now, because cars are about to roll out here for the first heat of our Formula M and Formula Libres combined. Well, it was great to catch up there with Nigel Cosway. I always kind of refer to him as the marshal of the marshalling universe, because he was, of course, the chairman of the Marshals Association for such a long time at Kyalami. But also getting some information thrown at me from down on the East Coast from Sparky. Sparkle, thanks so much for listening in and giving us that information. Passing on the information as the Formula M's go out there, and you can see the internal parts of the track here, which are now part of the official kart circuit at Red Star Raceway. He's telling us that the kart circuit is being licensed to go both directions, which is fantastic. So it kind of follows on with what Red Star has become synonymous for, and that is halfway through the year we change directions and we go the other way around. So that's going to be the same thing. And a shout out there to Gary Lennon and to the Rock Cup for making it the home of the Rock Cup, I believe, here at Red Star Raceway as well. A couple of the single seaters, of course, have come from karting, so they'll know what we're talking about, and we do appreciate the support there, Sparky. Can't wait to see you in a couple of weeks' time. I think it's about 6 or 7 weeks from now. We head down to, of course, Neisner for the Samola Hill Climb, and Sparky and his team will be looking after us down there as always. So thanks for that, Sparkle. I appreciate it. And anybody, of course, who wants to pass on that kind of information, we do appreciate it. And it's a part of the interactive commentary that we're allowed to do now on our live stream feed. Catching up with Nige is always a great one, and it's great to see sort of shots of our marshals and what they're attempting to do to sort of up the game of all the marshals. Never mind how much experience you've got, whether it's your first time in an orange shirt or it's your 28th or 30th year of being in an orange shirt. You can never ever learn enough when it comes to the job that's required on the side of the track to keep all of these guys and girls in a safe racing environment. Just a heads up as to how this works, basically. Formula M and Formula Libre. Formula Libre is kind of a collaboration of all of the previous single-seater categories that used to race in South Africa. So in the very near future, we could potentially see a couple of what were Formula 1600s if they don't make it into the conversion process for the launch, of course, of the massive news in single-seater racing in South Africa for 2025, and that's MSA4. They will be kicking off their season from Kyalami round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, and that, of course, is the big Jewel event. Oh, okay. Schofield, I get Paul saying to me they're not going to be at Kyalami. They're going to miss it. They're going to get to the next one. Schofield reckon they might have 10 cars ready for Kyalami. Anyway, we'll bring you up to speed with that. But the news, of course, is MSA4 is the big single-seater category for 2025, and a new sort of F4 style car that's been designed here in South Africa with all of the safety mechanisms, very similar to the halos that they run on F1, 2 and 3 and 4 will be on those cars. And the cars you see right now, of course, are previously run championship cars from Formula Volkswagen, from Formula GTI, Formula Fords and Formula V's are in there as well. And then, of course, the synonymous 72-year-old Formula M's. Formula M being a single-seater that runs a motorcycle engine. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with those cars up against some of the usual contenders in the other category. The Liqui Moly car is on pole. That's Alan Meyer. Alongside him is Louis van der Merwe. He'll be looking to push through rapidly as possible to see if he can give Al a run for his money. Second row is the two Morrow boys, Hilton and Aiden. And then we got Yanni Geise, Nolan Skuman, Bruce van Niekerk. Nice to see Simpiwe Moklalo getting another opportunity to get back into the seat of that Formula Ford Kent of hers. She, of course, will be part of that Formula Ford Kent Championship this year. First time that we see another lady driver climb into the famous number 24 car that was driven and piloted by the late, great Donnie Lamola. Megan Archer's just behind her, so two lady drivers involved in this one. I think there's a couple more further down the field as well, as we look out for Yanni Gerber, Damian White, and Kennedy Torres. We're under starters' orders. We're about 2 minutes away. Make that 5 seconds away. Lights about to go on, and we're going racing for Formula Libre, including Formula M. Good start for everybody off the line by the looks of things. It looks like it's going to be the Liqui Moly car for the whole shot. Watch out for the KTM powered machine coming through from the back of the pack as well. That Formula M with the KTM 1290 in it is going to be a hard car to beat today. With the additional turn of pace it's got, we have to watch for his progress through the field. He's up to about 4th place at the moment as he tries to find a way through as they come hauling up towards turn 3. It is Alan Meyer, Louis van der Merwe. The 46 machine of Aidan Morrow is right on their tail, looking for a way through early on. Running in that Formula M Class A. Hilton Morrow in there, of course, is the A Class. Aiden is the B Class. Yanni Geise and Nolan Skuman will be looking to try and get through as rapidly as possible. Watching in the background as well, as we see the 93 car making up a lot of ground on the start there, did Kennedy Torres. So he's already making his way up into possibly the top 6 or 7 there, having started just outside the top 10. So a great start there coming from Torres. Martini Racing, of course, colours there of Aidan Morrow, tucked right behind the hard charge. And of course, have they taken the wing off on the KTM? By the looks of things, it has. Not quite sure why they took the wing off. Maybe they've got a little bit too much downforce and they want to try and avoid that here with the straight line speed of that KTM powered machine, the 42 car. And Johannes Gerber, certainly a man to watch out for. We always say J Gerber because he never puts Johannes down at Swartkop. So Johannes Gerber there in the KTM powered car onto the back there of Morrow and dives up the inside into the right-hander. Is he going to be able to get through though? Maybe not. Maybe he'll wait to get onto the straight to get the power down. Probably have the additional power courtesy of 1290 cc's of KTM throbbing in the back end of that car, and that's how you do it. Moving himself up into 3rd place overall from the start. They've definitely taken the wing off the car. So I'm not, that's why I didn't pick up on it earlier on. I was looking for the wing machine, but the back rear wing being removed there from Gerber's machine. He's making his way up now into 3rd place on the road as they complete the first lap of 10. Nine more laps of action to come here for Meyer, van der Merwe and Gerber, Morrow and Morrow. As I said, Kennedy Torres up in his 6th place. Neville van der Berg, he's moved up to 7th, but he did fall back ever so slightly on the start. Yannick Geester's up and now drops back down into 8th place. He was in 7th. So a bit of a change up there between Van der Berg and Geester. Damian White also up ahead of Matlalo. Some people with Matlalo dropping down to 10th place into the clutches of Nolan Skuman and Megan Archer behind that. So a big launch of the Liqui Moly racing team in all aspects of the sport happened at Ridgeway Race Bar only about a week ago. And one of those cars was this one in full flight at the front end of Alan Meyer. So the Lieutenant Colonel, retired from the Air Force, is loving life, flying the flag high there for his sponsor at the front end of the field. I suppose we can do alliteration aside there. Now they come into turn 6 again. Kennedy Torres not too far behind, looking to try and push through there if he can. And they're putting the pressure onto the back end of Morrow. Torres slowly but surely ticked them off on the start line, now battling a little bit to find a way through there on the wings and slicks machine ahead of him. LT controlling things from the front. Back straight away now, shortly, as we watch these two going on to the back straight. Pulling slightly away now is Aidan Morrow. But Aidan, of course, lost ground early on to Johannes Cobra. Cobra still in the... Oh, he's up to 2nd. Cobra up to 2nd ahead of Louis van der Merwe now. As they've just crossed the line, we're going to watch these guys go through. You might just see them in the foreground there, or in the background. There is the leader, Alan Meyer. He stayed with the option of running the wings on that car. Just flattened out the wing completely to sort of give it more of a DRS effect, so that there's hardly any drag coming from that big wing off the back of that car of his. Torres putting the pressure on here big time onto Hilton. Hilton Morrow feeling that pressure as well. Down towards turn 6 goes Aidan Morrow, all on his own some now. Alan Meyer fastest lap on that last pass as well, so it looks like he's setting the pace. 2:02s in a single seater. That's not too shabby at all around here. Fastest Superbike times are down in sort of the 1:53, 1:54 mark, so they're about 8 or 9 seconds off lap record pace here. Of course, we've also seen some sports cars around this track that have done some incredible lap times around here too. But sort of the benchmark, being a motorcycle designed circuit, are always the Superbike riders. And especially when you're running motorcycle engines, you kind of want to have a bit of a comparison as to what the two-wheelers can do compared to the four-wheelers running on similar powertrains. 3 down and 7 to go for Alan Meyer. Goes even, no he doesn't. Not quite as fast as what he was. Getting into the 2:03s now, but stays fastest car on track nonetheless. Ahead of Johannes Cobra and Louis van der Merwe. You guys are enjoying all the action that you're doing. I see Motormouth also joined us, doing a little bit of road trip back to PE. From his little, well, it was like the 5th holiday of 2025 so far for Motormouth. Went to Durban after coming to Swartkops, after going to Cape Town for like 5 weeks or whatever it was. Hope you're enjoying all the action there, Brent. Oh, wheels on the dirt. I know you've got a KTM adventure bike engine behind that cockpit of yours, but don't put the wheels on the dirt on a single-seater. Try and keep it on the black stuff if you can there, please, Jonas. Will certainly help us out. We did mention the marshals are ready to go, but you don't want to test their abilities if it's not necessary. Johannes Cobra in second place there. Yes, you're not seeing things wrong if you just joined us. It has got a KTM engine underneath those hoods. And running to try and catch Alan Mayer up the road. And he's forming a Volkswagen. Gerber, Louis van der Merwe, Aidan Morrow, Hilton Morrow, Kennedy Torres, Vandenberg, Geese, Mchlalo up into the single digits now as well, ahead of Damian White for top 10. There she is, on cue, in the number 24 Investchem car. Of course, getting an opportunity as much as possible to get behind the wheel of that car to get the valuable seat time, to give you the experience to at least run in the front end of Formula Ford Kent. They will be, of course, the support class for MSA4 once they get up and running. And we may even see Simpiwe, I think, at the hill climb, doing a couple of runs up the hill as well. Joining her fellow Investchem Chemical Logistics teammates, Ian Schofield, Robert Volk. They'll all be looking to try and take on the best of the best in about 8 weeks' time. Don't forget, as we enter the second round of the 24th Passion for Speed here at Red Star Raceway, make sure you've got your diaries out for 2026, because the 25th anniversary edition, as we heard from Peter du Toit in the break there while the qualifying was on, plans already in place for possibly a double header for that event to celebrate the 25th anniversary. And great news for motorcycle riders. It looks like they might be bringing the bikes back to join some of the contemporary classes there at the Passion for Speed next year. It's good to have them back here at Red Star today. And certainly always a good day's racing when you've got two-wheelers involved as well as our usual contenders in the four-wheeled categories. Lamar through the flick-flack, final two turns there, 12 and 13. Another lap completed, halfway stage, 5 to go. And he's maintaining a relatively good gap there between himself and Cobra. Cobra not really got any answer to the pace there. It's about 9.5 seconds there between them. A couple of seconds more down to third place Louis van der Merwe. Of course, running the Formula GTI. And if you've been around in motorsport for a while, you'll recall that Formula GTI at one stage was actually the South African driver's title. A couple of very famous drivers have been through that formula in their time and gone on to bigger and better things after winning South African driving titles in a field of, I think, 25 of those cars at one point in time, at the height of what was Formula GTI in its day. Great little race car, that's for sure. Never got to drive a GTI myself, but I have had a go in a Formula Volkswagen, and they are pretty spectacularly made race cars from the Volkswagen Racing stable down in Quebec. And of course, the Volkswagen engines will now pilot MSA4 for their initial start of the championship. Great to see that collaboration as well between Investchem Chemical Solutions and Chemical Logistics. Ian Schofield and Mike Rowe getting together and saying, yep, we definitely need to have some kind of partnership here. And they've got a really awesome little engine in that 1 litre turbo that they're going to put in. So I think it's going to prove to be a great partnership. If you look at how reliable those engines have been, particularly with the test sessions that have been done in Volkswagen Challenge and a couple of other categories. Stuart Mack comes to mind running the engine that they were in. Neville van der Berg, we chatted to him just before. See a slightly different format of aerodynamic package on that car. Most of the Formula M Class Bs, I think, run the Suzuki 600cc GSXR engine. And then in the A Class, you can run anything from 1,000 upwards. So that's the differentiator between Formula M's classes A and B. Looking at the gap as well between the 93 car of Morrow and it's come down to about 1.3 seconds, so that's also closing down on that gap. There's still a big 11-second gap between first and second. Alan Mayer was chatting to us earlier on in one of the pre-race interviews we did, and he said he was pretty confident that his Libre Moly Formula Volkswagen would be relatively untouched, unless of course the KTM could find some pace. I'm not quite sure why they decided to take the wing off on Louis' car. Maybe that was a plan to try and avoid the drag that a big wing would cause on the short straight and the big straight that runs parallel, the one just in front of us here. Find out that information in between the heats if we can. The rack air conditioning car there doing a super job with Kennedy Torres at the wheel. Currently sitting in 6th overall. He did close slightly there on Hilton Morrow earlier on, but not quite getting there as yet to try and change up. Coming up on some back markers now. Oof, sliding into one was Cobra. Getting a little bit out of shape there, but fortunately he's been able to hang on. Realizing that without that downforce at the back, the car might be a little bit more squirrely, and he's got to just watch it under braking, because that's nearly cost him. Speaking of watching, was that Alan Mayer with a little bit of an issue coming out of turn 5? It was, but he's got going again. Maybe just missed a gear coming out of 5. Tiny's pit box is in the house as well. Has just joined us live from Cape Town. Alan Mayer is definitely slowing down. I wonder if he's got a bit of an issue there on that gearbox. Maybe he's only got 1 or 2 of the gears working. He's certainly looking a little bit unsettled. Not as smooth as what we'd normally see there from the LT. And if that's the case, we'll have to keep an eye on the gap there between himself and Cobra. Let's have a look and see what he looks like coming onto the back straight. He goes up the inside of Simpure. He's got a misfire. Look at that. Simpure pulling away there from Mayer. Mayer's got some kind of a misfire or some kind of an issue on that car. And his hands up. Alan Mayer's got a problem. The lead car, the Libre Moly Formula Volkswagen, is about to be overtaken, and the lead goes to Cobra. Can you believe it? With 2 to go, Alan Mayer is going to have to retire that Libre Moly Formula Volkswagen. That is just torrid times there for the LT. Pulling into pit lane with 2 to go. Gifting the victory basically to Cobra. The gap between Cobra and second place Louis van der Merwe now is almost 30-odd seconds. So just plain sailing around there for the KTM man. We'll get him to the line and give him the victory. He comes up on Motlalo now. Not too much of an issue to get through there on Simpiwe. Giving him some room to get past. And now we'll just follow him all the way around for the next lap and a half to wrap up the first heat of Libre and Formula M combined. We've got INEX Legends for their second heat up next after this, and I know there was some frantic work being done down in the pit lane. We're going to try and catch up with Devin Robertson to chat about the fact that he's got such a big field of cars here this weekend, but he was busy working on Rico's car to try and get it sorted out after the touch into turn 1 there. You want to watch it, of course, and you're picking up on our live stream feed. The cool thing is that you can rewind and go back and watch and then come back to us live here from Red Star Raceway. Second place car, Formula GTI of Louis van der Merwe. Gerber's already on to his last lap. So circulating for the next 4Ks, keeping it on track to ensure that he can wrap up the victory here overall, as well as in his class, Formula M Class A. Morrow now gifted that third place overall, and he's looking for the win, of course, in Class B for Formula M. Hilton Morrow will be second in Class A. He's down in 4th place ahead of Kennedy Torres. So as we come through down towards the dog bone for the last time, it is the KTM powered machine there of Johannes Gerber, beg your pardon, Louis van der Merwe behind him. That's how they're going to probably wrap things up here. You can see the whole dog bone section is the gap there between first and second. You just caught a glimpse of the blue car going down to the dog bone as this man comes up onto the back straight. So coming up on the back end of Yanni Geise, yeah. Geise possibly going to be lapped here through the flick-flack. Takes them across the line, and Yanni Geise will have to do one less lap as the flag is about to come out there for Johannes Gerber. Sounds like he might have picked up a little bit of a misfire there on that last lap as well. Louis van der Merwe in second, waiting for him still to come to the line. But victory there handed to Johannes Gerber after the demise of Alan Meyer. Let's have a listen to this little Formula GTI as it comes past. Oh, that sounds okay. Second place there for Louis. Aidan Morrow. Damien White's crossed the line. So it'll be, here he comes, Aidan Morrow to the line. Wrapping up the top 3. So we've got top 3 are all first place in each of their respective classes as well. Johannes Gerber taking Class A in Formula M. Louis van der Merwe taking the Formula Libre class, and Class B's winner, third overall, Aidan Morrow. Up next, race 2 of the INEX Legends. INEX Legends out now for their second heat. Remember that the first 2 heats of INEX Legends today will be on the short track. Not on the kart track, just on the short track of Red Star Raceway. So gives a slightly different look and feel to their start of the 2025 championship. Christian Padiachi, the man in shot right now, at purple car from Midas. Of course, was the car to beat in race number 1. And he'll be looking to do more of the same here in race number 2, having chatted to us in between the breaks of race action and a couple of qualifyings that happened this morning. A couple of cars that also had some problems out there. Looks like they might be back in and onto the grid again, including Gavin Buerta. One of the Pretoria Noord Toyota's sponsored cars. The other one of Sean Kleinans also had some problems, but managed to get it sorted. Also picked up on some information which I wasn't aware of, and then found out when we interviewed Siafari Jr. that juniors out there, if I can put it that way. Great to have him up an opportunity there for, of course, Siafari to get Dylan into a car, and very competitive initially from the word go. So looking forward to seeing what that young man can do, and behind the wheel of a race car. Has him, his dad and his grandfather, of course, were and still are synonymous in South African motorsport. That's where we're coming to you from. That's our spot right there, the Two Wheels TV Peugeot. Get my hand out there. How you doing? That's us in the back of the Two Wheels Peugeot. On top there is our one cameraman. That's, of course, Craig doing turn 1. Brett, our onboard and kind of runner guy, that's here as well. And then that little trailer that's alongside me there, you've got Dave and Paul in the trailer doing all the production of the live stream that's going out here on our various channels on YouTube and Facebook respectively. It is a rolling start for these cars, so they will follow the Suzuki Swift Sport around for another lap of the short circuit before we actually get race action started. And you can see, as I said, Padiachi starting for 6th place on the grid. So mid-pack there for Christian Padiachi. He's going to have to come through a relatively fired up front end of the field. We saw just how fired up Sebastian Venkov was in race 1, where he was pretty much the assailant in the attack that happened at turn 1 for Rico Reika and for Richard van Heerden. Reika's got some problems. He's stuck on the grid. He's battling to get that car fired up, so it looks like Rico's got a bit of issues. He's got it fired up, gets going again. Should be able to take up his position back where he was supposed to start, so there shouldn't be any issues there for him to get back up onto the front end of the field there and resume his position on this warm-up behind the safety car. This, of course, is the formation lap, and once that yellow Suzuki Swift Sport pulls into pit lane, it will then be up to Sebastian Venkov to dictate the pace. Reika has resumed his position. Let's give him a chance to just slot through there as the rest of the field come flying through. They'll then just form up behind that official pace car here at Red Star Raceway. Of course, we've got our Pretoria Noord Toyota medical car here, and they will, of course, be hopefully not brought into action at all today. That's going to be a good race day if Donovan and Hunley don't have to make their way onto the circuit. Chatted to Nigel about the fact that they are one of the best, if not the best medical teams in the country. They are part of the Passion for Speed and, of course, all of the Extreme Festival events as well. We come back here with Extreme Festival later on in the year with the regional side of the championship. Right, so Suzuki's off the track. We are about to go racing here for the second time today. 12 laps of the short circuit at Red Star Raceway for INEX Legends. Standing by now for those lights to go out. You'll hear the engines start to pick up on those 1100cc Yamahas as they head across the line, dropping the hammer, and it is a great start coming from the man who had huge issues in the first race. Gavin Buerta looking to get the whole shot. Looks like he's got that, but up the inside goes Rico Reika, trying to squeeze through there on his opposite number. The 31 car, of course, is Richard van Heerden, but the pole man drops down into 4th. So Sebastian Venkov not getting the start he wanted. He's got Torben Roos right on his tail. The man being helped out there, of course, by Kabuki Motorsport, and Carl Lawrence doing all the work on Torben's car as they come up on to turn 3. Cyril Jacobs joining the party there in the 9.6. The Liqui Moly car about to join that pack as Torben Roos eventually gets through on Venkov and moves his way up into 4th place. Venkov, in the space of half a lap, has gone down to 5th place from pole. So a big change up there at the front end. Gavin Buerta not holding anything back now. He is certainly looking to make up lost ground. Father and son racing there, of course. And I can tell you, Venkov at this stage is not in the position he wants to be. He wants to be slightly higher up. And there you can see Venkov and Jacobs, the biggest losers there on that first one. Sean Kleinans dropped down one position as well, I beg your pardon. There on Johan Juster. Juster up into 9th place. And is that a problem for one of the cars? Yes, it is. Pulling in a pit lane there right from the word go. So one of the cars, unfortunately, out. Is that Repsold? I think it might have been. Anton Repsold out of race 2. Here comes Jacobs looking for a way through on Reika. Reika had problems on the line. Got going again, but certainly didn't get the start he was going to be confident to start with, as the car stalled on the line as they went for the rolling start. Managed to get back up to his start position and now sits in 3rd place behind Van Heerden. In fact, he's in 4th place because Torben Roos has got through on him. Torben Roos now is all over the back of Richard Van Heerden. Remember, Van Heerden is running in the Masters category. Torben Roos behind him looking for a chance in those semi-pros. Rest of the pack coming through and keeping up a little bit of the cement dust that's still out on track from earlier excursions. Gavin Buerta still maintaining a nice gap. It's a little bit of it's a small gap, but 0.6 of a second in this class is quite a big margin. As I say that, Torben Roos gives Richard Van Heerden a little bump into turn 2, telling him he's here and he's looking to pounce. Rico Reika diving on the inside of Roos. Roos running slightly wide out of turn 3. Speaking of wide, well, it's not much wider than that. Van Heerden off the track and on the dirt, opens up the door. It's a right-hander they go into, and Torben will take that with open arms. Reika tries to go with him. Rico will try and, he just backs up. Maybe going to try a slightly different line into the triple apex, turn 5. Get the drive onto the short straight, that's what he needs to do. And of course, this is what they'll be looking to try and do now as they get onto that short straight that comes across the finish line. So across the finish line they go. Remember, at the triple apex left-hander, that's where they turn right and come onto the short circuit. So we're just catching us out there, and here we go. The return of the 3-3. Coming to join the party is Venkov. Now, he was already involved in an incident between the two cars ahead of him. He went on the inside of Van Heerden. Van Heerden went defensive. He tagged the back end of Reika. Reika then came across and spun out and just tagged the front end of Venkov. That damaged the front right wheel. So he'll be looking to avoid that. And he goes inside of Van Heerden. Looking for a way past Rico Reika, looking for a way through. Now, can he make it stick? No, he can't. He's going to be on the wrong side here. But, of course, if he holds that outside line, there is some grip out there. Decides to go line astern. Tucks in behind Van Heerden and lets Venkov follow him through. Jacobs joining the party, and here comes Padiachi. Christian Padiachi is about to join the party at the back end of that top 6. Reika looking for a way through. Van Heerden not giving him any room to play. Shuts the door firmly on the 13 and the 33. 96 now, looking for a chance to squeeze through. A little bump there on the back end of Rico Reika coming from that number 33 car, Venkov. Around the outside is Jacobs. Jacobs is on the inside now. He's got Reika in his way. Reika's got problems. Reika slows up in turn 2, in turn 3, I beg your pardon. And that's given an opportunity to Venkov and Cyril Jacobs to get past him. And looks like Padiachi's through as well. Rico Reika's got some issues. He's dropped back, but not behind Christian Padiachi. So he's really giving it a hard charge here. Venkov is through, so is Jacobs. Jacobs now going to try and close that gap down, possibly on our new leader, Torben Roos. Roos is at the front. He's got ahead of Gavin Buerta on that last pass. We were watching the action so frantically happening in front of us. Missed out on a bit of that at the front end. Roos leads over Buerta. Van Heerden in there as well. Great battle here. Great battle. For second place, Gavin Buerta holding them up now. Van Heerden looking to pounce. Venkov looking to do something similar to find a way through. Maybe the frustration will get to him to get through there on the master. Van Heerden's been in this class for a long time. He knows exactly what these cars are capable of doing, and that's the kind of move you need to pull. Get through, get the job done. and just squeeze out the opposition. Gavin Buerta now into the clutches of Venkov. Jacobs waiting to pick up the pieces there between the two of them if something goes wrong. Buerta pushing hard. Trying to stay with Van Heerden as they cross the line. 6 laps to go. We've done 6 already, so it's still a long way in this race. Great move. Venkov holding that inside line. Forces his way past and gets up the inside of Gavin Buerta. Looks like a similar maneuver go into turn 2 for Jacobs. Jacobs forcing that Pretoria Toyota sponsored car down into what is now 5th place, into the clutches of Pariachi. Christian Pariachi has got through on him as well. So now it's Rico Reika who'll be on his tailpiece. Reika want to try and go with Pariachi if he can. Whatever the issue there on Rico Reika's car, it looks like it's been sorted out. Gavin Buerta now loses out to Reika. Reika's through as well. Gavin Buerta's dropped basically from the lead of the race down into 7th place. Definitely not what he wanted, that is for sure. But it's the Midas car that's on the move, and fastest car on track at the moment I think could possibly be Torben Roos. It is indeed. Roos with another fast lap set there on that last time. A 54.155 coming out of Torben Roos on the short circuit. 33 versus 31 round the outside comes Venkov, looking to try and get the inside line for the next corner, but Van Heerden was well aware of his intentions and shut the door on him. Not going to give any room to play there to Sebastian Venkov. Venkov ran slightly wide, giving a chance there to Cyril Jacobs. Jacobs looking out of pounce. Oh, that's a big look there, but not quite close enough. Reika right now under a bit of pressure from Gavin Buerta, trying to come back at Reika after losing out there a couple of laps ago. The steam train for 3rd place continues to fly into the main straightaway again and complete another lap. We've got 5 done. Possibly now 4 laps to go for this one, as Van Heerden keeps out the intentions being shown by the 2 cars behind him. Watch this again from Venkov, trying to go around the outside, hold that inside line for the next corner, but once again Van Heerden knows exactly what he's attempting to do there. Might be just setting up Van Heerden for something else, doing that a couple of times, realizing, and now going around the outside of a very tricky right-hander. Not a lot of grip on the outside of that track, that's for sure, but Venkov is trying to find some. Jacobs tucks in behind him and Pariachi follows suit. Can literally throw that proverbial blanket over those cars, all fighting for what is now 3rd place on the road. Richard Van Heerden in 2nd, 3rd place now, going to try and run around the outside of him. Car on the left hand side there, problems. That possibly might be Dylan Faree parked on the sideline. Yeah, we got Jacobs through. Jacobs squeezes up into 2nd place now ahead of Van Heerden. Richard Van Heerden down to 3rd, into the clutches still of Venkov. Venkov opened up the door, but Jacobs capitalized on it and got through. Christian Pariachi trying to come through here as well in the closing stages, possibly to get back onto the podium if he can. He'll be looking for an overall victory if that's the case. Look at how hard these guys are going. It's absolutely brilliant to see the work being put in here by Venkov. This time keeping it clean. That's the car on the sideline. I think that might be Repsol's car actually. It went into the pit lane and came back out again. Possibly Niels Juster as well. 77 and 88. We've got yellow flags down into turn 1, so no overtaking into turn 1. Van Heerden will have to just maintain, or I should say Venkov will have to maintain. He won't be able to overtake there. He'll have to try into turn 2 now, and he's going to have a go. He's got a wheel in there. Is it enough to get on the brakes and get into turn 2 ahead of Van Heerden? No, Van Heerden keeps him out. He's on the wide line. He'll hold that wide line for turn 3, which is the inside line again, and show Venkov the way through. Venkov now on the tailpiece of Van Heerden still. Hasn't found a way through just yet. Hard work here from both of these drivers. And waiting in the sidelines is Pariachi. Something goes wrong between those two. Pariachi will be back on the podium. Torben Roos has started what is potentially the final lap here, I think. Yeah, on to the final lap for Torben Roos. 2nd place is Jacobs, 3rd place Van Heerden. make that 4th place as eventually Venkov gets through onto the last lap. So Venkov now up into 3rd place. Christian Padiachi looking for a chance to also get onto that podium. Can he find a way through? Jacobs and Venkov moving themselves up in the closing stages, but Torben Rus, the work that was done between the 2 heats there by Carl Lawrence has certainly paid dividend. The Silver Dream Racer coming through here, and 75 Torben Rus is going to get the victory. He takes the win, and comfortably in the end there from him to beat out Cyril Jacobs and Sebastian Venkov. Great job from Faniera. He will still win out the Masters. And Padiachi just behind him. Christian said he was going to take a little bit of time. It wouldn't be easy to get through the field, but he certainly tried hard and eventually finished up in the top 5 overall. So congratulations there to our INEX legends for another great heat of race action. Up next, we go from the little cars to the big ones. It's the legends of the 9-hour production cars, under 2 litres, Little Giants and Pursuit and HRSA all combined. A big field of cars about to come to battle. We will be back shortly with action here on track from Red Star Raceway in the 2nd round of the 24th Passion for Speed.
Took me through your race, but you had quite a big gap there. How was it?
It was a pretty good race. It got a bit stressful in the beginning, especially off the start. But after that, smart, respectful.
Well, if you want to see an array of cars in slightly different formats of historic and classic racing, you've come to the right place today. Red Star Raceway providing us round 2 of the 24th Passion for Speed Festival. And it's part 2, of course, of what happened last weekend at Swartkops International Raceway. This time out, though, we have a combination of categories. We are putting the legends of the 9-hour production cars, the Little Giants, under 2 litres, the Evapco HRSA Racing Series, and the Pursuit Challenge all into one big class. Which means you've got V8s, you've got 2 litres, you've got under 2 litres, you've got 1600s, and you've got a couple of other derivatives of cars out there, all going to battle at the same time. We saw that car, the Cougar of CFRE, have a big moment in race 2 of the production cars last weekend, where he hit the wall at turn 5 and kind of squeezed the barrier almost into the Gazoo Racing headquarters in that big Mercury Cougar. Expecting to see a big battle between him and Ben Morgenroot in the Mustang, right on his tail there, as you can see. Look out for Mark Dutoy as well. He was very fast last weekend and was a race winner, of course, in this category, but a slightly longer circuit. Of course, these big bangers all going out for 8 laps of the Red Star Raceway. So 32 Ks of racing action coming your way. Stefan Kuskevez is always a man to enjoy and to watch and look out for in his favorite livery, lime green and with the blue bonnet, roof and tailpiece on that Porsche. A couple of Datsun GXs and GX Coupes, a Lotus Cortina. Okay, news in my ear. I think that's not a bad plan, considering the heat of the day is starting to kick in here. Had to get out and open the windows on the front of the Peugeot because it's starting to become a bit of a hot box here. But they've decided to go from 8 to 6 laps for these cars, which is not a bad plan. So let's make that 24 Ks of racing. I think due to the fact that the heat is going to catch out some of the bigger bangers, and they want to make sure that they're still around at the end of the 6 laps. Incredibly, Werner Kotzer put it on pole this morning in that Mazda R100 of his. So that rotary powered car doing a superb job to ensure that he could get onto pole position ahead of CFRE Jr. Coming through the pack and coming to take up a position a bit higher up there as well, of course, will be Gerard Henning. He'll be looking to push hard alongside James Temple. Temple, of course, in the newly built Capri Piranha that comes from Lindenberg Racing. Ben Morgenroot will start from the 3rd row of the grid alongside Stefan Pushkevez. Ollie Broom in the Chev SS will be there alongside Johan Goos in his little Sirocco, also a very fast little car. Michiel Campagna will be up there as well, of course, also pushing hard to try and get the Chevy Corvette Stingray into the mix at the front end. Further back in the pack, we'll also pick up on Georgie Economides and Michael London, Sean Hepburn and Colin Ellison. And look out for Dirk Venter and Paige Lindenberg in the other categories, cars that come from Lindenberg Racing. Paige, of course, in her favourite Ford Fairlane. And Dirk Venter will be in, I think, in the Escort, if I'm not mistaken, as opposed to his normal other choice of steed, will be out a little bit later on, the Daytona Coupe. I got a green flag at the back there by the looks of things, but COC's been called over there quickly to chat to Vanna. It is a rolling start, so I think they'll possibly take these cars out on the rolling start on the short track, just so they don't have to do a full lap again of the circuit. Further back in the pack, look out for Jaap van der Ende, Herman van Putten as well in his Mustang, all the way from the Netherlands, joining his fellow compatriots Frans van Marshaling, as well as Michiel Campagne. Stuart McClarty is in there as well, along with Carl Brink in the Mini. Ishmael Beloy will be out there in the Trans-Africa Racing Dart. He's fighting with Clive Winterstein in the Porsche. And then, of course, the Renault as well of Michael Bishop. Now we'll be in with the fight here as we get things underway for the first heat of this massively combined class. So we've got Legends of the 9-hour production cars. We have got Little Giants, under 2 litres, Evapco HRSA, and Pursuit Challenge, all in one big class here today at Red Star Raceway. Vandercots are showing that the smaller cars can run with the pace of the big V8s in the production car class, and showing the pace of that R100 of his, the nimbleness of course of it as well around this track. Looks like they are going to do a full lap under safety car. Thought they might bring them through for a shortened version of the warm-up. Looking through the field as well, also picking up on that little flamingo of John Tendeshate. Lotus Cortina out there as well, also a very, very talented driver behind the wheel of that car in Ollie Broom. So I wonder if Ollie's in that SS. I think he's in the SS. Who's in the 151? It's George Economides. Economides has been given Ollie Broom's other car. They were chatting about it last weekend at the prize giving. So Ollie's in that one, the 123. Yeah, there he is. You can see with the open face helmet, with the fireproof balaclava under his open face. Not a bad helmet to be in today, considering the heat. And then, of course, his good friend George Economides will be further down in that Lotus Cortina. At that field, really awesome to see. Mustangs, Fairlanes, Escorts, Datsuns, Siroccos, Porsches. Chuck in a Mercury Cougar and a Mazda R100, a couple of Minis, Ford Flamingo, a GSM Dart, sorry, GSM Flamingo, GSM Dart, Renault Gordini. That's how we do it. This big field of combined categories. So they come down or up the back highway straight. It's almost a kilometer straight there that they get to put these cars into full flight. Will that Mercury Cougar be able to hold off the R100 or vice versa? It's up to Kotze to dictate the pace, remember. James Temple's in the mix. Watch out for the hard charge coming out of Garrett Henning as well in that Sirocco. Ben Morgenroot and Pushkevez. Broom and Campagna. Campagna pulls out in the Corvette on the line, trying to get down towards turn 1 in the pack. He comes out early on, sneaks in behind the Porsche. Good start there from Temple. He slots in behind Kotze. Kotze's lost out though to the Mercury of Siafuri Jr. He's got the whole shot and hangs on for now as they're going to turn 2 with Kotze all over the back of him. Temple waiting and looking at the fact that there's only 6 laps to play, so he cannot afford to let them get away. He's got to try and stay with those top 2 cars, but the Mercury Cougar puts the power down the short straight towards 4. 180 degrees out of 4. It's a triple left-hander into 5 now. That's where the short circuit comes in. They will turn right there, but now they go left. Problems in the background there for Economides. Looks like the Lotus Cortina's had a bit of an issue. Just saw it in the background slowing up. Now down the main straightaway comes Ben Morgenroot, the man from Randfontein, and Ben Morgenroot Ford and Auto. as they head down into turn 6 to hairpin. That car will probably drop down into second gear there. Not quite sure if any of them will be going down into first. Some of the big V8s from Mobil 1 go down to first gear in that hairpin. Probably second gear for these cars. As Mark du Toit tries to close the gap on the back end of that SS. Nice run there from du Toit so far. Ooh, Ollie ran a bit wide coming out of that corner. Heading into the bottom end of the dog bowl, giving du Toit a chance to close the gap a little bit. That's Van Marsh-Koppelbart in his Thunderbolt. Similar car to du Toit's one. As they come up the back straight away, there we go. A little bit of additional power from the V8 underneath the hood of Ben Morgenhout's car, and the same thing from the SS from Ollie Broom, getting past the flat 6 there of the Porsche. Broom sideways. Oh, nice Ollie! Getting it sideways there into the final 2 corners and giving Pushkevez a chance to come back at him. He goes around the outside though, pretty easily done. Jakob Mark du Toit looking for a chance into turn 1 as well. Similar colours on those cars, but the Porsche hangs on. Slots in between the Chevy and the Ford. Great little fight here. Not normally cars that would be in the same class, but it is really great to see them having a go at each other now that they've mixed them up. Ishmael Beloy at the back of the pack there, heading towards turn 1, as we see our leader out of turn 3 with Kotze trying to close the gap down. The Mercury Cougar hangs on to the lead there. This is Hepburn in the mix in the AAA car, fighting there with Jaap van Ende in the Trans-Africa Racing Fastback Mustang. He's closing on the back end of his fellow Dutchman in Michiel Campagna. Campagna in that Corvette Stingray. As I said, with new livery on that car this year. Normally a bright orange Corvette to run the orange colours, of course, for the Dutch team, but this time going with yellow and black stripes. Once again, I've got to look at Van der Ende's car. That Mustang always has an issue with the right window. Starting to flap there slightly. Taped it down, but of course, it's just, I don't think there's strong enough duct tape for the forces that go through that cockpit and push the window out on the right-hand side of the car. Hepburn has got back at him though in the AA GX. The 1200 GX looking really good as he comes out of the short straight. A couple of dust plumes in front of us here. Somebody's put a wheel wrong there. The 1200 GX taking on the might of a mighty Corvette Stingray V8. See what that turn of pace is like on that 1200 now that the V8 gets into full flight. It's the Mercury Cougar of Seferi that continues to lead things out over Kotze in the R100. James Temple in the Piranha Capri from Lindenberg Racing, heading in the Sirocco. So how's that for a... Have a look at that top 10 in terms of cars. Mercury Cougar leads out. Oh, sideways. Is that Dirk Venter? It is. Yeah, Venter sideways. Venter getting it wrong there in the Escort Mark 1. About to be caught there by John Tendershate, who loses out to Michael Bishop in the Renault due to the slow car on track there. The return of Fenter back onto the road. Just going back to my thought while I was about to say it there, but have a look at that pack. There's quite an array there. GSM Flamingo, Ford Escort XR3, fighting it out with the GSM Dart, a Renault Gordini, and a Mark 1 Escort. So you got a Mark 1 Escort, Renault Gordini, GSM Flamingo, GSM Dart, Ford Escort, I think it's a Mark 5 if I'm not mistaken, that XR3. And then behind that it's a Alpha GT Junior. So that's the pack we're watching at the back there. That's kind of Little Giants fight. Here's mid-pack of the combination of HRSA and the big production car V8s. The Mini joins that pack as well. I think that's Carl Brink into the mix there amongst those rear end cars. Yeah, the 1111. You just love this array of cars all fighting for honours here in this first heat. Vic's joined us from Club Mykonos. That's very nice. Hope you're enjoying yourself out there, Vic. Your old team is in the house here today. Doing some work with the marshals. Van der Ende and Campagna going at it here. Little civil war amongst the Dutchmen. Being joined by Paige Lindenberg, who's just on their tail. Looking to spoil the day there a little bit there for the two Dutchmen. I think just behind Pagey is Michael London, yeah. Michael London. I actually saw the London boys on the way here this morning, and I think they've changed allegiance to 1200 GX Coupes as opposed to the usual Steeds, which are the 1200 GXs, the 4-doors. Van der Ende having a fantastic little battle here. Now joining Ben Morgenhout's rear end and looking to try and squeeze through there on the man from Randfontein. Johan Koos out there as well. Haven't seen much of him, but great to have him in that new car of his. He's loving life after last weekend. Had a fantastic round in the first round of the Passion for Speed. Yeah, that was at Swartkops, of course. But this man has just done it all right so far. No issues whatsoever here for the Mercury Cougar of Sieferi, and had a fantastic outing last weekend as well. Unfortunately, not quite in the second heat, but it did give him a chance, of course, to go and do his other love and his first love in terms of motorsport, and that was competing the international oval track race that took place in Vereniging last weekend. So it's Broom, Toy, and Pushkevich. Chevy SS, Ford Thunderbolt. Oh, Kotza with problems. R100 slowing up down the back straightaway, the main straight. That huge, big, almost kilometre straight there. And Kotza pulling to the sideline. Don't go too much onto the sideline. That R100's exhaust might set the grass alight. It's got a rotary powered engine underneath the hood. And Kotza has to pull out, unfortunately. So from second, we're going to just watch him drop down the sidelines. And there you can see it already down into 9th. 10th place will be there as he just keeps falling by the wayside as more cars pass him. Thunderbolt, Ford Fairlane on the tail end of that Chev SS. That's kind of an indicative battle of those two cars. It's great to see. Ford and Chevy fans, we were loving that. Fortunately, the Cortina fans won't watch the sideline of that previous shot where we saw Ollie Broom's other car, piloted by George Economides, parked on the sideline. Oh, Broom with a big moment. Back end stepped out on him. Totoy said, I'll have that. Pushkevich says, I want some of it as well. But Ollie managed to get it back up and running. Just a small mistake coming out of turn 5. All the way down into second gear here for the hairpin at the bottom end of that short straightaway. Can Broom possibly come back here to Toy? Keep an eye on that little battle. Oh, that's the leader! That's here Ferree parked on the sideline. Ferree, after setting the fastest lap of the race, has had to retire the Mercury Cougar. That is going to give Gerard Henning the lead in the Sirocco. Winterstein being passed now by that pack that we've been concentrating on for a little while now. Toy still at the front end of it. So we got Van der Kotze on the sideline there. You can see parked and out of his car. on the big back straightaway. Siafari Jr. climbing out of the Mercury Cougar now. So up into the lead of the race goes Carrot Henning. James Temple will move into second place in the Ford Capri Piranha from Lindenberg Racing. There is your leader. And incredibly, he wants to sell that car. I'm not quite sure why. I think it might be one of the Volkswagen Sirocco stables from Yanni's stable that he's piloting this weekend. But Henning in a Class E Sirocco from HRSA could potentially be on his way to the win overall in the combined classes. They always say you got to be in it to win it. Henning is always in it. He's not scared to have a go. Mixes it up with the big bangers initially. Consistency is key. It looks like a couple of cars that might need a little tweaking to get them through the second set of 6 laps later on. Big maneuver there and sideways catch from Van der Ende. He went from one end to the other end. Pun intended. Job Van der Ende catching that big fastback Mustang. Looks like a bit of a fight on there between Johan Goos and Ben Morgenroot as well, coming into the dog bone. There's Morgenroot and there is Goos. Johan Goos in the gold Volkswagen Sirocco. To run with Ben Morgenroot, you need to know what you're doing. So good effort there from Johan Goos. But the leader into 12 and 13 for the last time. And gifted the victory with the demise of a couple of cars out front of him. But Carrot Henning knows how it works. You got to be out there when the flag comes out to take the victory, and he's done it. So he wins out over James Temple. Temple just staying ahead of the SS of Ollie Broom, and Mark DeToy is just behind him. So Broom and DeToy chopped and changed all through the race with Pushkevez in the mix with them as well. Colin Ellison will come through there in his Thunderbolt to finish up in 6th place, ahead of Ben Morgenroot, who's also just squeezed ahead of Johan Goos for 7th and 8th on the road. They will beat out Sean Hepburn, who will take the final single digit in 9th. And this is going to be Jaap van der Ende, or who's going to be the next car heading up towards the final turn. Van der Ende was sideways, so it might be Lindenberg. It is. Paige Lindenberg coming through to wrap up the top 10. And she beats out London and Hammond Van Putten. Good run there from Clive Winterstein at the back of the pack as well. We see work being done there by Siafari Jr. to see if he can get that car fired up again and get it back to pit lane as soon as possible. We are moving on through this day pretty rapidly, and we're up into the first heat of Silver Cup 2.0. They'll be out on track shortly, and until we've got them back on track, we'll try and catch up with a couple of competitors down in pit lane and back on track as soon as we got cars from Silver Cup on the circuit. Well, while we're waiting for cars to go on track, let's go down to the post-race area and catch up with race 1 winner, Gerard Henning from the Legends of the Production Cars.
Gerard Henning, when you woke up this morning, I don't think you expected that to end this way in race 1 for the Legends of the 9 Hour. Talk me through that race. How was it?
It was quite hectic. It's very, very fun to be here. I was late this morning. And yes, it's very, very great to race here. It was awesome, tight racing. And yes, I enjoyed the car. Thanks to Miani for always building a lucky engine. And yes, here with my wife Linda, and just enjoy all the people around us.
So clearly you don't need a big V8 to go around Red Star.
I still need to speak to Uncle Latoy about that one. I would love to race one.
Awesome job. Well done, Gerard.
Thanks. Ciao.
most categories today. You're going to see an array of cars, and it's always nice to see Silver Cup 2.0 joining us here at a circuit that they have kind of also enjoyed as part of their championship battles in the past. They join us as part of the 24th Passion for Speed Round 2, celebrating an incredible outing at Swartkops last weekend. I think, if I'm not mistaken, record crowds at Swartkops as well. And we've got some really great crowds here at Red Star too. The Silver Cup basically is bring whatever car you've got and they will find a place for you to race it. That's how it works. 2.0 in the house. A couple of new competitors who have joined the field. A couple of cars will be running the red and white tape. One of them will be, of course, Morgan Jacobs, the boss man's daughter, making her debut in a space frame today. And we wish her all the very best. It's going to be a big battle at the front end, though, because Julio Riga, Manus Duplessis, Marius Chuta, and Tony Sarsbo had some really good laps around here earlier on. Petrus van Oort will also be looking for a chance to run at the front end in his space frame there, as we get them round for their warm-up. The one cool thing about this class is it kind of goes to the old adage of how racing should be. Well, it's kind of how some of us old school racers like to do it. Not a rolling start, it's a standing start for these cars. As we come up now onto that long straightaway. A couple of these cars I think will probably be in for a bit of a wake-up call when it comes to the action that's expected out here today. Silver Cup doing 8 laps in the heat of the day. We're almost at the top of the hour as well. We're coming to 5 to 11. Temperature's starting to pick up here pretty dramatically here in Dalmas. Always a big factor amongst race cars is that race temperature and how quickly it rises, because the quicker it rises in the ambient temperature is indicative, of course, of how fast the temperature picks up also at track level. Cars lining up, final cars coming out of that last chicane to take up their positions for race 1 of Silver Cup 2.0. See, it's a big field. Almost going around the corner as well, which is quite nice to see that. Getting a chance to see how many cars they can fit onto this racetrack. And we're now under starters orders, just waiting for a green flag at the back of the field. 29 degrees Celsius is the real feel here right now. And if I look at the outcast or the forecast into the afternoon, we're supposed to get up to about 34 degrees Celsius. And no rain. That's a big factor that a lot of these drivers will be happy about. We got a green flag. We go into the start procedure now. The fastest 5 minutes of your life, because they definitely don't take 5 minutes. 2-minute board. 30 seconds. 5 seconds. Lights on, revs are picking up. And Silver Cup are underway. Good start from Manus Duplessis on the inside in the Nissan. Trying to get up the inside there of Julio Riga, but Riga hangs on into third place goes Sarsbo by the looks of things. Tony Sarsbo just squeezing up there from the fourth place to possibly outgun. No, I think it actually might be the 434. Yes, it is. He's gone through there of Theo. Marius Truter drops back a slight position as well. Mid-pack sort themselves out there, mainly Golfs. A couple of Ford Escorts, a couple of Nissans. A BMW as well, the 103. Jakes Camphor in that BMW pushing hard. Right from the word go. Doesn't want to be left behind. Doesn't want to get stuck in a pack he's not supposed to be racing with. Ariga getting away at the front end. Pulling away from Arnes Duplessis as they head down the short straight for the first time. That's quite awesome. Not a lot of times you get to see a full pack of cars heading down that short straightaway, and by the time the first car turns into the hairpin, you still see cars coming out of turn 5. That's exactly what's happened here with 2.0. So Silver Cup are in the house, and there's still more cars coming out of turn 5. Big pack of cars. Arguably one of our biggest of the weekend here in the Silver Cup category. Got a running wide there. Looks like Quinton going to have to do some work in that 2D Trucks repairs machine at Golf 1 with some work to do. Into the play now. So 33, Faro Siddique. Trying to close down there on Maritz Leroux. Those are your top two getting away at the front end and pushing big time to get away from the rest of the pack. Truta Sarsbo, Bonin and Van Heerden. Brown on the inside now of that BMW. Camphor losing out there slightly as Brown just squeezed him out. Now under attack from the Jetta. Ariga setting the early pace. Completes that first lap in a 2:09.598. Pulling 2.5 seconds over Arnes Duplessis there on that first lap. In third ahead of Sarsbo. Then it's Siddique, Chris Cronier, Bonin, Leroux, Van Heerden and Visser, your top 10. There is your man in 10th place at the moment. Silver and Burgundy Golf 1 of Jonathan Visser. Johan Van Heerden hanging on for that final single-digit spot. Theo Bonin into the hairpin as well. Theo Bonin, his car actually being prepped by Courtney from AMG Driving Academy. Work being done there from Theo's point of view to help out from Courtney's side to get that car to be competitive. Helping him out with some of the driving skills that's required to drive this car quick as well. Being one of the AMG Driving Academy's finest. We saw them in action last weekend. They were doing some passenger rides and hot laps for some lucky spectators at Swartkops. Two laps down now. Ariga with a 4.5 second gap over the rest of the pack. A little bit of pressure here on the 401. So Zain Hussein putting the pressure on there. So look into turn 1, not quite close enough to have a full go yet. Definitely keeping that pressure on. still in the mix there as well. And then just outside of that top 10, another little battle raging as we watch that battle continue between Bonin, Maurits Leroux and Van Aert. Down the short straight once again for these four. You can see the 124 there of Maurits Leroux just battling with the straight line speed, possibly the lack of aerodynamics that the space frame will have, maybe even a bit of power to weight ratio issues there for him too. Maybe a slightly heavier car than the space frame chassis ahead of him. Kampfer continuing his little battle in the BMW. Somebody running wide. Oof, onto the dirt and back again, fortunately. Looks like it might be in one of the Hondas. It is. Just behind him, it should be the number 1 car. Yes, it is. Just picking up on your overall champion for Class D there, the Dozer, Karel Mohabba. Trying to catch those two Hondas ahead of him. Quinten Dievenacher is the car that I think ran wide onto the dirt coming onto the back straight. Field spread out now, and it's kind of littered the entire 4-kilometer circuit with race cars at every part of it. Leader's probably going to be looking to start closing things down now on some of the back markers by this stage. Coming to about halfway of this first heat of Silver Cup 2.0. Cronier in the Dozer car. He's the overall champion for last year, rocking the number 1 plate. Trying to catch the back end of Sazbo and Fado to Siddique. Chuta just up the road from them, and Manus du Plessis still hanging on for second. There is your leader. No changes at all yet for him, and now with a very comfortable margin of over 8 seconds over Manus du Plessis. Riga doing a super job. Esco sponsored Mazda space frame. As I said, possibly coming up on some back markers shortly. Differential in time there will allow them to possibly catch a few of those back markers before the checkered flag comes out. You can see them turning into the dog bone section as he heads down to the hairpin. So we're following on here with our leader, Giulio Riga. And he's pushing to try and stay at the front end ahead of Manus. Manus du Plessis, Marius Chuta, Fada Siddique, Tony Sazbo, Chris Cronier, Johan van Heerden, Petrus van Oort, Theo Bonin and Jonathan Visser. That is your top 10 at this stage of the race. Coming up on those back markers, as I said. Looks like one of the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge Class C cars. He's just gone past there. And checkered flag is on standby. So it looks like that bulletin that went out was for both races. So from 8 laps down to 6 for our Silver Cup category as well. And that means quite an easy victory there for our lead car, Giulio Riga. I was watching the pick up on that 54 car at the back. Just trying to see who's at the wheel of that. Can't see it on my timing monitor. Oh, there we go. Nathan Skuman, one of our competitors that we'll see at the first round of Regional Extreme Festivals on the 1st of March at Zwartkops. That's part of Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Mike Barbaglia and his team sticking with that category for this year as the overall sponsors. Great to have them on board. Mike going to be joining yours truly as well, possibly as one of the partners for TT. So thanks for that. Ariga taking the victory. Duplessis in second. Truta is in third. Fado Siddique comes through for fourth ahead of Tony Sasbo. And then it's Cronier in the one car, beating out Van Heerden, Petrus van Oort, Bonin and Visser, your top 10. Wayne Brown in 11th, just sneaking through there. So from Silver Cup, we're going to International Race Suppliers, Midval Historics, the Clubmans, National Sports Cars, and International Sports Racing Prototypes all combined. Another big field coming onto the circuit in a few moments' time. We'll be back and try and catch up with a couple of the drivers down in the pit lane as well.
Busy, man. You got the next race going out, but you won the previous race. Talk me through it. How was it?
But the car performed well. 6th lap, 5th lap, I almost lost the brakes because they were really, really deep. The car performed really, really well. Everything felt good. Happy to be here for the first race.
All the best for the next race.
Thank you, sir.
Wayne, first race of the season, how are you feeling?
Full of butterflies, rusty. Let's give it all, buddy. Let's see what happens. We'll take the Shield Golf to the front.
All the best, man.
Thanks a lot, eh?
Always great catching up there with Wayne Lebotsky in the Shield Golf. Part and parcel of that Shield Racing team, of course, with the two Smallberger brothers. And as we get into cars on track, big welcome there to France and Angelique Coetzee joining us as well on the live stream. Pops is in the house as well. And Tyron Alberts all the way from the Green Isle. Well, T, good to have you, buddy. Always good to have you. And you've joined us just in time because just after this is your favorite category. We'll be going into more action from the second heat of Lotus Challenge. They've got 3 heats here. They've changed up their format, which I'm sure you're aware of. They're over in the land of the Leprechauns. Hope your money's on the green team for tomorrow, but against Scotland. We got a big game at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Extra Shoes car out there as well. Is that possibly Adrian Dalton back in the mix? I hope it is. That'll be great to see if that's the case. But the number 26 Golf, of course, running there in Extra Shoes and clothing colours. Means that's what I can see. But on my timing, I still haven't got timing. I don't know if you've got yours on yours, Paulie. It hasn't come up with any of the names just yet on the screen. I'm just waiting for it to refresh here quickly, though. Maybe it has. Adrian Dalton is back in the house. There he is. Great to have that car back on track. And a man that's a seasoned campaigner when it comes to all forms of South African motorsport. But particularly when you've got a big mix of cars that comes from the Midvaal Historic Championship, Clubman's, National Sports Cars, backdrafts, and there's 15 backdrafts here today as well, backdraft Cobras. all the way from Natal, most of them, but some of them, of course, are based in Gauteng as well. That blue car in shot, middle of the shot right now, all the way from the Netherlands, part of the Dutch team, Michiel Campagna in his McLaren, looking to try and get to the front end of this one if he can. It'll be a very difficult race for him, and of course with the temperatures picking up here dramatically over the last half an hour, that car's going to be a very, very hot contender, but also a hot contender to be in as well. You might think an open cockpit is a good thing to be in when it's this hot. Sometimes it's not the ideal thing to be in, because you get sun baking directly onto your race overalls, and those things are not conducive in terms of dissipating heat, unless it's a fire, of course. Then they're very good at what they do. Orange helmet on there, of course, his Campagna. That's his standard option race colors for his livery on his helmet. Flying the orange colors for the Netherlands high, and running in that blue McLaren. Had a bit of a fight last week with a couple of Lola T70s and T70 Spiders and a little Chevron B8 piloted by Jonathan Dutoy. This time out though, he's got a couple of other cars that are not usually in the same kind of mix as a car of that caliber. You can see the Jetta 1s, Datsun GXs. There are a few Cobras, as I said, about 15 of them in total from the backdraft team. Golf 1s, Golf 2s, Opel Corsas, Chevron B19s. That's the one he's about to pass now, the Lucky Strike car there of Colin Ellison. I did see Mrs. Ellison earlier on, and she said that her and her daughter have worked frantically to get that car all sorted out because of what Colin did to it last week, and throwing it around the wrong way around at turn number 8 and crashing into the Gary Formato gate almost. So as they come to the line now, you can see them now going to have to try and sort out where they are on the grid. A couple of cars just waiting to be shown their grid positions, I think, and allowing the quicker cars that were just behind them to come through first to not cause too much chaos on the grid, but it's going to take a while to get them onto their grid positions.
Here in South Africa, we've got a Can-Am, a McLaren Can-Am, ready to go. The Can-Am series was America's best.
See a little Nash Sport at the back of the pack as well. The Pragma Polo in the mix there too. That's a little Datsun 1200 wagon, I think, if I've spotted that right, Paulie. That's quite cool to see. Something completely different in race trim. Don't normally see a station wagon Datsun, but I think that was a 1200Y or 120Y wagon. So front row, that is Durkee Lawrence, who's put it on pole position by the looks of things in his JDM tuning and Azoic panel beaters Honda. First of the Cobras, I would say, would probably be Mike McLaughlin, but I stand to be correct. No, Denver Banders is the first one there. Peter Zeedley, according to this, is on pole. I'm not quite sure where Peter Zeedley is. I don't think he's here. Neither is there. So the first. Okay, so there's a problem with Zeedley's car yesterday, unfortunately, and I think there's also a problem with Denver Branders' car, unless he's still coming through. No, there he is. There he goes. Denver Branders, of course, is the man who's the only of the backdraft Cobras that's running the 2-litre turbo Lexus engine. So that's why he's probably on the front and quicker than everybody else. Steve Clark is in the yellow one, which, of course, will be just ahead of him. Or Banders will be ahead of Clark, I should say. Dirk Lawrence alongside him. So I thought Lawrence was on pole. It was actually Zeedley, but Zeedley, unfortunately, with a problem there. There's that Nissan. Look at that. That's awesome to see. A full race prepped car there. Power coat. Datsun 120Y wagon. That's so cool to see. You'll only see that at a Passion for Speed festival, I can tell you. I don't think there's any one of those cars racing anywhere else in the world. So the front row should be the Cobra sneaking through the middle of the pack with the big wing on the back. Yes, that's the one. Denver Branders. He'll be second place, but will assume pole position because the pole car won't be there. Peter Zidi's Lotus unfortunately had some problems yesterday. So Lawrence second. Second row will be Steve Clark and Michiel Campagna. Mark de Toy and Richard van Heerde ahead of Mike McLaughlin and Waylon Folshank. Then it's Colin Ellison in the B19. He's got Wayne Robb with him. Behind that will be Rodney Crace and Hamish Harvey, and then Rob Mordaunt and Adrian Dalton in the Golf. You can see a couple of cars in the back also still not in quite the correct positions, but I'm sure that they'll slot into those positions as we start to roll for the warm-up lap. As I said, a massive amount of Golf 2s and Hondas at the back of the pack as well. I thought Silver Cup had a big field, but I think this could potentially be a slightly bigger field than Silver Cup in the combination of our International Race Supplies and Roofshaw Midville Historics. Partnering up there with the Backdraft Cobras, International Sports Racing Prototypes, Clubmans and National Sports Cars. Coming through there's that little Nash Sport as well, and of course gives us an opportunity to mention the fact that only a couple of days ago the man that was partnered up with Matt Nash in creating those Nash Sports little sports cars, James Forbes, unfortunately passed away, so we wish him and his family all the very best and send our condolences to the Forbes family. But this is probably the best way to send someone off in motorsport and see some of the cars that they've built themselves being put into race format and getting a chance to go and race at Red Star Raceway. Rolling start, of course, for this class. Colin Ellison getting a little bit of help to get that car of his underway, the B19. Rodney Case goes through. Adrian Dalton watching the Shield Golf there as well, of Wayne Labochki further back in the pack. A couple of cars doing double duties in various classes as well here. I see a couple of cars who have already been out on circuit so far today. Coming back in for more of the same. And yeah, this definitely has to be the biggest field yet today. Still not picking up on any timing, unfortunately, so just running on the cars that I know. Mike McLaughlin will be in that Backdraft Cobra. I think he's in the red one with the white stripes. The yellow car, of course, is Steve Clark, a fellow KwaZulu-Natal pilot from Desi's Raceway. He also had a chance to race last weekend in his Chevron B8 at B19 in the hands of Colin Ellison. Strike colours on that car as well. Good to see. Mentioned it earlier on that some of these cars running in the original livery. The T5 car, of course, is a replica of a car that Cyril van der Merwe used to pilot. Watch out for Wayne Robb in the ST Focus as well. He'll be pretty quick off the line. Of course, our champion last year for the 111 Sports and Saloon car class. Just beating Mal Spur in the end, in a battle royal that went down right to the last race of the season. Watching these cars come now out of the dog bone section. And I'm hearing from our PA announcer, Stephen Koenig, that Stefan Pushkevez will be starting from pit lane in his Porsche. The man who's just won the Silver Cup 2.0, Julio Riga, has dropped to the back of this pack. So he'll have to come through about 40-odd cars to try and get through to what would be the front end of this race if he's able to. But he's got a couple of hot contenders to get through before he gets to anywhere near the front end of this race. And by that stage, those cars will probably be in full flight. Bernard de Gouveia has just joined us. Hola, hola. Bon dia, bon dia, bon dia. To the boss man of BMW M Performance Racing Series, another class last weekend that put on an absolutely spectacular show in their new classes A, B, and C, and D and F. And they'll be looking forward to, of course, the next round of their championship, which is, if I'm not mistaken, going to be at Kyle Army's combination of the two regional and national extreme festivals. Upping the pace now is the pole man, and Brandes will try and hang on to potentially at least the whole shot. The rest of the pack also starting to pick up the pace slightly. You can see some of them being caught napping there ever so slightly. Volchenk coming through there alongside Ellison as they come to the line. We are under starters orders, lights out, and Denver Brandes hits the front down towards turn 1. Watch out for Michiel Campagna coming through as well, potentially for second place. He's gone to second. Stevie moves his way up into second from fourth on the grid. He moves to third. So just outgunning Dirk Lawrence ever so slightly there in the Honda. Lawrence holding the rest of the pack of Cobras and that Lola T70 Spider of Mark DeToy up as they come into turn 3. DeToy will definitely look to try and get through as quickly as possible if he can. Change up for the lead. The Dutchman's at the front. Michiel Campagna in the McLaren Can-Am gets to the front end for the first time and leads here at Red Star Raceway. Stevie Clark in third place, tucked in behind that turbocharged machine of his fellow competitor out of Backdraft Cobras. That is Denver Brandes. You can see with that additional little squirt from the turbo, that keeps him ahead of Steve Clark. Clark now under attack from DeToy, who's got through on Dirk Lawrence. Julio Riga starting to make his way through the pack pretty rapidly. Coming up alongside that Ford Cortina and the Hondas. And a couple of Golf 2s to negotiate as well, but the space frame shouldn't have too many issues with him. He gets through and probably gets up to about, I'd say, just outside the top 20 for now for Riga. Still with lots of work to do here in this first heat of the combination class. Cobras side by side out of that bottom turn that brings them onto the main straightaway. So a couple of Cobras getting up close and personal right from the word go. Still waiting for our timing to come back up. It's not up yet, so I can't even give you who's who in the zoo there right now. McLaughlin fighting at the moment, trying to find a way through there on the back end of Dirk Lawrence. It is the McLaren MP4 out front, leading the way for now, ahead of Denver Brandes in the backdraft Cobra. I think Mark DeToy might have moved up into third and found a way through on Steve Clark in second of the backdraft Cobras, but of course the normally aspirated Cobras. Said backdraft have brought 15 cars to play here this weekend. Is through. Looks like Colin Ellison has also found a way past on Dirk Lawrence. I just saw the Lucky Strike B19 just ahead there of that Zoic panel beaters and JDM tuning Honda Ballard. There is confirmation. That is basically 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14th place is Adrian Dalton. Good number on that black Cobra there, 27, about to be overtaken by Riga though. Riga scything his way through this field pretty rapidly, coming up on the Nash Sport. That's the gap. Yeah, actually might be on Ardinia. Beg your pardon there, Paulie. Yeah, you are right. There is a Nash Sport further back in the pack, though. There's the white one. I'm not quite sure who's piloting it today. But that Nardini there, the number 9, of course, is very similar to what the Nash Sport looks like. So apologies on that one. Denver Brand is still hanging on to second at the moment, but Mark du Toit is closing down on him pretty rapidly in that Lola T70. Mark potentially using this as a bit of a warm-up for the 45-minute endurance race that comes up in about an hour's time. Here we go. So it's Denver Branders who leads out at the front end. But of course it's not. The battle we're watching is Branders versus du Toit. The lead, of course, is Michiel Campagna. But it's not coming up as Michiel Campagna on the timing. You know, they might need to change that one slightly, because I don't think Rion Draper is able to do those kind of lap times in his car. Fight for second down towards the hairpin. Branders in 45. And it's Mark du Toit who's there in third place. Steve Clark still hanging on to the 3 spot ahead of Colin Ellison. Ellison has closed it down slightly onto the back end of that backdraft Cobra of Steve Clark's. Pushkevez from pit lane, slowly but surely making his way through this big field of cars as well. He's up ahead of Lubotsky in the Shield Golf. Actually not quite there yet, just caught me out there slightly in terms of where we were on track. So Lubotsky is a bit further up the road there from Stefan Pushkevez. Of course, Steph had to start from pit lane. So he had quite a big mountain to climb here at Red Star for the first heat. Mike Mack and Richard van Heerden going at it. Waylon Falchink not too far behind them, and Wayne Robb in that ST Focus about to join that party. Adrian Dalton also not too far behind that little fight either. Is Dalton in the extra shoes and clothing Golf. There goes Lubotsky leading out that back. Riga closing him down. Sneaking through there, I think on. Yeah, I think so. So that's what it looks like. Rion Draper is not leading though. That is definitely Michiel Campagna. So that's the only thing that might be wrong at the moment on the timing on the left of your screen right now. Denver Branders is the second car. It's the turbocharged Lexus-powered backdraft. That's in second. Mark du Toit is in third. Putting pressure on him though in that Lola T70 Spider, the Walls ice cream car. Ellison in fourth is in the B19. That's Riga trying to close down on the back end of Lubotsky and about to pass him down the back straight away. Well, not the back one, the short one. So that's now Julio Riga up into 14th place. 15th place, the number 19 Shield Golf there from Shield Racing. Wayne Lubotsky. Lubotsky was sort of a bit more close in attendance from Victor Diaz and a couple more of those cars further down. Gina having a run here. One of the Ford Escort Mark 1s. It's further back in the pack there for Gary. Gary Stacey, Gerard Poortse, JJ Fenter in the Mark 1 Jetta. They're all fighting for just outside the top 30 in this class. That's right, there's 40 cars that have qualified, over 40 cars that have qualified for this heat. There were 43 cars in total that came to play today. 777, ooh, that's not good for Gerard Poortse. Look at the rear end of that Mark 1. Broken suspension on that the rear of that car. It's in quite a dangerous position, so we'll have to wait and see if there's a necessity to bring out a safety car, because I don't think they're going to be able to move that car, that's for sure. There's the Nash. I told you there was one out there. 67 is the Nash Sport of Stevie Fenter. Did see one in the pack. I just got it mixed up, of course, as you mentioned earlier on there, Porty, with the other sports car, the Nardini. They are very similar looking, just as the Nash, as you said, with the wing on the back. But Steve Fenter having a great time of it. And as I said, just a shout out to the Forbes family, the loss of James and Matt Nash, the two boys that were behind the design and all of those Nash sports. Oh, great move from Mark the Toy, diving through in the Lola T70 Spider, finding a way through and getting ahead of the turbocharged Cobra. It might have the legs though on the straight. Let's have a look and see. Naturally aspirated Lola T70 versus the turbocharged Cobra. Mark the Toy maybe with a bit more experience than the man in that backdraft Cobra, Denver Brandis, and he loses out there. Adrian Dalton maybe a little bit rusty. Dalton in 11th place has run off circuit, so might lose a couple of positions there, dropping himself down into about 13th or 14th place as we get into the back markers now. JJ Fenton, Andre Falloon being passed by second and third place Mark the Toy and Denver Brandis. Coming up with Gary Stacey now to find a way past him. I think they've just kept it under double yellows where that Escort is parked on the sideline. I think everybody has now seen that car, and it's going to need a recovery vehicle to get it out of the way, so that's potentially why they've kept it under double yellows. As we watch our leader. No, and it's not Rian Draper. It's Michiel Campagna. Oh, we gave him the commentator's curse. Steve Fenter parks the Nash on the sideline. Pushkabir is going farming. I want to be putting an RSR into the grass too much, but Stefan Pushkabir, that's out of the bottom turn at, 11? Turn 11, the big right-hander that brings them onto the back straight and the main straightaway here, the long one. Fenter's parked down there as well. He's probably either gone off at the hairpin or turned off coming out of turn 11. Got out of harm's way behind the barrier there by the Marshall point. Richard van Eerde continues on his merry way. He's also got a busy day in the saddle. 3 heats of INEX Legends, 2 heats of this class combined in his backdraft Cobra. Trying to close down on Dirk Lawrence, who's got a bit of traffic to negotiate on. He's got Mike McLaughlin right on his tail. So backdraft Cobra, the yellow one is Steve Clark, then it's Dirk Lawrence in the Honda Ballard. McLaughlin in the second one. Yeah, looking at that result, remember that Rian Draper should be number 3, Michiel Campagna in the McLaren Can-Am. Second place ahead of Branders. This is the fight for 5th place. Dirk Lawrence keeping Mike McLaughlin at bay for now. trying to catch his fellow Natal-based driver, Stevie Clark. Very underrated driver is Steve Clark. Exceptionally talented behind the race car of any derivative. Certainly knows what to do to make a hill climb and time attack car work. Toy closing on Campagna, as Campagna starting to feel the heat of the day. Is that McLaren starting to maybe feel a little uneasy here on the high felt of the border between Gauteng and Mpumalanga. We're mainly in Mpumalanga, of course, but not too far out of Gauteng. And maybe that McLaren's just starting to feel the heat of the day as well. We're at 20 to 12 in the afternoon. Temperatures right now, just waiting for the update there on the app. It's probably over the 30 Celsius mark, and with still a lap to go. One more lap for Michiel to keep it out at the front end of the field. So they've stuck to their regulatory 8 laps that they were scheduled to do, and he's got about 3.5 Ks of that 8 laps still to go. But he is being closed down now by Mark du Toit. Yes, over 31 degrees Celsius right now. And du Toit turning the heat up as well from behind in terms of pressure and looking for a way through. Back markers can certainly help Michiel Campagna out here if he times it right. Going to try and find a way through here on a GX Coupe and the 120Y wagon. Just getting through there in time. And now, as they head into the dog bone, some more traffic is up the road from them. So let's see if he's able to keep out that Walls Ice Cream Lowland T70 Spider of Mark du Toit. Du Toit looks dangerous. Let's see what the slipstream ability is of that car as they get onto this long straight, heading up parallel to the highway. Gets a good drive, so does du Toit. Looking now getting the slipstream, but it doesn't. No, he's not going to get into that slipstream. Campagna's right foot just a little bit heavier than Mark's one, and with that extra little squirt up the straight, Campagna's kept him out, and he will take the first victory. That's going to be the first win ever here at Red Star Raceway for a Can-Am based race car. So a little bit of history in the making as they cross the line. Du Toit comes alongside him and slots into second place. It's going to be Brandes for third in the backdraft Cobra. Good run there from Denver. Steve Clark, I think, is going to hang on for second in the second of the backdraft Cobras. Dirk Lawrence is behind him though. He's not going to give up without a fight as they head towards a back marker into this last corner, coming up for the final time into 12 and 13. Back marker in the way there, the backdraft Cobra. Going to try and hang on and keep out Dirk Lawrence. Lawrence going to try and squeeze between the two of them as they come across the line. No. Clark just hangs on. Only just. How did he hang on to that one? Only he knows. No, he didn't. Dirk Lawrence got it on the line. So as they cross the line and the timing monitor refreshes itself, Dirk Lawrence beating Steve Clark to the line. McLaughlin in 6, Van Heerden in 7. Arriga from the back of the pack up into 8th place overall ahead of Waylon Volchink. And Wayne Robb in 10th place. A great drive from him. So it's not Rion Draper, it's Michiel Campagna ahead of Mark du Toit, Denver Brandes, Dirk Lawrence, Steve Clark, Mike Mack beating out Richard Van Heerden, Julia Riga, Waylon Volchink and Wayne Robb, your top 10. And the combination of International Race Supplies and Roofshaw, Midval Historics, Lotus, the International Sports Prototypes, National Sports Championships, National Sports Car Championships, and the backdrafts all combined. A few moments time we come back with Lotus Challenge race number 2. So stay with us and we'll try and pick up on a few of the interviews in pit lane as well. So as I said, up next we got Lotus Challenge race number 2 of 3. They've got a new format for 2025. They don't qualify, they just do 3 heats of racing at each of the rounds that they go to. I see that Bernard de Gavea was also quite happy about the fact that Adrian Dalton was back on track. Yes, indeed, great to see that. And a big welcome to my queen, who's just joined us as well here at Red Star Raceway on our live stream feed. All those guys watching on YouTube and on the Extreme Festival and Swartkorps Raceway and Red Star Raceway's pages, a big welcome to all of you guys as well. I don't see the comments there, unfortunately. I'm only picking up on the ones that are coming through on the Voice of Choice page. But if there are any that come through on those pages that Paul sees and are significant, of course he'll pass them on to me so that we can have a chat and speak about some of the comments that you guys are making about the race action so far. It has been pretty spectacular here, and race 2 of Lotus Challenge up in a few moments' time.
Martin, for the win. Took me through that race.
Yeah, it was a good race for me. I had a few laps stuck behind the Cobra. The Cobra was also really quick. I was a bit lucky to get past him, and then started hunting McKeel down. I think I don't know if I can pass him. That car's really quick, but I don't know. Maybe I can find an opportunity where I can sneak in under one of the corners. But then down the straight, he's got the leg, so it's going to be tough. But it was fun. Enjoyed it.
So is that going to be the plan for race to just get it?
Yeah, I'll sit there and find an opportunity, I guess.
Awesome. Well done, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are definitely some cars on track, and they are arguably some of the finest Lotuses that I have in this country. The Lotus 7s is part of the Lotus Challenge, and the TLR, the Lotus Register here in South Africa. Big support from all around the country for this little club. And a change up in their format, as I said just before we went to the break, is that they no longer do qualifying, they just do 3 heats of racing. And that's why they've decided to go for the 3-heat option here at Red Star Raceway to open up their championship campaign for 2025. Hoping that my good friend Tyron has joined us from Ireland. This is one of his favourite classes as well. His dad Fred, of course, Fast Fred, he is synonymous with this class too. And Tyron, of course, when he was here in South Africa as the head honcho at Suzuki Alberton, was also one of the sponsors of this class. So I'm sure that he's going to enjoy all the race action now from race 2 of Lotus Challenge. This Lotus Challenge also, just a heads up from their change up on format, they've got an 8-lapper, an 8-lapper, and I think it's a third 8-lap as well for Lotus Challenge. And the first heat certainly provided us with some fantastic race action in both Class L and Class B. Class B, the front of the field, of course, with David Jeremy taking the victory. He was followed home closely by JP Norkia and Mackie Adlam. Adlam will definitely like to reverse the roles of that order, I'm sure, by the time they get to the end and the checkered flag comes out. I'm sure that Ben Knights will also like to be slightly higher up than where he finished up in the first one. And we'll keep an eye out on, of course, the fight between the likes of Wes Maxwell, Andrew Fulton, Hodgson and Hepburn. That was the front end of Class L, with some big fights between those cars in the closing stages, and in fact in the initial stages as well. Tinus Boertjes was in the mix with them as well. He's a Class B car, but he kind of got mixed up with a couple of the Class L top contenders, but also gave them a run for their money. Made them have to work hard for their victories in the class. So it looks like it's going to be Jeremy and Gable. Gable on pole, Jeremy alongside him for the start. JP Nokia and Mackie Adlam will behind that. Tinus Boertjes will be the 5th car for Class B. And then David Jeremy in 6th place. Class L will be headed up by Wes Maxwell, Andrew Fulton, Nick Hodgson, Sean Hepburn and Ruan van der Walt, Andre Duplessis, Jean de Toy, Charles Marais and Tim Wen will be making up those top 15 of the Lotuses that are out there.
Absolutely incredible stuff. How are you enjoying the day?
Fantastic day. Sun is shining, life is great. Welcome to Red Star.
I gotta say thank you very much for the Red Star top. Beautifully done, but you also got a prototype top.
So it is a former champion that is on pole position today for race 2 in Jeff Gable. Originally from Canada, hey, if I'm not mistaken. And he, of course, will be looking to change up the way things finished in the first race and keep out the boys from Randfontein. That's his plan. Let's see if Jeremy, Nokia and Adlam stick to that plan. Highly unlikely, because they normally aren't worried about what's happening and who they're fighting with. There can be multiple champions in this class and they'll still give them a run for their money. We've got a green flag at the back. We are under starters orders. 5 seconds, will change to lights on. And then those lights go out. We go racing. Little fanning out there in the mid-pack of Class L. But it is Gable who gets the whole shot. Jeremy into second. And JP hangs on for third place as they go down towards turn 2 now for the first time. 8 lapper coming your way. Jeremy already putting the pressure onto the back end there of Jeff Gable. Gable soaking it up for now. Looking good as we get into the race action here, big time. It is a serious battle between these 4 cars, expected again. Tinus Buerta's just not able to run with him, unfortunately. He'd love to be in the mix there, I'm sure. As we see some pressure coming from Mackie Adlam, trying to squeeze through there onto the back end and find a way through on JP Nokia. They are side by side out of turn 5 onto the short straight, and Adlam drives around the outside of that N4 Autocraft and demotes JP Nokia 1 position down. There's everybody line astern down towards turn 6. Can see just how awesome that looks. Class B, first 5 cars on track at the moment, but Class L starting to close onto the back end of Buertas. But it's still Gable who leads out. And he'll know exactly how to place that Lotus to try and keep that first place all the way through the second heat of racing of the Lotus Challenge. Looks like Hodgson might have got through there on Buertas, so we've got a change up for 5th overall. And yep, Nick Hodgson moving himself up into the lead of Class L and 5th overall. Jeremy looking to go inside of Gable. Mackie Adlam looking to go outside of Gable as they come onto the back straight away now. Jeremy's got the inside line for the drive. Mackie Adams going to get into the slipstream. So is JP. Going to try and get a double slipstream here, JP Nokia. Look at this. They're fanning out 3x3 towards the final corners. And inside line from Jeremy seals the deal. Adlam goes with him. Gable trying to keep him out though. Keeps him honest. They're still side by side. Enough room to play through the little flick onto the main straight. And yes, Adlam through to second. Gable coming back at him though for turn 1. Has a look. Can't quite get there though. Brilliant stuff there from the top 3. Gable going from 1st to 3rd in the space of about 100 meters. And having to deal with the 2 teammates fighting hard either side of him. He had to decide to defend 1. He couldn't defend both. It allowed Jeremy through, and then Adlam capitalized on him, making maybe a slight mistake on the decision on which one to defend. Jeremy now pulling out slightly, 4 car lengths ahead of his teammate Mackie Adlam. Adlam now trying to do the same thing to Jeff Gable. Gable's pulled a big margin over JP Nokia in 4th. Nokia doesn't seem to really have an answer. Tinus Buertas came across the line just ahead of the pack of Class L, but Class L being led out actually by Andrew Fulton. Where's Maxwell in 2nd place and Hepburn in 3rd? Further back on that one, that's the fight we're seeing right there. And that's looks like Ben Knights. Yes, it is. Ben Knights fighting with Tim Wen, I think. 7-7 is Jean de Toy. Duplessis just ahead of him. Ruin van der Walt not too far ahead of the 2 of those cars. And he's trying to catch the back end of Nick Hodgson, who currently sits down in 4th place in Class L behind Maxwell and Hepburn. So just as exciting stuff here in Class L's top battle as opposed to, as what we're seeing in the front end of the field as well. Andrew Fulton. There's problems for JP. JP's got a problem. N4 Autocraft slowing up and allowing a whole bunch of Class L cars to go through. Will JP try and stay out there in the N4 Autocraft and SA Loop car? Even if he finishes up in the back end of Class L, he'll still get 5th place in Class B. Championship points might be necessary, particularly on how close this championship usually gets at the end of the season. I mentioned it in race 1. Mackie Adams Championship, beating Jeff Kruger, the multiple champion at that stage, was certainly one that went down to the wire here at Red Star and was won out only by 1 point in the end. Derek van der Merwe has just joined us as well. How are you doing, D? Thanks so much. Much appreciate the comments there, big guy. You can see the race action makes your life easy when you get great racing like this as a commentator. And Wesley Maxwell is having his eyes all over that rearview mirror. It's in the middle of the car in a Lotus. It's a rearview mirror that a normal car would have on their windscreen. That's the only vision you've got to see what's behind you. A couple of the guys run wing mirrors, as you can see there on Jeff Cable's car. But majority of them run a big rearview mirror on where the windscreen would be if you had one on these cars. Some of them do run windscreens occasionally. They put them on when they do the Lotus Register breakfast runs and stuff like that. But Gable right now hasn't got an answer to Adlam, and Adlam hasn't got an answer to Jeremy. David Jeremy's got his car well and finely tuned here for Red Star Raceway today. So it's Tinus Buertes will move up into 4th place, gifted that 4th place with the demise there of JP Nokia, but I think Nokia might still be circulating, trying to just get the points for Class B. He's 5th place. Class L still in the hands of Fulton. You can see him just in the foreground there, ahead of Hepburn and Maxwell. Nick Hodgson joining Hepburn. JP due into the pits. Sorry about that, Paulie. I didn't see him. Thank you for that. So JP unfortunately wasn't able to survive and stay out there for the points. It's a pity he can't stay out there, particularly with a small field of Class B, because the Class B field is going to get bigger and bigger through the year. So 5th place points are better than none. That must be a terminal issue for him. Maxwell side by side here with Hepburn. Coming around the outside is Hodgson. Hepburn holding that outside line. Maxwell going to try and squeeze him out. No, he can't. Hepburn's through. Maxwell now goes defensive on Hodgson. And Hodgson having to defend as well. He's got Ruan van der Walt on his tail. 2x2 into turn number 1. Wesley Maxwell on the inside line, holding off Nick Hodgson. Hodgson now wheel to wheel as they come out of turn 1 towards 2. And Hodgson on the inside. Maxwell trying to keep that inside line. He does. If oh no, he just ran a bit wide there, but Hodgson could have kept the inside line for this corner, turn 3, and kept out Ruan van der Walt, but he saw van der Walt coming, so he had to try and go defensive. Hepburn, Maxwell, van der Walt, and Hodgson side by side. Hodgson just squeezes out again and gets ahead again of Ruan van der Walt, but only just by a couple of meters. Jean de Toy about to join this party. He's not too far behind them. The orange car with the blue roll cages and wheel arches, making its way to the back end of the Pramac style coloured car there, of the Pack Solutions car. Cool, it's a nice manoeuvre there from Ruan van der Walt, but just wasn't able to get through there on Nick Hodgson. Hodgson keeping him out for now. Mackie Adams just set the fastest lap of the race so far. So Adlam now starting to get into the low lap times, into the 2:08.4s. He's looking to try and close that gap down on his teammate, David Jeremy. Not a bad plan to do that now. But you can see they're still equidistant there between the top 3 on that back straightaway. The one that runs parallel with the highway here, N12 highway, between Mpumalanga and Gauteng. We're in Mpumalanga here, of course, at Red Star Raceway for round 2 of the 24th Passion for Speed Festival. Here comes a move. Ruan van der Walt pulls out of the slipstream. Hodgson could be in trouble. Maxwell having a go at Hepburn as well. No, not quite. Thought he might pull out there and just show a wheel. Van der Walt definitely did. Showed a wheel there to try and get through on Hodgson. Hodgson wasn't having any of it. So Fulton in the pound seats at the moment. Reason being is that Hepburn is having to go defensive and keep Maxwell at bay. He needs to try and concentrate his efforts on closing the gap down there to Andrew Fulton, looking for a win if possible. With 3 heats today, it's important to get the championship points in the bag right from the word go of the 2025 season. Fulton, Hepburn, Maxwell, top 3. As I said, Jean de Toy about to get onto the back end of that pack, and I think he's actually there. So Hepburn pulled a small margin over Maxwell through those 3rd, 4th and 5th corners. They're heading down to that Hepburn that we just saw on shot right now, and they're closing on Fulton. Fulton is being closed down now, so it looks like Hepburn and Maxwell have decided let's go hunting for the leader first, get up close to him, and then we can resume the battle. It's not a bad plan. It's kind of how the Carters would do things. So as they head now into the second half of this race, Fulton has been caught. Andrew Fulton is in a bit of trouble. He is being caught rapidly by Sean Hepburn and by Wesley Maxwell. Sean Hepburn, as I said, with a couple of duties today. 3 heats of Lotus, 2 heats of the combined class of historic cars in his Datsun GX. Fortunately, though, this time he's not in his AA car, so if anybody breaks down like that, he doesn't have to stop to help them. Tim Wen again, fortunately with a spin. Jeremy Gable, what a move. Gable had a big look there at Mackie Adlam. Adlam saw him coming, had to go late on the brakes, ran a little wide, but continued to carry some good momentum through the corner, and it's actually pulled him a bit closer to David Jeremy. So the pressure being applied by 3rd place Jeff Gable onto Mackie Adlam is just turning his wick up slightly to close the gap down on David Jeremy. Into 4 they go. So 180 right-hander that goes into a triple apex left-hander. Now it's everything she's got down the short straight. Down to 2nd gear they'll go on the braking point. 200, 100, 150, 50. Hard on the brakes now. Climb on the anchors, down the gearbox into 2nd. Get the squirt on towards the dog bone. That's exactly what Gable's done. Not quite what Mackie Adam did. But Jeremy was keeping him at arm's length for now. I say arm's length, it's about 5 car lengths that he's got the advantage over his stablemate and teammate there in Mackie Adlam. Wesley Maxwell, he's feeling some pressure now. We've got to change up. Hepburn and Maxwell are through on Fulton. So Hepburn and Maxwell have got through on Andrew Fulton, and a change up for the lead of Class L. Can they catch Tinus Boertes just up the road there? I think if you've got Hepburn and Maxwell through, and they've pulled away almost instantaneously there from Fulton, leaving him with about 2 or 3 car lengths to play with, they might still be able to get into the top 5 overall. They're there now, but even higher up in that top 5. Where's Maxwell in the mint car? We're going to try and close things down here on Sean Hepburn. And look how tight it is there. He goes in the slipstream, looking for a way through. Maxwell goes left. Hepburn goes defensive. He needs that inside line. He knows the inside line's the one to be on. But is he going to have enough to keep out? Where's Maxwell? He's going to try and drive around the outside of him, and looks like he might get there. Maxwell late on the brakes, but Hepburn even later. Fulton joins the party. Comes along for the ride and nearly spoils their day. What a way to go. So we start the penultimate lap. 6 laps completed of the 8. 2 to go. And it's Hepburn, Maxwell and Fulton fighting for Class L honours. Sean Hepburn, Wesley Maxwell, Andrew Fulton, that's your 3. Behind them, is he getting there? No, not quite. Nick Hodgson still hasn't been able to bridge that gap between these top 3 in Class L. Hepburn, though, at the front is kind of concertinaing that field up ever so slightly and bringing Hodgson back into the fold. And behind Hodgson, not too far away from them, is Ruan van der Walt and Jean de Toy. So we got a 6-way fight for the lead. It's kind of what we expected, Lotus, though. That's what they always do. They put on a show of note. Look at this. Jean de Toy has joined the party, as I said. He's coming to take these boys on. This is great to see. He has lost out to Ruan, though, ever so slightly. So Ruan van der Walt squeezing through there. And let's see whether or not we're going to have any changes between those Class L boys here in this mid-pack of the field, but of course lead of Class L. Hepburn hanging on for now. Our leaders start their final lap. They've just gone past my commentary window and down towards turn 1. There they are. Jeremy, Adlam, and Jeff Gable. Gable, of course, as I said, a former champion. Mackie Adlam, a former champion. David Jeremy hasn't won this championship ever, but he's had a fantastic start to 2025 and his championship aspirations. Jeremy now with half a lap to go by the time he gets to the hairpin. He's not quite there yet. He's into turn 4. Across the line goes Tinus Buertes. Here comes the steam train of Class L towards turn 1 as well, as we're watching Jeremy go at it. Look at this. Oh, here we go. Perfect timing. Hepburn holds on. And he's fighting incredibly hard against Maxwell. Where's trying to put a wheel on the inside? Trying to get that inside line and just force Hepburn into mistake. On his tail is Fulton. Fulton with Hodgson. Hodgson looking for a way around. This is top class. Here comes Van der Walt. Oh, Ruan van der Walt just putting a wheel in there. Getting up close and personal and side by side with Hodgson. The champion from 2024 is under massive pressure there from Ruan van der Walt. Hepburn hangs on only just. This is phenomenal stuff here. Coming out of turn 5 they go. Down the short straight. Where's Maxwell going to try and get into that slipstream again? Tinus Buertes just up the road there. He's just trying to stay out of trouble. He doesn't want this Class L battle to come anywhere near him. The leader overall and Class B leader is David Jeremy. He's onto the big long straightaway for the last time. They've got one more heat later on, another 8 laps coming, but this is the last lap of this 8 and race 2. And once again, it's going to be David Jeremy. He comes into the flick-flack at 12 and 13 and heads to the checkered flag with his teammate on his tail. And Jeff Gable, the pole man, in 3rd place. Class L wrapped up. Let's go back to Class B wrapped up. Let's go back to Class L. And it's not done yet. Watch Wesley Maxwell on this back straightaway. I'm telling you now, there's a slipstream opportunity here for him. He's going to get right up behind, literally the race seat there of Sean Hepburn. Hepburn goes defensive instantaneously down that back straightaway. And Fulton is waiting to pick up the pieces. Hepburn is going to have to be exceptionally late on the brakes. Is he good enough? Yes, he is. Maxwell slots in behind him, just cuts the nose off there of Andrew Fulton. As they head to the line, it's Hepburn from Maxwell. Fulton in 3rd. Hodgson beats out Van der Walt, and a great drive from Jean de Toy. What a great battle from Class L. That's how you do it in the TLR and Lotus Challenge. Thanks for that, guys. That's the kind of racing we want to see. Brilliant stuff from the Lotus Challenge once again. They got one more to come later on, so stick around for that, please, 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 because it's going to be worth it. We're going to have a small break in proceedings now before we get into a 45-minute endurance race. That's up next. It's the Pre-66 Lamar Sports and GT's classic touring cars all combined for a 45-minute, and the backdraft's in there too. And that, of course, is the second part of what would be the TT that happened last weekend at Zwartkops. We'll be back shortly with a couple of interviews if we can catch some guys down in pit lane. And then, of course, for the 45-minute endurance here at Red Star Raceway and the 24th Passion for Speed.
That was quite an amazing race you had there in Class L. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I started in 4th place and worked my way through, and then the last couple of laps with an almighty dice with Wesley. Last lap I kind of just slowed him down and yeah, I got through for the win.
Congratulations, well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Right, so we're good to go now for 45 minutes of endurance racing now. Kind of part 2 of what happened last week at the classic TT that happens at every single one of the Passion for Speeds at Swartkops. So they've gone and done one here for us as well, combining a whole bunch of cars, including a nice field of backdraft Cobras. There are 2 Daytona Coupes with the backdraft Cobras. There's the Marauder of John and Chad Tendershate. And then also joining that pack of cars, looks like Robbie Frank and Peter Bailey will be sharing that Lotus 23 of Robbie Frank's. And I think Rob Clark and Mike O'Sullivan may be sharing a car at the back in the Honda. So a 45-minute endurance race about to kick off here. Also, just apologies to the previous race there. I forgot that David Jeremy was actually the 2024 champion, so he has won a Lotus championship, and apologies on that one, David. I'll bring that back into commentary a bit later on. But if you are listening and watching this one as well, that's also another one. Derek van der Merwe, thanks for that info, buddy. For those of you that were watching the Lotus Challenge, of course, you would have also seen that they've changed up the number details on the cars. So Class L running with black backing and a white number, and Class B with white backing and a black number. So it's pretty easier for us to pick up on who's who from Class L and Class B's point of view. Might be a bit more difficult to spot these cars because they're all the same. Fortunately, some of them with a little bit of different colors. That helps out a huge amount. So stand by for action coming your way now from the 45-minute endurance race. We see James Temple on pole position alongside Steve Clark. And it's Rob Mordaunt and Richard van Heerden that make up the second row. Mike McLaughlin and Stuart Armstrong on the third row. Fikile Holomisa ahead of Louis van der Merwe. Then it is Manfred Schroeder and Dirk Venter. Dirk Venter, the second of the Daytona Coupes out of Lindenberg Racing. James Temple, I think, will be looking for back-to-back victories. He took the TT last weekend at Swartkops, so he'll just try and ensure that Daytona Coupe of his stays as much in the front as possible before that checkered flag comes out, and hopefully is still at the front when the flag comes out. Behind the Suzuki Swift Sport, our official safety and pace car here at Red Star Raceway. This pack is eager to go. As I said, 2 Daytona Coupes, a Marauder, a Lotus 23, and a Honda Civic make up the pack, other than all 14 of the 15 Cobras from Backdraft. James Temple letting that Swift Sport get away from him now, as he looks to turn the wick up ever so slightly through the final 2 corners. He'll be on the outside, but on pole position as they head across the line. The Sport is into pit lane as the pack come through and are about to light it up here for the 45-minute endurance race here at Red Star Raceway. Lights out. Temple drops the hammer. Steve Clark follows him, Mordaunt with him as well, going through there with Van Heerden on his tail. Van Heerden looking to try and get up on the inside and didn't quite get there. Mordaunt into third place, slots in behind Steve Clark. Mike McLaughlin already putting the pressure there onto the back end of Richard Van Heerden. He's in the light blue car. The yellow car, of course, is Stevie Clark. Mordaunt in the grey one with yellow stripes. Then it is the light blue car. As I said, the red machine is Mike McLaughlin. Behind that, Stewie Armstrong and Louis van der Merwe. That's how they come through there for the first one, all in Lexus powered machines, of course, not turbocharged Lexuses that we saw from Denver Brands. He'll be back a little bit later on. The second heat of the sprint races. This one is an endurance one, so we kicked off at almost past. Mike O'Sullivan and Rob Clark sharing that Honda. Not quite sure who's in the car first. Usually it's the driver that's listed first, so Mike O was listed first. I would assume it's him in the front seat of that car piloting it for now, and he'll hand it over to Rob Clark a bit later on in the afternoon, if he's actually here. I did see that Clark also entered his own car on his own just in case. But we're going to expect a battle here, I think, between the Cobras as we go aerial on our drone shot down towards the dog bone. That's the bottom end of the dog bone. We're watching Dirk Venter there with the Cobra on his tail, as everybody else squeezes through the dog bone for the first time. Fikile Holomisa, good run here from that man. First time to Red Star Raceway for him, so still learning the circuit, still learning how that AC Cobra of his, or the backdrop Cobra, is going to be working. Jimmy T leads things out. He's pulled about 2.5 seconds now over Steve Clark and the rest of the pack of Cobras. You go all the way down. It's about 9th place, in fact 10th place. Where we see, no, in fact it's 8th place, if you your pardon. Chad Tendashate in the Marauder, sharing with his dad John. Looks like it's Robbie Frank at the wheel of the Lotus for now to start this first half of the race. He'll hand it to Peter Bailey later on. Dirk Venter battling a little bit. He's dropped right to the back of the pack there in the second of the Lindenberg Racing Daytona Coupes. So it's literally a Lindenberg Racing sandwich amongst these cars, with James Temple leading out and Dirk Venter bringing up the tail end. Is Richard van Heerden. As I said, he's got a busy day in the saddle. He's got 2 heats of the sprint races, this 45-minute endurance race, and 3 heats of INEX Legends to come his way here today. Fortunately, he's got 2 of those heats INEX Legends done on the short circuit. It's only a 6 lap race left in the third and final heat of those INEX Legends. Steve Clark here in second. This is the man from Desi's Raceway. I've spoken about him before. Very underrated driver, but exceptionally fast in any kind of car you can throw him into. And particularly very good in time attack and hill climb style events. So I expect to see him doing well if they take one of their Desi's Raceway stable cars to the hill climb in May, and then of course to top of the hill in November, end of the year at Swartkops. Remember, is that big second hill climb event that Swartkops has put together. Mark McLaughlin, Rob Mordaunt and Van Heerden. That's the fight there for third place on track. The Marauders having a good run there with Chad and John Tendashate. Must be Chad at the wheel for now, because he's slightly quicker than his dad, which is why they're kind of running with Craig Hamilton. Robbie Frank also in the Lotus 23, not too far off the back end of them, also sitting comfortably in that top 10. There you can see him, just behind the Marauder, He's closing down on Hamilton's orange and white striped car. There it is. The 96 car there of Craig Hamilton. So they are just getting into the rhythms that they need to get into. Remember, they have to come in for a compulsory pit stop. You don't have to refuel the car unless you have to. As I said, I was hoping to see Mark DeToy out there in that Lotus T70 Spider, but looks like he's decided not to run the 45-minute endurance race. Kilo Holomisa continuing on his merry way. They're currently 7th place on the circuit. As we go back up for some aerial material in our drone. You can currently say it's kind of Red Star Raceway that's become a pit of Cobras. It's just Cobras littering the circuit at the moment. Could kind of say the two Daytonas have a bit of an affiliation towards the snake as well, because considering the fact that the Shelby brand have a couple of super snakes in them. I'm not quite sure if Dirk Venter would agree with me right now, because his super snake is certainly not performing like it did last week. The Marauder and the Lotus 23 in a little bit of a fight of their own here. In his B19 in this race as well. He's decided also to do the sprint races today. It might be because his wife and his daughter did so much work on that car to fix it for him. He doesn't want to break it again. Those two ladies worked so hard last week to try and keep that car in the running. And Colin, of course, just didn't play the game. James Temple continues still to be the fastest man on track, leading things out now by about 7 seconds. At this point in time, we look at about just under 10 minutes completed. And if you look at what usually happens at this time of a 45-minute, they'll be looking to see if there's going to be any safety car scenarios. There's not too many battles that are going to be close enough to warrant a safety car. Although cars being lapped or cars coming through back into the battle is Dirk Venter finding whatever that problem was and now starting to get into the mix there a little bit with the 51 of Blofeld, and of course in there as well was Stuart Armstrong. Behind them was O'Sullivan and Clark. Quite a cool combination, hey, if you think about it. O'Sullivan and Clark. It could be like the guys in the old days that used to go and search the world for new areas of the countries and lands that they were in. There was somebody else in Clark that found Pocahontas, if I'm not mistaken, or Sacagawea, or one of the two Indian princesses that were famous in their days. O'Sullivan and Clark certainly looks like they could be doing a similar thing here in Red Star Raceway. Hunting for new opportunities to be at the front end. They're running that Honda, of course, that forms part of a class that Rob is trying to get off the sort of ground and look for more competitors to come and join them. It's known as the newcomers, I think it's known as. So a couple of those cars, ex-production cars, ex-Group N cars that could potentially be in that little mix. Currently fighting with the Daytona Coupe out of Lindenberg Racing. That's right. They were going to be the newcomers. They're now termed classic touring cars. That's right, Gordy. Thank you for that. Yeah, in fact, if I look at the program, it tells me that. I should have realized that actually. So classic touring cars from Group N or touring car days. Change up there from the Marauders' point of view, being outgunned by Stuart Armstrong. Back up onto our drone. Coming out of turn 3 and 4, heading towards 4. Stuart Armstrong back up into now single digits overall in 9th place. The fight here as well between Craig Hamilton. He seems to have pulled a little bit of a margin now over Tendashate and Armstrong, and he's focusing his attack onto Holomisa here. Fikile Holomisa just circulating nicely, keeping it clean, staying out of harm's way. 55 in shot right there is Louis van der Merwe. He's currently 5th overall, and 5 car in 5th place, 55 in 5. That'll work. The 38 special there is Rob Mordaunt. We'll have to chat to Rob Mordaunt after this as we pick up on our leader for the first time in a while. That is still James Temple, Jimmy T out front. Going back to Mordaunt, he's got a big @ symbol or the A symbol on his car, but he runs in Class B 38. Quite sure how that works. To find out what the reasoning behind that is. Mark McLaughlin with a little bit more emphasis being put onto the attack there from Van Heerden. But they do know there's still a long way to go, so you don't want to push it too much. These cars are built for endurance racing, the backdraft Cobras. You heard it there from Mike McLaughlin himself when we chatted to him earlier on in the day, that they of course were built for the South African Endurance Championship. First round of that one, of course, happens at Swartkops. So check out Swartkops' race page, and you'll get to see what's happening from this endurance side of things. Jimmy T looking good so far. I wonder if he's going to think about an early pit stop, or is there a strategy behind this team? There usually is, as to when to come in. They might push the envelope to as long as that car can run on fuel, and then come in for a quick splash and dash. The way he's driving right now, he could probably stay out a lot longer than what he would normally do, because if he had his usual contenders with him, the likes of Warren Lombard from Pep Boys Automotive, or Mark and Jonathan DeToy in their car, Peter Bailey possibly in his car, the Cobra that is, as opposed to sharing with Robbie Frank today. And of course Roy Campos, another contender in the original TT format at Swartkops. Those guys could be serious contenders and could probably push this car a bit more. But the way that James is driving, you can see he's not even pushing it to the limit in this car. He can short shift, he doesn't have to rev the car to its full limit, which will certainly save him fuel, and in doing that may allow him to stay out a lot longer than what he was planning to do had the Cobras been a bit closer to him. That might change up the strategy there for Lindenberg Racing in terms of how they go and what they're going to do now to stay in front and look for back-to-back victories in the 45-minute endurance races here at Red Star. And of course his win last weekend giving him a third victory in this particular format of racing at the Passion for Speed. TV Clark still in second, no worries at all there for him. Plain sailing for Steve ahead of Mike McLaughlin. Still the fight continues there between Mike O'Sullivan and Blofeld, and is it Van Heerden's dropped back there? No, Van Heerden I think might be in pit lane. I think Van Heerden and Fakile Holomisa are the first two cars who have gone to do a pit stop. They've dropped off the top 10, and looks like Robbie Frank and Bailey also in pit lane. So getting to that stage, what are we, 47? No, so we're about the halfway stage there. We started at 29 minutes past, and we're now at 49 minutes past. So it's 20 minutes in of a 45 minute. About halfway, good time to come in, do the changes, do the fueling if you need to, and get the driver changes done if you're going to be sharing the car with another pilot. Watching Mike O'Sullivan and Clark heading down into the final corner. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a frantic maneuvering. There you can see. Is that now Robbie Frank at the wheel? Yes, it is. Peter Bailey's out the car. He's handed the car over to Rob to finish up. Get a bit of fuel in the car. Possibly get a little bit of fuel in the body as well, and certainly he's taken on a lot of water. They will know the effects of driving in an open cockpit and also driving in an endurance race. Hydration is a vital factor. You don't want to be running out of fluid in that car, and I'm talking about your body, that is, as opposed to the race fluid that makes the car go. So the stops have to be 3 minutes, remember, no matter what you've got, even if you're not doing a driver change. They have to come in for 3 minutes. The 3 minute starts as they enter the pit lane. So it's not necessarily a stationary 3 minute stop and then you can only go. Frank at the wheel now of his favoured little Lotus 23. Let's go down quickly and pick up on Robbie Frank's teammate there and see how things have gone there. Peter Bailey's with Claudio.
Your first stint is done, your only stint. How was it out there?
Yeah, just great fun. This week, the little Lotus 23. I love this track. You throw it to the corners, and it just keeps going. And keeping the big Cobras honest, they drag me in a straight line. But little 1600cc engine, great. Yeah, I did about 25-30 minutes, and handed it over to the other driver, Robbie.
So 25-30 minutes at
yeah,
start,
I think
like 5 laps.
No, don't be fair. No, that's just nice. That's just nice. So he's the owner. Robbie's out there now. And we'll see how it goes. Awesome. Super. Thanks.
Peter, it'll take him a little while just to get used to the car again and see what track conditions are like. It's a little bit hotter than what you guys qualified in, of course. And, of course, track temperatures picking up every single time I go to that weather app. We're over the 32-degree Celsius mark here at Red Star Raceway. There is the man we're talking about, Robbie Frank, in that Lotus 23. Heading out of the dog bone and into the little left-hand kink that takes him to the back end of the circuit. And onto the back straight. What you're going to find now is it's a kind of a race with a lot of traffic to negotiate. See Chichi coming across there to help out Dirk Venter get some fluid into his body as they just have a quick look under the bonnet there to make sure that everything is okay. Yeah, 28 degrees Celsius is what we're at right now, but it's actually a real feel of 35 degrees Celsius. So track temperatures will be well over the 40-degree mark in terms of track temperature. You can see them just lifting the bonnet to try and get a bit of cool air into that bonnet of the Daytona Coupe from Lindenberg Racing. So it looks like they've gone with the option to bring the 24 car in first of Fenter and then potentially bring James Temple in after that so that the team doesn't have to do double duties. As I said, with James Temple having to short shift and not push the car as hard as we would normally do, they may be able to leave him out a lot longer than what they kind of planned to do there. There he is, the man we're talking about. He's probably going to be looking forward to grabbing an ice-cold bottle of Aquile water that they're sponsored by and to get that into him to replenish the body's fluids that he's lost inside that cockpit over the last, 23 minutes done. There's his teammate and, of course, sister-in-law there, Paige Lindenberg, keeping an eye out on her driver. Probably going to be telling James when to come in. Main man makes his way down that back straight away, coming under the tailpiece of one of those back markers from the backdraft Cobra team. Are we going to see him dive in possibly? Is it time to make the pit stop there for James? Not yet. He's going to stay out. Was that a black flag being shot? No, blue flag, just under the shade there. It looked like a black flag. Apologies. Looked out my mirror here and out my window, and I thought what I saw was a black flag. I was like, hang on a second, what has he done to get a black flag? It's a blue flag though. Here we go. Rob Clark going to be climbing out the car and handing it to Mike O'Sullivan, so it was the other way around. Apologies there, Robbie. Rob had a problem yesterday in his Honda, and that's why they've decided to share Maiko's car. So awesome stuff there for the two of them. They run similar cars. In fact, I think they're sister cars from the original championship that they were in as well. So great to see those two getting an opportunity to team up again. They love racing with each other, whether it's against each other or in the same team. The Marauder coming in as well, or actually making its way back out. So it looks like change up there between John Tendershata and Chad Tendershata in the Marauder. Alamisa still in the mix there, big time. Nice to see a little bit of the crowd that's come out here to support this event from close quarters, as well as from Gauteng and from, of course, the Witbank area. Matleleni, as it's known now. What watching James Temple looking like he could be in the running for a back-to-back victory in the endurance format of this year's 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. I might have seen an indicator on that car, mate. My eyes could have deceived me there, but I thought I saw the indicator going on James's car. Is it going to be him going in the pit lane this time out? Doesn't look like it. He seems to be in too much of a attack mode there to bring him in just yet. Temple's quickest lap's been at 2:09.1. He's currently lapping in the 2:12, so he's about 3 seconds off what he can potentially do as a very fast lap around here. And he'll probably even go quicker than a 2:09, but he doesn't need to, because there's not really any competition from any of the backdraft guys at this stage. I think we might have Steve Clark in pit lane, because did he stay out? No, he stayed out. McLaughlin has stayed out as well, so the top three still in and need to still make a pit stop. It is a compulsory 3-minute pit stop that each of the cars have to make as part of the rules of this race. May not happen in the first 10 minutes, and it can't happen in the last 5 minutes of the race as well. If you're in the first 10 minutes, you get laps added on, and if you're in the last 5 minutes, of course you can't get out because they close pit lane. Let's go down to Claudia and catch up with Rob Clark, see how things went in that first stint in the Honda.
Rob Clark, how was your stint out there?
Yeah, very hot, very hot. Car went amazingly well. I think we had the pace on a couple of the cars in front, but we just couldn't quite make it because they were a bit quicker on the straights than I was. But in the corners, we were catching them, closing the gap all the time. But otherwise, very good stint. Enjoyed it enormously.
Rob giving us confirmation of exactly what I was saying. Very hot conditions here at Red Star Raceway. Mike O'Sullivan's going to now experience what those hot conditions are just like in that cockpit. I did see that they did a slight modification to that car to put a little vent in and some ducting to possibly give the driver a little bit of respite from the heat in the cockpit. Don't want to do too much because it does affect the ability of the car if you're running with the window open. And I did see just on that right rear view mirror there is a bit of ducting there that they've filtered into the car to push whatever cool air they can get into the cockpit there for the driver. Clearly they've done this in the past. They know what it takes to try and keep the car cool, keep the driver cool, keep the concentration levels up on that driver, especially when you're in the heat of the day like we are right now. Currently 35 degrees Celsius, that's what we're feeling here at Red Star Raceway. And we've still got about 15 minutes of racing to go. Chris Simon has just joined us as well. So a big welcome to you all the way from Falcom. Hope you're enjoying all the race action that we're providing. Oh, there's somebody off. Little mistake from one of the Cobras there. Tequila Holomisa dives on the inside of the car that spun out, and it's the 5-5 car of Louis van der Merwe. So is that going to move up for Kile? Just give him the lap back that he lost while he was in pit lane. I think that's probably what it's going to do. I don't think Louis lost any positions just yet, but it has cost him a little bit of time. And it might be an opportunity now that he's lost the time to come in. You know, if you do make a small mistake like that, it's arguably not a bad plan to come in on that lap and not make the mistake even worse later on. So stand by possibly for that 55 Cobra to come in. Venta's been in, as we've seen. I'm not quite sure. I've looked over my shoulder a few times See whether or not James Temple has been in just yet. I don't think I've seen him come in at this stage, but could possibly be coming in soon, as we saw from the look and feel there from the wall of Paige Lindenberg, as she decided to now bring James Temple in for his compulsory stop. So Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin, if they work it well, can they try and undercut that Shelby and get ahead of him? That's the return of the favour there from the 5-1 car. Peter Blofield going past Mike O'Sullivan. Slightly more power on that car compared to the Honda. Pagey still sitting on the sideline. Hasn't quite given the indication to James to come in. But you'll have to give it soon, because remember, you can't come in the last 5 minutes of the race. So is that maybe the indication to come in? That could possibly have been it. Oh, that was Dirk Venter, actually. So that was Venter. Here comes... There we pick up now on James Temple. Is that coming back underneath the tailpiece there of the yellow car? If it is, that is Steve Clark. Has Steve Clark taken the lead of the race? I think he may have. Steve Clark possibly has taken the lead of the race, or has he still got a pit? Oh, okay, yeah, he's about a lap down, so yeah. So this is where Temple could potentially use this to his advantage. He's caught up to second place. If he goes in now, he won't even lose a lap, because Clark's still got a pit, and so has McLaughlin. Steve Clark there up into... I don't know if he is a lap down. McLaughlin, Clark and Temple are on the same lap there, Paulie. Let's have a look and see as they cross the line now. I only had him at 9.6 seconds. There we go. Into the pits goes James Temple. And Steve Clark takes the lead. So Clark had the lead there. Clark had the lead there for a while. Is there a problem here on this Daytona Coupe from Lindenberg Racing? They're going to lift up the bonnet to get a bit of cool into the car. James will get a sip of Aquile water. I'm sure Paige is going to have a quick chat to him to tell him how things are looking. Chichi as well will be there as well, his wife. McLaughlin's also pulled into pit lane just behind there, so he'll be going into the pin. And there's the issue. Look at that. A little bit of overheating there on the Daytona. It's probably why James slowed down and allowed Steve Clark to take the lead. Is that a big concern? Are we going to see a possible change up here? And will James Temple be able to get back on track? Are they going to open up that radiator, trying to get some cool water in? You can see the water pouring out there into pit lane. And Temple is now potentially lost the ability to take back-to-back victories here in the 45-minute endurance races. They're trying to get it cool down on its own, but of course they've still got to get some water into that system. The car ran hot last weekend at Swartkops as well, but he managed to nurse it home. And it eventually turned out I think there was not much water in that tank by the time the car crossed the line and took the victory there for James Temple. So similar situation to what we saw last weekend for James Temple happening again here at Red Star Raceway. Clark still leads out. McLaughlin is still in third, but he's behind, of course, James Temple, both of them in the pit lane. It'll depend on who comes out of pit lane first. I could potentially bank on McLaughlin coming out first, because James Temple with some issues. He's down there with Claudio. Let's find out what's going on.
James, how's it going out there? Yeah, it's going okay. Car's a bit hot, but other than that, the car's running nicely. We had a little spin just because of the fluid messing, so yeah. Well,
thoughts exactly. Reason for him losing the lead was the spin. That gave Steve Clark the chance to get through, and now he leads on track, but he's still got to come in. They're sending James back out again. I don't think they chopped that water up because I don't think we were going to risk taking the radiator cap off, being too hot. So it might be a situation that James now has to try and nurse the car home. He was short shifting initially. He's about to be caught by his teammate Dirk Venter, who's coming down the straight now. As he heads into turn 2, Venter will be just that short straight between 1 and 2 behind his teammate James Temple. Temple will just be watching that temperature gauge all the time through these last, what's it, about 5 minutes or so to go. So yeah, it's perfect timing there from the team. They may still be able to survive. 35 minutes in total gone so far. According to the timer, we got 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go would mean probably 4 laps. I think Temple could possibly hang on for 4 laps. But problem I've got though, Steve Clark has to get in here on this lap or he's going to miss the opportunity. In fact, he is. He's going to miss the window. If Steve Clark comes in now and he's in there with 5 minutes to go, they're going to shut pit lane and he's not going to get back on track. So I think Clark's team might have just missed that window of opportunity to get him out in time before the pit lane closes. Ben Morgan just chilling out there waiting for his next race. He's had a phenomenal 2 weekends of racing. Always a great man to have at the Passion for Speed Festival. Steve Clark is in the pits now, but the problem I've got, Paulie, is if I look at the time, I've got 7 minutes to go when he came in. He has to stay in the pit lane for 3 minutes, which means he goes out with 4 minutes to go, and that means pit lane is closed, according to the rules that we had last week. May not pit with 5 minutes to go. They will keep the pit lane closed. I think Steve Clark might be stuck in pit lane. I might be wrong. Maybe not. They're not running that rule, but it's the standard rule they would normally run in an endurance race of this format at the Passion for Speed. You may not pit in the first 10 minutes, and you may not pit in the last 5 minutes. And even though he came in at 7 minutes to go, he's going to be in pit lane when that 5 minutes to go board comes up, which means they will shut the pit lane. And I think Steve Clark might be stuck in pit lane, which is going to give the lead back to James Temple and second place to that car of Mike McLaughlin's. He's trying to find a way through there on Dirk Venter. Venter fending him off ever so slightly, and the reason why he's doing that is he knows he's got to try and help his teammate out. His teammate's up the road with an overheating car, and if that's the case, Mike McLaughlin could potentially catch and still get through there on James Temple. See a bit of frantic maneuvering there on the pit wall. Let's see whether or not McLaughlin gets through. He does eventually, finding a way past on Venter out of turn 5. Just looking up the road to see if we can see James Temple's car. He's got about 2 laps to go, I'd say, and he's got to try and hang on to keep out Mike McLaughlin's attack for first. Is Temple. Watching the foreground, yeah, we might see Temple's car go through. No, I think it's a little bit too far up the road compared to what we would like to. Might get to see the gap there on the back straight between McLaughlin and James Temple. Steve Clark is back out. So how did Clark get back out with 4 minutes to go? So they must have shut the gate behind Steve Clark. I didn't see it myself, but I'm not quite sure how he got out there. But with 4 minutes and 51 seconds to go, Clark was on track. If that's not time to perfection, I don't know what is. Although I think he might have been slightly out of that timing. I might be mistaken though. I've got 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go. It was 4 minutes and 51 seconds as he exited pit lane, which means he was exiting, unless they pull him out. Are they working it on when he enters pit lane? I don't know. I know that in the past with endurance races, the 5 minutes to go board, they shut pit lane, and he was 4 minutes 51. So pit lane should have been closed. I don't know. We'll wait and see. It should give the victory or the lead back to James Temple when he crosses the line next, but I'm watching in the background to see where Steve Clark's yellow Cobra is. Temple nursing that Daytona Coupe, realizing that the temperature gauge is probably way over what it should be. But if he just nurses it home for the next 2 or so laps, he could potentially go back-to-back victories in the endurance format of Passion for Speed. The timing monitor still gives Steve Clark the lead of the race. I think he's about to finish the lap, which will keep him in the lead. So he's undercut James Temple with the pit stop. And as he comes through the line, Clark stays out in front. As I said, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work in terms of the ruling though, unless they got him out just before the 5-minute board came up. He might have been milliseconds, or with seconds to spare to get Clark out. Well, we've got 2.5 minutes to go, so this possibly could be the last lap here for Steve Clark. He's getting held up there slightly by one of the other Cobras. James Temple in second place. Two cars other than Mike McLaughlin and Rob Mordaunt that are on the same lap as them. So there goes McLaughlin. He'll be in third as he starts his final lap possibly. Clark comes into the dog bone with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in the race. He may still have to do an additional lap. They've got communication to their car, they might want to slow him down slightly. I think he might have to still do another lap here. He's got 1 minute 11 as he comes onto the back straightaway. It's not going to take him anything less than that to get across the line, so Clark may still have to do one extra lap after the 45-minute board comes out. I'm just watching. The man with the checkered flag is nowhere near. He's not even got the checkered flag in his hand, so they haven't radioed down to our flag marshal to say get that checkered flag ready. He is going to have to do another lap because he's coming through with 50 seconds to play with. And as he crosses the line, it's probably going to be about 40 seconds. 40 seconds less on that last lap would have saved him having to do this final lap. This will be the final lap as they start things now. So Clark will try and hang on. Temple in second place will have to also do another lap. And that's a crucial point there, because if Temple still got to do another lap with a slightly ailing and overheating car, has Mike McLaughlin got a chance to close in on him. McLaughlin at this stage is not too far behind James Temple. There is Temple. We're chatting about him right now. Heading into the little flick-flack. That starts his final lap. Here he comes. There he goes. And I'm just watching. We hold a shot. Do we see where McLaughlin is? No, we don't. How far back is Mike McLaughlin behind him? Can't be too far away. McLaughlin would love to make it back draft Cobras 1 and 2. But I think he's too far back. He's only just crossed the line now, yeah. So he's got too much of a bridge to close down there on James Temple. Clark has done this to perfection. can't even tell you. There must have been literally seconds to spare there for him to get on track and be at the front end when the pit lane closed. With 5 minutes to play. There are 0 minutes to play right now. It's as it stands on track. That's how they're going to finish. They must cross the line and take the checkered flag to be classified, of course, in an endurance race, and that's exactly what Steve Clark is looking to do here. So he remedies the chances he had last weekend of getting onto the podium and even winning the race in the TT at Swartkops to take the 45-minute endurance race here at Red Star Raceway at round 2 of the 24th Passion for Speed Festival. Here he comes. Goes past the Marauder, and checkered flag is out. Steve Clark takes the win for Backdraft Racing. Okay, maybe he doesn't. I've got a 1-lap board that went out there, Paul, despite them having completed 45 minutes. So it's not done yet. I looked out the window here to see the checkered flag, and all I saw was a 1-lap board to go. So I thought when the 45 minutes was up, they put the checkered flag out. Claudio's down in pit lane. You're asking why the checkered flag didn't come out and why there's one more lap to go when the 45 minutes is up. Claudio, maybe you can help us out.
Brian, seems like Steve just made it out in time, so he's actually had quite a good race. Talk me through how it's been.
Yeah, no, we had a pretty good strategy there. Obviously, James Temple in the Daytona is a pretty good driver and a pretty quick car, and he was quicker than us, so we had to beat him on strategy. So we left Steve till the last minute, and we took him to the end of pit lane, and as they were closing pit lane, we let him out. So he just made it out, but the strategy seemed to have worked because it seems now that he's won the race. So all good for Backdraft.
Well, he hasn't quite won it yet, Brian, but he's on his way. As you can see, I thought, and even Paige Lindenberg thought, because she came running up to the flag marshal to ask why there was an additional lap being put out there. Clark will come onto the back straight now for the last time. And this time out, he'll be expecting the checkered flag to be waved as he comes across the line. I kind of thought the last lap was going to be the win. Here it comes now. This will be the official win for Steve Clark and Backdraft Racing. Checkered flag this time, and he takes the victory. James Temple quite a way down, but still in second place. And McLaughlin has not been able to catch him. Chopping and changing as well between the 38 special. Fighting hard there. With Dirk Venter. That's Rob Mordaunt, of course. Here comes Temple to the line. Let's have a look and see. Maybe I got that wrong in terms of my assumption. Yeah, it says 45 minutes. It doesn't say 45 minutes plus 1 lap. So I'm listening to Steve and the other commentators out there saying it's a 45 minute plus 1 lap. On the program it says 45 minutes, so I assumed that checkered flag would come out a lap before. It didn't. They did 1 more lap. It didn't change anything really. But yeah, nice run there from Steve Clark. Congratulations to the Backdraft team and to Clark from Desi's Raceway for the win. James Temple just missing out. 52 seconds adrift there after Clark seems to have got that pit stop strategy to work to perfection, as you heard there from Brian Martin. It's Rob Mordaunt who comes through for 4th place, beating out Craig Hamilton, Fikile Holomisa, Peter Blofeld and Dirk Venter ahead of Mike O'Sullivan and Rob Clark. Nice to see the classic touring car up in 9th place and Louis van der Merwe in the top 10. So we've got 1, 2, 3 cars not in the backdraft team in the top 10. Robbie Frank and Peter Bailey finishing down in 12th place, just ahead of Chad and John Tendashate in the Marauder for 13th, lucky for some. We are moving on to the next part of the day's proceedings now after this 45 minutes up. There's a bit of a circuit cleanup, and then we go straight into the second heat of Classic Superbikes. And another 8 lap of race action coming away there for our Classic Superbike riders. They've been waiting a while, but I don't think they're going to be looking too forward to getting out onto the track in those leathers in these conditions. I can see on screen, looks like Claudio's caught Steve right at the entrance to pit lane, so let's head down and pick up on our winner from the 45-minute endurance race.
Steve, how does it feel to win the 45-minute race in your Cobra?
Yeah, it feels great, thanks. I didn't expect this, you know, we had a bit of a fight on our hands, and I think something must have gone wrong with the Temple car, so yeah, very lucky.
And you just made it. Just out of pit lane for your pit stop. That's brilliant strategy. It worked.
Well, I think there was a big mistake, and you know, I didn't know, but we were very worried, and yeah, well, fortunately, I didn't even know if we had made it.
Well done. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, ladies and gents, while we got the circuit cleanup happening, also a big heads up to all of our Facebook fans. We will be stopping the live stream feed on Facebook for a few moments just to change over to part 2. Otherwise, we run into a scenario where we could potentially run into the limit that Facebook allows us to go live for. So if you don't pick up on the action in the next couple of minutes, join us within about the next 5, because you'll get part 2 of all the race action here from the 24th Passion for Speed at Red Star Raceway. Second place in the endurance race was James Temple for Lindenberg Racing. Claudio's got him down in pit lane. Let's go and find out how that race went.
James Temple, those gremlins from Squad Corps just seem to follow you here again this weekend.
Yeah, same thing. It was looking good in the beginning. I don't know which Cobra it was, but we were just maintaining the gap. We had the pace, I just was maintaining the gap. Then I started seeing the temperature rise a little bit, but not much, and then we just had a spike in temperature, and which obviously threw a bit of water onto the rear wheels, and that's why we ended up with the spin and lost the lead. Came into the pits, and then it started boiling and losing water, and then from there it was downhill. So we'll have to have a look, maybe from SWAT Corps, maybe there was something from there already, but yeah, SWAT Corps, we were lucky this time we're not. We take them on the chin. But thanks to the sponsors and the team they gave me the best car we could have. So we gave it our all, and unfortunately the chips just didn't fall in our favour.
Part 2 of the day's race action kicks off as we did this morning at 7 o'clock, unbelievably. Yeah, it's 6.5 hours of racing we've had so far, which is why we've gone to part 2 on Facebook. And if you've joined us, big welcome back to you guys. Thank you so much for your support. But yeah, we had to go and shut Facebook down because we only get 8 hours allocated on the Facebook feed. So thanks for coming back to us and being part of this incredible second weekend of the Passion for Speed Festival. First time that we've come to Red Star Raceway for it, and it certainly proved to be a really good outing so far for all of the classes involved. We're now moving into the second heat of the classic Superbikes, and will it be another epic battle there between Fergal McAdam and Mike McSkimming? They'll be looking to try and take it down, and of course then we run into exactly what you see in front of you there. It's Formula Libre and the Formula M's combined. We've got pre-66 and 68 legends of the 9-hour production cars, Little Giants, under 2 litres, the Avapco HRSA Racing and Pursuit Challenge all combined. Silver Cup's second heat, INEX Legends third heat, Lotus Challenger's third heat, and our final race of the day will come from the MLN Cranes Midval Historics Club and Trofeo Racing, on-track clubmans, national sports car class, backdrafts and ISPs, all in one category at 10 past 4, approximately. So the bike's getting 2 warm-up laps just to get a bit of heat into the rubber, because these guys, of course, cannot use tyre warmers. So they'll get a chance to get some heat into that rubber, giving them 2 laps around this 4K circuit, and then bring them to the line for the race start procedures. Picked up that bike, of course, in the first heat, running HB Roma style colours, the Eddie Lawson replica as well. He came through for third place there, did Etienne Lowe, and it's a really awesome machine that he's put together there, and certainly a bike that would be sought after in a lot of people's collections. That K1000R Eddie Lawson replica of Etienne Lowe. Last bit of action here for our 2-wheelers. They'll be the first guys to head down to the cafe and enjoy the late afternoon here at Red Star Raceway. As we pick up on some of our live stream action on the screen there. Remember, we're going out on various formats on Facebook and different pages as well. And if you haven't got Facebook, or if you know friends that don't have Facebook, they can pick up all the action on YouTube as well, on the Two Wheels TV page. So a couple of people still joining us from all around the country as well. Tuning in from Ermelo, is that Virginia Oosthuizen I see? I think it might be. The bikes come to the line for their second heat and last heat of race action. As I said earlier on, I chatted to Peter DeToy, I beg your pardon, and said it was fantastic to see motorcycles back on the Passion for Speed Festival. And he told me there are some plans in place, and I'm hoping that's the case for 2025's 25th anniversary, to bring some motorcycles back into the fold at the Swartkops event as well. So it's Fergal McAdam that's on the front row. He's on the Honda Firestorm. Mike McSkimming on the Katana alongside him. HB Roma Suzuki there of 321 Kevin Kemp. Second row, it'll be a Skull Bandit Suzuki there of Dean Kemp, James Alexander, and of course the number 7 bike there of Etienne Lowe. Looks like Hilton Labuskachny starting right at the back. And is that the 37 bike of James Alexander? Right, we're under starters orders. We have a green flag at the back. For the second and last time now. Here we go. Classic Superbikes at Red Star Raceway. Lights on. Revs pick up. Here we go down towards turn 1. Max skimming off the line nicely, but it was a much better start this time from McAdam. Fergal McAdam is going to outgun Mike McSkimming down towards turn 1, and around the outside comes the 7 bike. That Eddie Dawson replica into third place. Around both of the Kemp boys, Dean and Kevin losing out there to a good start from Etienne Lowe. He started from the third row, or the second row of the grid I should say, in 4th place, and he's already up into 3rd. So a bit of a change up there between the 2 Kemp boys. Dean Kemp just ahead now of Kevin. So it's Skull Bandit versus HB Roma. Those are the liveries on those motorcycles. Classic motorcycle racing liveries on those 2 bikes. As they come through the left-hander. Triple apex corner there. You feel it awesomely on 2 wheels, particularly around this track. Not so much on 4, but definitely you get a chance to feel it on the 2-wheel side of things. And the Kemp boys now side by side as they get on the brakes into the hairpin. Just diving through there and outgunning his family member. 2 Kemp boys fighting hard here. Not too far behind them comes James Alexander, and then Hilton Labuskachny bringing up the rear end of this field. Little step out on the back end of that Honda Firestorm. McSkimming will be looking at that going, okay, there's a little chink in the armor. Let me see if I can capitalize on that. Money from Cape Town, I see you hoping for them to come back down to Cape Town. Remember, we were there on 2 occasions in the past where the classic Superbikes came down to be part and parcel of one of the rounds of your opening rounds of the Power Series down there. Yours truly was on board the 327 Scottish bike that day. Yes, they put an Irishman onto a Scotland bike. Not quite sure what Mike McSkimming's thinking was there, but still had a good day. And beat my teammate, Noel Harhoff. Rub that in every time I can. Looks like Alexander closing down here a little bit onto the back end of Dean Kemp as we see the leader still controlling a little bit of a gap over Mike McSkimming. This could kind of be Mike McSkimming's home circuit, considering he's from Springs, I suppose, eh? It's only a couple of k's down the road here in Springs. As I said, he's got quite an array and collection of classic superbikes in his stable. Second Katana is closing, as I said. So Alexander taking a bit of a battle of the sevens there. 37 closing down on 47. 321 is Kevin Kemp. He hasn't got an answer there to Etienne Lowe on that Eddie Dawson replica. That one right there. As he's about to pitch it into the right-hander. Slightly uphill. It's an awesome corner to go through on a motorbike. He's got so much room to play with on the outside of this 14-meter wide circuit. But you can let it run wide and then just climb on the large side of the bike, take it to the locker, give it everything you can up that straight towards the final 2 corners. McSkimming closing down though. Yeah, he's definitely putting the pressure on. He timed it to perfection almost in race 1. A slight mistake from him into the hairpin, and then also allowing Fergal to get back up and inside and get through on him. So I'm sure that Mike will be looking to remedy that here in race 2 and not make the same mistake. There's certainly no more oil and dust he has to worry about right now. They've done a circuit cleanup in between the 45-minute and the second heat of Superbikes, and you can see the track is cleaned up nicely compared to this morning when there was a lot of cement dust and patches around the circuit that the bikes had to be concerned about. Back end of that Honda doesn't seem to be as happy as what it was. It is starting to move around a little bit. Is that potentially because of the heat of the track affecting the back tyre? Skimming seems to still be on rails on that Katana. Low on board that Eddie Lawson replica Kawasaki, still hanging on to 3rd place comfortably at this stage over Kemp and Kemp as Alexander seems to fall back. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Nicely done, McSkimming. Battle of the Max continues. McSkimming through on McAdam. See a change up for the lead on that lap. So still 5 to go. But McSkimming now deciding, oh, let's turn the wick up and see if I can open up a bit of a margin over Fergal. Then I don't have to worry about making mistakes. McSkimming runs wide. And McAdam dives up the inside again. So Mike Mack making a couple of mistakes out there. Fergal McAdam capitalizing on it. It looked like the Honda was actually a little bit out of shape on the front end into turn 3 there. But then when him running wide, he was able to correct it and still get inside. Now they go down the short straight. We saw the Katana had the legs in the first one. Didn't seem to have the legs to close the gap down here on the short straight, but certainly on the longer straight with a little bit of extra tarmac to play with, Mike McSkimming might use that to his advantage. Up next, of course, we've got Formula Libre and the Formula M's. They'll be standing by, itching to get onto the track and get their race day done. Here we go. A little bit of extra CCs there to play with from McSkimming's point of view. And it worked out nicely for him. We are sitting currently at 34 degrees Celsius here at Red Star Raceway. And if you're riding a motorcycle in a nice set of leathers right now, you'll definitely be feeling the effects of 34 degrees Celsius. Halfway stage reached and we're into the second half now. When McSkimming seems to be battling to turn that bike in. Yeah, here we go. Turns it in the second time, and this time McAdam was up the inside. Seems to be battling on the right-handers as opposed to the left-handers there on that Katana. Certainly nothing wrong with the straight line speed. Maybe it's just the tires that are starting to feel it. It is very hot, and at 34 degrees Celsius, probably 40 odd degrees Celsius track temperatures. Right, back down into the hairpin. You can try and close that gap down again. Doesn't really have to worry because he can use the additional squirt of the Katana on the long straight. He's got to be a little bit closer to McAdam because he wasn't on the last lap of that first heat of racing, and it cost him. Here we see 3-2-1. Kevin Kemp, Dean Kemp just behind him, and Alexander Labuskakny. Evenly matched little battle there between the three Suzukis. Let's see if Mike uses that little bit extra straight line speed from the Katana. He does to close the gap down. I'm not sure if he's ever going to be able to get up the inside and have a go. No, he's not close enough to do that. But he has closed that gap down once again on Fergal McAdam. I think Mark McSimming is going to be sitting back now waiting. Might not want to go just yet. Realizing that tyre preservation could help him out here in the closing stages. Dean Kemp keeping an eye on James Alexander on that second Katana. Hilton Labuskakny's gone into pit lane, so maybe a bit too hot for his bike. He was on the 750 Suzuki, if I'm not mistaken, so maybe enough's enough there for him. Let's see what Mike Mack does now with about 2.5 laps to go. Closes again on the back end of the Honda. Down into the dog bone again. Let's see, he's a bit closer this time as McSkimming. He might be able to have a go here. Let's keep an eye on his straight line speed on the Katana versus the Firestorm. Back to a change up there. You can see, yeah, we've got James Alexander now in between the two Kemp boys on the second Katana. Mike McSkimming blasting past under power and late on the brakes to flick it into the right-hander at 12. Oh, McAdam had another look there. He thought he was going to try and get through, squeeze him out onto the main straight with 2 to go. Have a look at this as they head towards turn 2. Could change things up here a little bit. As McSkimming now wants to try and get away, but he's got to be able to turn that bike better this time into the right-hander. Now the left. Holding that left inside line. That's a lot better now from Mike McSkimming. Short stroke away again. Watch for this Firestorm to try and get... No, he can't get the slip. I thought he was going to get a little bit closer to McSkimming and try and slipstream him down into this hairpin at turn 6. Not quite where he wanted to be. McSkimming runs wide again out of the hairpin. This time wasn't troubled by dust or any oil down there, so was able to make the turn. Didn't have to sit the bike up, as he did at this point in the race, in race 1. Looks like McAdam might have just rolled out of this one slightly, realizing that Max Skimming's got the advantage. Top in now, that Katana pull away from the Firestorm. Look at the gap. It's pretty spectacular to watch, actually. And then on the brakes for the penultimate time. 12 and 13. One lap to go. Can we see Mike McSimming this time hang on to it and possibly take the victory? It'll be interesting to see what the gap is between them and what the gap was between them for race 1 for overall honours on the day. Could potentially be still in the hands of Fergal McAdam for the overall. I'm glad you got some FOMO there, Brendan Kelly. Would love to have you in the studio with me here today, but I can tell you right now, the two of us would be turning the temperature up inside this Peugeot a little bit higher than what it is. We don't have the aircon we had last week. That's what cops. Yeah, I've got all the doors open, all the windows open, and still cooking. So down towards the hairpin they go for the last time. And yeah, no answer at this stage from Fergal McAdam. It looks like Mike Mack's going to hang on there. McSkimming possibly in for the chance of the victory. And looking at that gap, it's going to be very close for the overall. So McSkimming through the left-hand flick now. It's a big right-hander that brings him onto the back straight, slightly uphill. Nice cambered corner as well. So it's just so awesome to go through there on a motorbike. Everything works perfectly through there. And as much as you want to try and get onto that loud handle and onto the locker, it is going to be McSkimming for the win. McAdam getting caught out here for the second time. Similar maneuver that we saw from Mike McSkimming in the race earlier on in the day, but this time he's made it stick and he hasn't made any mistakes to allow Fergal to come back at him. Flags out, and it's Mike McSkimming for the win in race 2 of our classic Superbikes here at the 24th Passion for Speed. Etienne Lowe still going to hang on for 3rd place on the Lawson replica Kawasaki. He's still a long way back. As you can see, still coming down into the dog bone. That's the gap the top 2 had over him. Kemp, Alexander, and Kemp not too far behind him, but when you look at how things have gone so far, definitely a change up in the running there for the front end. Not so much in the mid pack, although Alexander has put himself in between the 2 Kemp boys this time. Brendan Kelly, I can tell you, I've taken the ice pack out of my cooler box. And I'm trying to get it onto the back of my neck just to cool things down a bit, bud, because it's exceptionally warm in this car. But some great racing nonetheless from our classic Superbikes. And we'll be back shortly on track as we watch 3rd place Etienne Lowe head to the line for the classic Superbikes. Up next, single seaters are in the house. Looks like we're going to catch up there with Mike McSkimming as well. Claudio's down there. As soon as he's ready to go, we're going to hand you down to him to find out how race 2 went. And the change of luck there for our top 2 and the reverse order for race 2 of our classic superbikes. Down to you, Claude. Let's catch up there with Mike McSkimming.
Picked up the race 2 win on a bike that you and Les used to work on. Talk me through it. How does it feel?
Oh, awesome, eh? Fuck.
Looks like the link went down there for that interview. Apologies on that one. See if we can pick it up again. All right, let's give that another try. Unfortunately, we lost the signal there to Claudio down at the top end of the pits, but he's got them back again. So let's head back to Claudio.
Mark McSkimming, you got upper hand on Dougal this time around. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels awesome. Myself and Les from Radar built this thing, and when he stopped, I took it over and tweaked it over the last couple of years. Yeah, and it seems to work. So yeah, it was a great day.
Good job, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Second place in the race there on the Honda Firestorm was Fergal McAdam. Let's go and catch up with him.
Fergal?
Yes, sir.
You need to get a Suzuki Katana then.
Nah, I've got one, but I haven't run it in yet, so I'm just using the Honda today. It's been great fun, but I just got outridden that time.
How was the race for you?
Oh, awesome, awesome.
The whole race.
Yeah, I know, flat out the whole way.
Awesome job, well done.
Thank you very much.
Don't be alarmed if you hear motorcycle engines in the background. Remember, it is Formula Libre and Formula M combined now. The motorcycle engine single-seaters are back on track. So we keep it with a bit of a two-wheeled theme, although most of them run four wheels now. And expecting another great battle here amongst our single-seaters for today. So making their way around now for the second start of the day. Our Formula Libres and Formula M combined. Quite sure if the timing's got that right. I click on the live timing for Formula Libre, and it's still got the results of the Superbike races on it. So let's see if they refresh that in a few moments' time. Right now, it's of course Johannes Gerber that they'll be looking to try and catch, and see whether or not they can beat the KTM. It doesn't look like Alan Mayer has been able to get his Formula Volkswagen sorted out in time. Let's see what the man out front can do. You can see he's also this time taken the front nose cone off as well. So he's got no front wing, no rear wing, running it almost Formula Ford style at the front end of the race. There is Johannes Gerber. Simpiro Mtlalo there for InvestChem Chemical Logistics Racing. And Aiden, I should say, and Hilton Morrow. Two of them going to be fighting for honours in their respective classes as well.
Gets the best sport. Louis van der Merwe in the Formula GTI going way back to nationals. And GTI was the category.
There we go. Now we've got it sorted out. I think it's just they've kept Mike McSkimming and Fergal McAdam at the front end of the field because it's Formula M. But no, it's Johannes Gerber who's on the front row, running Formula Ford-esque style with no wings and no rear wing on the front and rear of that car. Louis van der Merwe alongside him. Two Morrow boys behind that. Then it's Yanni Geise and Simpiro Mtlalo. Damien White, Bruce Van Niekerk, and I don't see... Oh, no, he is there. Alan Mayer is there, so watch out for Alan Mayer coming from the back of the pack in the Libre Moly Formula Volkswagen. Standing by now as we go into race starters orders. Five-second board, you can hear the revs in the background picking up, especially on those motorcycled engine machines. Lights out, and we're racing. Couple of cars stalling on the grid, not getting good starts at all. Great start from Morrow. He's going to bring Alan Mayer right up into third place by turn one, from the back of the pack almost. Mayer now looking to go on the inside of Morrow as they head towards turn two. Formula Volkswagen dives on the inside, gets a little bit of room, bit of space being afforded to him there to get up to second place, and now goes hunting for the KTM. So Lieutenant Colonel Anima up in the second place in the Libre Moly Formula Volkswagen, trying to catch the KTM powered kind of Formula Ford-esque machine of Johannes Gerber. Louis van der Merwe and Morrow fighting for third. Kennedy Torres also had another good start. Looks like he's dropped back slightly there behind. No, he hasn't. He's closed that gap down again onto the tailpiece there of that Formula GTI of Louis van der Merwe. Aidan Morrow behind them. Damien White, Nolan Schumacher ahead of Megan Archer. And Neville van den Berg bringing up the rear end at the moment as they go down to the bottom end of the track for the first time. Right down to the far western side of the track right now. And onto that back straight away they come. Alan Maher closing the gap down using the good slipstream. Close right onto the back end of that car of Cobra. Another look there from Alan Mayer into turn 1. Not quite close enough to make it stick though. Locks up into turn 2, so he's trying. He's certainly looking for an opportunity to get through. Double yellow, so someone must be off through turn 4. Try and see if we can pick up on the car on the sideline there somewhere as to what the problem is through turn 4. There it is. Back of the pack. That'll be Neville van den Berg. Still the KTM hangs on for now. Cobra trying to hang on for the win here. Still a long way to go. Be watching those rearview mirrors constantly and looking for any attempts to get past him that Alan Mayer wants to make. Watching single seaters and watching a change up for the lead as well as Mayer hits the front now for the Liqui Moly team. Oh, looks like there might be 2 cars involved down there. Is that? I think it might be Bruce Van Niekerk. Bruce Van Niekerk might have come off there. Or is it Megan? I'm not quite sure. Megan's 77, so I don't think it's Megan. I think it might have been Bruce Van Niekerk that came together there with Van den Berg. 2 cars off in the sector they're in right now, where the yellow flags are waving. Might be 2 separate incidents though. Yeah. Could be 2 separate incidents there. I'm not quite sure if it was an incident involving both cars. But 2 cars off at almost identical place on the circuit. One on the inside, one on the outside. Aidan Morrow starting to close things down on the back end of Kennedy Torres. Torres doing the same thing there to Hilton Morrow. Louis van der Merwe has dropped to the back of this pack. Alan Mayer. The KTM of Cobra fighting for the lead. I don't think they're picking up on that number 57's transponder because Mayer leads out despite what the timing monitor says. And I don't think they're picking up on his transponder at all there, so they might have to manually time here for Alan Mayer in the Liqui Moly Formula Volkswagen. Trying to get the hammer down and get away there from the KTM behind him. Here comes Louis back at Morrow. Aidan Morrow under attack there from Louis van der Merwe. How late do you want to be there, Aidan? Oh, a little bit too late. Way too late, off track and costly exercise. Kept it going though, nicely done. Brought a little bit of debris onto the track, so might be a bit slippery through that second part of 12 and 13. Hilton at this stage continuing to maintain the lead of this second pack of cars, and the little battle that's raging there is now between Kennedy Torres and Louis van der Merwe. Still double waved yellows there. I'm not quite sure why they're keeping the waved yellows out for such a long time. I think the guys know where that car is, but maybe it's in too dangerous a position to withdraw those flags. Morrow from Torres and van der Merwe. Bit of a gap opened up now between van der Merwe and Kennedy Torres. See what Kennedy Torres can do now, potentially to close that gap on Hilton Morrow. He got up close and personal a while ago, and then just seemed to taper off a little bit and allow Morrow to open up the gap again. The pressure coming from van der Merwe though is making him have to work a bit harder than what he'd probably like to in these very hot conditions. Top two down towards turn one, another lap completed. Only the halfway stage reached on this one. Remember, this is a 10-lapper. It's the last of our 10-lap races as well. The rest will all be 6 and 8-lap races. See whether or not Cobra can do anything about Alan Mayer. And are we going to see any change up here between Morrow, Torres and van der Merwe? Down the short straight they go. Torres trying to get into that slipstream. Not always easy to do when you don't have the same amount of drive as that motorcycle engine machine ahead of you. Power to weight ratio on that car probably a little bit better than what is coming out of that Ford. Still no change up between these three. Although there is a bit more pressure coming now from Louis. Torres locks up into the final turn, gets on the inside and gets through. Morrow going to come back at him though. A little bit of room, and is there enough room to get through? Yes, there might be. Here we go. Coming down towards turn one they go. And off-track excursion there. Is that Nolan Skuman possibly that went off? Great battle here between these three. Really, really tight. Putting on a show of note. Three examples of the collaboration that makes up Formula Libre and Formula M combined. An M at the front and two Libre cars behind him. Once again, the gap opens up slightly there on the straights as Morrow gets away from Torres. same thing. As Torres loses ground tomorrow, he's also losing ground to Van der Merwe, who's closing him down. Looking quite dangerous right now. In the background, Aidan Morrow about to join the party. He'll definitely not be shy to close that gap and help his family member out there. Here we go. Van der Merwe on the inside of Torres and gets through. GTI up ahead. Still 3 laps to go for those guys. Now Louis looking to close down on Morrow. Kind of want to look at yourself and well, just playing around with these guys a bit, having some fun, so that he's not all on his own, and having a bit of a dice there. Or was it a case so that he couldn't get through at that stage? Some Piwe coming up to lap the back end of the field there. Or not. A fight there possibly. Looked like she was going to come through relatively easily. Looking for a way through on Damien White. And got Yanni Geisa on her tail. Now White just keeping her out for now in the 129 car. Let's see what Simpiwe can do as she comes down the short straight. Geisa looking for a way through, which just ran a little bit wide. Now just trying to hang on to keep Simpiwe out. She's pushing him hard though, looking for a way through. Looks like Damien White's got a little bit extra top end speed there. In a straight line over the Formula Ford Kent that we see Simpiwe at the wheel of. They're on to their penultimate lap now, by the looks of things. Big margin to go over Johannes Gerber now. Kennedy Torres, he's putting pressure on you big time. Morrow feeling it big time as well. Morrow and Kennedy Torres are literally all race long so far. That's Louis van der Merwe, who was with them earlier on. He's now pulled away, decided to get the GTI up into third place and get away from the battle for fourth. Damien White still in with a chance of a top 5, but he's got some people with Lalo in the Investcam car. 65 spins out again, Nolan Skuman. Here comes Simpiwe. But unfortunately through this little left kink and onto the right-hander, she's up close and personal. But watch the turn of pace here and the straight line speed of Damien White compared to that little Formula Ford. No answer at all there, unfortunately, from Simpiwe, although she closes up again on the tight stuff. The handling of the little Formula Ford Kent is a lot better than the machine that Damien White's in at this stage. Great experience here for Simpiwe Matlalo, mixing in amongst the Formula Libre category drivers, getting huge amounts of seat time, boding well for his season later on in the main championships. Alan Mayer just threads the needle between the two of them as he comes past. They'll have one less lap to do, courtesy of that maneuver. And this time the Formula Volkswagen seems to be firing perfectly for Alan Mayer. No worries at all there for him this time out. A little bit of trouble to come through the field because he had to come almost from the entire back section of this field of M's and Libras combined. Front, he controlled his exit strategy to get away from Johannes Cobra in the KTM. Shamayer heads down to the final corner for the last time. Big margin now, almost 9 seconds ahead of Johannes Cobra. What a nice turnaround here for the Lieutenant Colonel. Here he comes. To the line, to the flag. And the second win of the day goes to the Liqui Moly sponsored Formula Volkswagen of Alan Mayer. Damien White hangs on to keep out Simpiwe Matlalo. And the KTM of Johannes Cobra coming through there. He'll take second, but possibly the overall win for the day. And a good effort there. He'll definitely win out Class A in the Formula M category. And then it looks like it's still going to be a fight to the line. Is it going to be Hilton Morrow? Just waiting for them to come up to that last corner. Louis van der Merwe still with third. He's pulled away slightly from that pack, so here he comes. Coming up on our spinner there. 2-time spinner this time out. I beg your pardon. No, it's not the spinner. That's Bruce van Niekerk. He stayed on track. But the GTI to the line makes up the top 3 for Formula Libre and Formula M combined. Heading now into the second heat of our P66 Legends of the 9-hour production cars. Evapco HRSA, Pursuit Challenge, Little Giants and under 2 litres. We'll be back shortly.
should say this live on TV, but we ran out of fuel in the first race. Guess who fueled the car? The driver. So yeah, it was a little disappointing, but there was also a small misfire. The engine didn't want to run clean, but at least we were leading, and we did it 2 minutes 01, which was a very good time on the old tyres. But yeah, the back of the grid we managed to get a very good start. So I was second place going to turn 2 to turn 3, and then a big ding dong with my old mate Yanni. Always fair and a hard driver to beat. But pressure, I don't know if it was pressure but we got ahead. And then I just saw Yanni started falling back, and I just focused on my driving. And wow, what a feeling. I could imagine what it feels like if you win a Grand Prix. This was absolutely magic. A wonderful day, beautiful weather, very hot. I think a damn good show for the second Passion for Speed. And we all the cars are coming back in one piece. And hey, Claudia, over the moon, man. I'm over the moon. It was brilliant. Eh?
Nicely done, Alan Mayer. Yeah, next time, don't forget to put fuel in the car. And we'll have a double victory. That's the reason, as you heard there from Alan Mayer, for the retirement in race 1. But it still should put him in the running for a decent overall. Let's have a look and see. I think Yanni might have taken it, though, as I said, for the overall victory. But certainly the win in Class A for Formula M.
strapped to the front of it can actually finish this race. It's got loads of power, it's got loads of acceleration and torque, and it's ready to rock it up. You can see it there a little bit further at the back, the silver and red. And once again, the Sirocco who won the previous race earlier today, you would think out of a grid full with flags.
Back to race action. Here we go with the second heat of the Pre-66 Legends of the 9-hour production cars, incorporating Vapco Historic Racing Series, Pursuit Challenge, Little Giants, and under 2 litres all in one. The race winner goes on pole, and that is Gerard Henning. We'll have James Temple alongside him in the Capri Piranha from Lindenberg Racing. Behind that is the SS of KwaZulu-Natal's Ollie Broom, Mark Tatoy, Stefan Kushkevez, Colin Ellison, Ben Morgenroot, and it looks like they've got the Cougar sorted out, so hopefully there's not a fueling issue or whatever issue there was on that car for Sieur Fourie. He was certainly flying out front and didn't really have any troubles with any cars as such, and then had some small problem entering the dog bone. Had to park it on the sideline. Behind him you've got Sean Hepburn and Johan Gous, Paige Lindenberg, the two London boys, Van der Ende. Just looking to see whether or not the Corvette's made it out for a second outing. It doesn't look like it has. There of Michiel Campagna. And also looking further down the field to see whether or not I can see Van Marsh Kalkenvaart, the third of the Dutch competitors. This is a rolling start, so they've still got another lap behind the safety car. Cars on the grid starting to get warm. It's very, very hot here at Red Star Raceway. Track temperatures must be just over the 40-degree Celsius mark. Let's refresh our weather app. It'll give us an indication of the latest weather conditions here in Delmas. It's Henny. Mr. Henning himself, Gerard Henning, will lead them off as soon as that safety car gets around the corner. Control the things from the front end of the pack in a slightly smaller vehicle than what we're seeing from the power plants behind him. 30 degrees Celsius at the moment with a 34-degree real feel. That's how hot we are here. Absolutely not one breath of air blowing around the track at the moment. So not even a cool breeze to come through here just to cool the temperatures down slightly. Not a whisper of air in the air right now. So exceptionally hot conditions. Sure, James Temple will be itching for a victory, having just lost out there in the closing stages of the 45-minute endurance race in his Daytona Coupe. So can he do something and maybe get a bit of a victory in for the Piranha out of Lindenberg Racing, that Capri Piranha, brand new build. Sean Hepburn and Gous will be looking for a good battle. I'm sure Paige Lindenberg will join them. London. I'm just looking in the background of the Cortina back on track as well. Yes, it is. So they've managed to sort out George Economides' car. That's the second of Ollie Broom's two cars that he brought up from KwaZulu-Natal. The Lotus Cortina. Dirk Venter there in the Escort from Lindenberg Racing. It's the white one with the blue stripe down the middle. Behind him, Mike Bishop. And then a whole bunch of the little giants, including Ishmael Beloy in that Trans Africa Racing Dart. GSM Dart. Doesn't look like the GSM Flamingo's back on track again, though. Oh, no, I don't see it. That's the Porsche on the left-hand side of Clive Winterstein. Carl Brink in the Mini. That's going to be a battle to watch as well, I think. Sean Hepburn in the AA-sponsored Datsun 1200 GX taking on Josie in his gold Sirocco. Winterstein versus Brink at the back. Look at that. You can hear in the background there Steve Koenig waxing lyrical about the beautiful sight. It is an awesome sight to see such a pack of cars about to go to battle. Watch Seferi. Look at that. He's already looking like he's itching to go and wanting to get to the front end as quickly as possible. Almost on a similar vein to what Alan Mayer did in the previous single-seater race we just saw. Came from the back of the pack into second by turn 1. Not quite sure if Sef will get there, but he's definitely going to have a go to get up as high as possible. Rolling through for 6 laps of action. Here we go. Listen for those hammers to drop and the loud pedals to go to the floorboards. And it is Temple who gets the drop. He gets off the line and leads into turn 1. Henning goes defensive. Around the outside goes Ollie Broom. Broom looking to try and take the lead in the SS over the Piranha. Runs a little bit wide, allows Temple to come back at him. And also no chance there for Henning to dive on the inside. Look at where Seferi is, up to 4th. Up to 4th by turn 2. And possibly to 3rd by turn 3. Around the outside goes Sefi. Used to doing things around the outside and coming from an oval track background. Late braking from Henning takes the lead in the Sirocco. And the Piranha drops to 2nd place. Here comes the Toy side by side with Pushkevez. Pushkevez could lose out here to the Ford Thunderbolt. 2 of them on his tail with the Mustang tucked in behind that with Morganroot at the wheel. So Ferree up into 2nd, Temple down to 3rd, but Henning continues to lead out. Love it. This is fantastic action. Running wide goes Ellison. Opens up the door there for Morganroot who sneaks through. So it's Sirocco, Mercury. That's the front 2 so far. It's the Capri Piranha behind that of Temple under attack. The attack was coming from the SS from KwaZulu-Natal in the hands of Oliver Broom. Lost a little bit of ground there. Coming out of the dog bone, but he'll try and make that up now. Watch for the straight line speed differential here. Possibly the Mercury Cougar. And a slightly better top end than that Volkswagen Sirocco that Henning's in. But Henning is a seasoned campaigner when it comes to Siroccos. Is he good on the brakes? He's exceptional on the brakes and keeps out the Mercury Cougar. That's an incredible bit of driving here from Gerard Henning to keep out Seferi Jr. in a Mercury Cougar. And you're only in a little 1800. There you go, straight line speed. Living up to that old adage, there is no replacement for displacement. There it is, it's the front. Now can he stay there for the next 5 or so laps? Sirocco's going to keep him honest, that is for sure. Henning's not going to let him get away. He'll become a trailer on the back of that Mercury Cougar. Yannick van Rooyen supplying one of his Siroccos once again to his good friend Gerard Henning. And Henning is having an absolute blast in it. He could potentially take the overall for the day here in the class as well, if he stays where he is right now. Temple still in third. Fourth place is still the SS of Broome. Then it's Mark du Toit in the Thunderbolt Ford Mercury. Ford Fairlane, I beg your pardon. Hepburn under attack as well there from Van der Ende down into turn 6. I think Van der Ende might have just snuck through there in the fastback Mustang. Henning not scared of that Mercury whatsoever. Trying to get into the slipstream, but as you can see, just losing out there with the straight line speed. The nimble ability of that Sirocco that comes into its own in the twisty bits of the circuit. Speaking of nimble abilities, here comes one that's got exceptional nimble ability. Lotus Cortina in the hands of George Economides, fighting there with Paige Lindenberg. Lindenberg's teammate, Fenter, about to join the party. Coming up side by side with one of the London boys. Behind Koos also having a battle there. Continuing to fight out for single digit honours, just ahead of Stefan Pushkevez. Lindenberg under a bit of attack there from George Economides in the Cortina. And soaking up the pressure, keeping Economides at bay for now. Closing down once again on Hepburn. Economides going left and right, trying to find a way through there on the big Ford Fairlane in front of him. Not easy to do that. Ben Morgenroot now closing in on Ollie Broome. Mustang versus SS, Ford versus Chev. Joined by two more Fords behind him in the form of du Toit and Colin Ellison. Similar machinery for those two. Ford Fairlane Thunderbolts. Just behind Ellison comes that battle between Koos and Pushkevez. Sirocco versus Porsche. Pushkevez now trying to get the drive down the straight. Morgenroot through on the SS. Ollie trying to come back at him under braking. Tucks in behind Ben. Follows him through turn 12 and 13. It's about the halfway stage, I think. Yeah, 3 to go. Three down and 3 to go. Fenter, London having a bit of a fight. Jaap van der Ende loving life in that fastback. Out of Trans-Africa Racing, Dutchman having an absolute blast out there. But his two compatriots decided to stay out of the sun for the second heat. But I think Michiel Campagna might be saving himself for the last race of the day and potentially a double win in that McLaren Can-Am of his. It's a nice little run here from Johan Koos in a brand new car. He has piloted it on a few occasions, but it's still pretty new to him. But he is definitely enjoying that Volkswagen Sirocco. I I think I might have just done that. I don't want to say that, Paulie, but thanks. I might have just given him the commentator's curse. He was loving life in that Sirocco until I mentioned it. And he's just gone to the sideline. Oh, that's such a pity. Sorry about that one, Johan. Thought you were in for a win there. I had you for the win. Fortunately, it didn't quite work out there for him. And he's parked it on the sideline. Ben Morganroot still circulating relatively in good condition. Morganroot still might have enough time though to close things down, as you can see there on James Temple. If anybody can, he can. Temple. You'll be watching those temperature gauges, realizing that temperatures are exceptionally hot out on track at the moment. Pushkevez and Ellison still in the battle. Losing ground a little bit there to both Mark Totoy and the SS of Ollie Broom. Third on the road, James Temple. How far back is Morganucci? Might be just too far. If it was the original 8-lapper, I think Ben might be in with a chance of closing that gap down, but I think considering the fact that they've got a lap and a half to go, might not be enough time for Morgan to catch, unless we get some back markers. Then again, James Temple is a master at getting through on back markers. So another lap completed for our leaders as they pass our commentary booth. We're watching the battle for what is third place there between Temple and Morganucci. Paulie, I think the timekeepers like Ben Morganucci. In caps, Ben Morganucci. Everybody else just capital letters for their first name and surname. Everybody here at Red Star is loving this car, particularly when it has no problems. And probably the man loving it the most is at the wheel of it right now in Siafari Jr. Had a small issue in race number 1. He got that sorted. It looks like he might have enough here to take the second victory. Although, if something does go wrong, Henning will love a double victory in amongst these big V8s in a little Volkswagen Sirocco. One of Yannick van Rooyen's finest in that Sirocco, with his good friend Gerard Henning at the wheel. It's a double win in the class for Gerard. It'll be an overall win, I think, for him as well in the category. But the second win of the day in the race. This looks like it's going Siafari's way. Siafari getting down into the 210s there in the big Mercury. And a V8's going to take a production car win here. And to the line, just squeezes out Stuart McClarty by the looks of things. So the win there goes to Siafari. Henning will take the win in his class and second overall in the race. Possibly the overall win for the day. Still got some action coming to the line though between Mark du Toit and the SS of Ollie Broom. Morgan Nudes got through, and he's got ahead of Temple. He has indeed. He caught Temple on the last lap and got past him. Ben Morgan up to third place, Temple down to 4. Broom hangs on for 5 and beats Mark du Toit to the line. And it's Colin Ellison and Stefan Pushkevez, Johan Goos. And here comes Jaap van der Ende to make up the top 10 in this big combined category of exceptionally quick class racing cars. So if you think about it, we mentioned on a few occasions, the array of vehicles that are racing against each other today can only be seen at an event like this at the Passion for Speed. And we've still got some more racing to come your way to wrap up the day. Silver Cup 2.0 are on track next. We've got the third heats of INEX Legends and Lotus Challenge still to come. And our last race of the day will be International Race Supplies in Roos Shaw, Midval Historics, Backdraft Cobras and the ISPs.
Tell me what happened in race 1.
So in race 1, obviously we had a good lead, and the car was very good. And then I felt a shudder on the brakes, but that didn't bother me too much. So I backed off a bit because we had a good gap. But then the car just started to the misfire on lap, the second last lap, I think, and I thought it was fuel, but at the end it was a coil, so we lost spark. So that's why we stood on the track. They fixed it. The guys from Trans Africa Racing and Swartkop Raceway fixed it. They managed to fix it. The shudder was actually, the coil had to back up because we had a brake rotor cracked right through. So if we carried on for another lap, we would have had a big crash or big damage. So the coil actually saved us. someone was looking over us today. And yeah, but the second heat I started 8th. The car's got good power and I know the track very well. So yeah, I made up everything by lap 1. And then I just kept the pace not to run out of brakes because the car is 1600 kilograms. There's 16 corners, so the brakes don't last. But I managed to do it and keep the pace, and yeah, bring the win home. Hope the spectators loved it. I'm sure they do. These big cars, they always love it. So yeah, but it was a good show. Thanks for all the people that came out. Thanks for Swartkops Raceway, Trans Africa, Red Star, all the officials, everyone that made it possible today for this event. And last week, the Passion of Speed, I think, was a success. So yeah, thanks to everyone.
Awesome job, well done, man.
Thank you.
So Silver Cup make their way to the line again, 2.0 for race 2. And looking good. Very, very good for another heat of action coming away. It's a nice big field. And certainly in for another bit of hot action here. We're into very hot conditions here at the Red Star Raceway. It's not ideal conditions to go racing in, that is for sure. Tell you something, the race action we saw in the first heat was pretty good, but it was a hard charge from Julio Riga that eventually put them in the front end, and he was not able to be bettered after he got away from the pack. But it's definitely going to be another good one here. Watch for the charge coming from Manus du Plessis off the line. We have a green flag at the back. We go under starters orders. Remember, this is a standing start. Lights out. And let's go racing. Great start from Ariga. Good start coming from the number 1 car through the pack as well, trying to find a way past early on. Chris Cronier trying to find a way to the front as quickly as possible. And he's done. Oh, Manus du Plessis off. Looks like he's lost a wheel as well, or something's fallen off that car completely. Coming out of turn 1, which has allowed Chris Cronier to sneak through there up into potentially second place on the track. Yes, he's up in, well, he's third. As Manus went off at turn 1. Cronier looks like he might have picked up a bit of damage with that little tap between the two cars. And he's now lost out a little bit of ground. And lost out a huge amount. He's going backwards quickly. So it looks like it's Marius Truter who's moved himself up slightly higher up than what he was. Watch out for Theo Bowman coming into the mix as well. There is the highly disappointed Manus du Plessis on the side of his Nissan. The Honda's fighting the way through, trying to close down there on the 401 of Petrus van Oort, who was up into second place at one point. But there's a change up there as it's now Siddique and possibly Sazbo that have gone into that top 2 position, or second and third place on the track. There is your champion in the middle of the circuit, parked between the short track and the long track. Around the outside comes a move there from Brown. Good move there to get through and trying to find a way through on Camphor. So those two fighting hard as they did in the first heat. Camphor falling back slightly as well behind one of the Golfs into the clutches of the Polo. Still a little bit of work to be done there. Let's have a look at that start one more time. Thanks, Paul. Have a look at that. It's Cronier on the inside. He just tags the back end of Manus. That's what's done damage to the front left of his car. And then, of course, as they come apart, you see the wing go flying down the right-hand side there of Chris Cronier's car. And Manus du Plessis ends up in the grass on the outside of turn 1. Not the ideal start for both of them because they're both out. And both of them certainly were in contention for top positions in each of their classes. I don't see Manus at turn 1 again, so maybe he's got going again. Maybe he checked the car and to see if everything was okay and then drove back onto the track to get it back to the pit lane, or maybe even continue even though he was a lap down. Little chopping and changing here as well in that pack. When the action is so close and so evenly matched, although Athman is not evenly matched at all, setting the pace right from the word go. 2:09.9 for Giulio Riga. Yes, there we go. Duplessis is back on circuit. So the Nissan Primera, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's a Nissan Primera, that car. Golf on the grass. Problems there for one of the Golfs on the short straight. If he's pulled off onto the track like that, maybe he's worried about fluids coming out of that car. He does not want to be the cause of somebody else crashing out because of those fluids coming out the car. Back to Camphor's BMW. Polo runs wide out of turn 6 as well. So he's having to do a little bit of work there. A little bit more than what he expected, I think. 82 Golf also having a little bit of a tough time of it. He's a bit further back than what he'd like to be, is Richard Rahman. Rahman, of course, not usually a front-end runner, but a mid-pack runner, and he's exactly where he needs to be. Big maneuvers happening here as Fado Sadique tries to close down on Julio Arriga. It's a long way up the road there for him. Coming to lap the Nissan now. There goes the leader. You can see how far back second place the red car is of Fado Sadique. Third place still in the hands there of Tony Sasbo, and then it's Petrus van Oort closing down on him. Space frame looking to close down on the Honda, but also watching his rearview mirrors because Fiss is not too far behind. Nissan's in the mix there with the top 3. He'll run the same kind of pace as they can. So expect him to sort of stick around there, even though he'll probably let the cars through when they get to him. So he doesn't get involved too much in the actual race that's taking place on track, because he'll be a lap down, or he definitely doesn't want to be involved in any incidents that could cost him more than what he's in the background. That was a bit sideways there from Van Oort. Petrus van Oort getting it literally lit up out of that corner. Coming through the little kink just before the back straightaway's right turn. Here you can see just another example of how lots of support on the pit wall as well. We see a change up again. Visser on the move. Shooter on the move as well. Marius Shooter finding his way up down to the top 4 over Van Oort. And Van Oort, unfortunately, losing ground there. He will now fall into the clutches of possibly Jonathan Visser and Theo Bonin. LaRue now into single digits ahead of Jakes Camphor. Super little battle raging here. Opened up a little bit now on that last lap, but watch out for that Golf. It's coming. Shooter starting to close the gap down there. Bringing that little Golf one along to close the gap down on Tony Sasbo in the Honda. Sabo having a phenomenal run, but I think, as I said, this Golf looks pretty tasty and definitely seems up for the challenge to get to the front as quickly as possible. Paulie, I'm not quite sure if they've gone for a 6 or an 8 lapper here. Looks like it's a 6 lapper. 3 done and 3 to go. So they've stuck to the same guns as what they did earlier on in the day, with a change up from 8 down to 6, I think, to keep the cars from overheating too much. Oh, Visser into turn 1, looking for a chance to move up. By the looks of things out of my window as we're watching one of our rookies go at it there. Big fight on there as well. The 121 car coming through the field pretty rapidly too. That's Jonathan Visser closing on Petrus van Oort. And also on Theo Bonin. Bonin in the space frame. Visser in the Golf. Problems there for Brown. Dwayne Brown parked on the sideline. Looks like he's had a tough day in the saddle. There's Dwayne Brown, the second time we've seen that car parked on the sideline. Petrus van Oort in the space frame now, looking to try and close that gap down of the cars ahead of him, but look at the gap that's opened up between him. There's no answer there, I don't think, to catch the Golf and the Honda up the road. Truta's the car to watch out for. Truta definitely giving it if he can right now. Ariga in control at the front end, getting down to a 207 in that space frame. That's a pretty decent lap around here for that little Mazda. He'll be starting his final lap now. Word go, stayed out of trouble on that first lap, first corner incident. And now looking to try and stay out of trouble for the next 3Ks or so. Probably going to be nursing at home, just short shifting, not having to worry about keeping it at full pace. He knows he's got a comfortable almost 13-second advantage over Fadike Sabo, who's now got ahead and has kept his distance between himself and the charge between Truta and Tony Sabo. Still a couple of little fights on track there to be sorted out in the mid-pack and at the rear end of the field. Haven't really concentrated on them, but there has been some great little battles in this Silver Cup 2.0 Race 2. Fado Sidike looks like he's going to wrap up second. Truta may hang on for third, depending on what we see as a return of the favour coming from Tony Sabo. So let's wrap up Silver Cup 2.0 Race 2 and all the action here from Red Star. The second round of the 24th Passion for Speed. The win going and double victory to Julio Ariga. Sidike for second. What a run there from Marius Chuta for third. He knows. Can you imagine if it was an 8-lapper? If it had been an 8-lapper like it was supposed to be, he had a chance still of catching and possibly passing Fado City Game. Zabo comes through for fourth. Petrus van Oort in the space frame for the top 5. Theo Bonin, he should be on his way shortly. Here he comes. Good run there from him. Courtney's going to be pretty happy with that performance, I'm sure. Visser in 7th. Maritz Leroux in 8th, ahead of Jakes Kampfer. And it looks like Vincent Labuskachny might make it into the top 10 overall for the second heat of Silver Cup 2.0. Two race starts, 2 finishes there for the young lady. Further down in the pack there, just picking up on Morgan Jacobs, Marius's young daughter, her first race meeting today. Marius did not climb into his race car today, just to watch his daughter's first 2 heats. Great to see that, and I'm sure he's quite a proud man on the wall there. You can see him just outside our commentary booth here. He was quite emotional after the first heat, and I'm sure he's going to be as emotional now as she comes through to wrap up the second heat and her second outing ever in a race car here at Red Star Raceway. Congratulations to the family there. Well done to Morgan. And a standby for action from the third and final heat of INEX Legends in a few moments' time. Will do. So down in the post-race area, let's go and catch up with Claudia and Julia Riga, race 2 winner.
Julia, from the struggles of last year to a double race win today, you've got to be happy about that, eh?
Super happy. I'm happy to be starting the season in this way, so it's good.
Talk me through the race.
It was great. It was hotter than this morning, but yeah, I can feel the car's getting a bit tired. Tires are a bit hot, but still, I'm happy with the performance. It's been great.
Awesome job. Well done, man.
Thank you, man.
So they're on the line for the third and final time now. INEX Legends will be doing 6 laps of the long circuit this time out, as opposed to the first 2 times they've been on track where they've done the short circuit and 12 laps in each of those heats. There are 13 cars about to go to battle here. A couple more that have joined there. And it will be Sol Jacobs on pole alongside Sebastian Venkov, Richard van Heerden, and then by the looks of things there, the 35 car of Tyler Posthumus. It is Torben Roos and the Midas car there of Christian Pariachi on the third row. Rico Raker behind them as they get ready to go now. Looks like it might be Niels Juster behind Rico. Right. Ramdalu, I beg your pardon, should be in there as well. And then keep an eye out on the 2 Toyotas coming from the back of the pack as well as we get into the warm-up. I'm not sure if they're going to go for a full warm-up of the whole lap or just a short version for the start and then go to the full circuit, but we'll wait and see. They have done a full lap warm-up. This is now, of course, the installation lap to bring them under starters' orders. See them weaving side. Oh, they're doing long lap. I can see that, Paulie, thanks. They put the cones back up there. So they're going to do a full long lap warm up as well behind the safety car. So their out lap was on a full lap, and looks like their start lap, race start lap that is, will also be a full lap of the track. So they've actually done 8 laps of the big circuit. The other thing to take into account, of course, here with the long circuit is the field will probably spread out a lot more than what it did on the shortened version of Red Star Raceway, where they competed for the first 2 heats of their 3 today. Remember, we go straight into the third and final heat of Lotus Challenge after this as well. That's also on the long circuit, understandably. But just a nice change up here from the INEX Legends to give us a little bit of a variety on the race action that they provide, and they normally provide great race action. There's some race action for you, hey? My money's on the car in the middle of those 4 trucks, Paul. I don't know. That's just me. Unless, of course, there's nowhere to go, because they could be side by side. We can't see that right now. It looks like one of those trucks might be side by side. But trucking down the N12 highway and now trucking back up the N12 highway come our INEX Legends. That was quite a cool shot though, I've got to tell you. Well done to that camera guy. Picking up on a train of trucks headed to Joburg and a steam train of INEX Legends heading to go to battle for the last time today at Red Star Raceway. So we've seen a win for Pariachi and it looks like we're going to be in for another epic battle, because he is now ahead of Torben Roos on the grid, who was our second race winner. I wonder what Carl Lawrence has given as advice there to Torben with the longer track now in what to do. Raker definitely wants to turn his luck around. He's had a bit of a nightmare of a day today. So let's see what that young man can do. Coming from a stable of drivers and a family that have won this championship on numerous occasions. And of course, Devon Robertson, the man who's behind this championship, and Rico's family member and former world INEX Legends champion. He now does all the work on the sidelines along with his dad to get all these cars prepped and ready, along with the drivers themselves. They each want their own setup and things to be done on the car, and Devon and Wayne from Big Boss Auto, of course, all teach them how to get these cars set up correctly. Let's see who's got the best setup now for this third and final heat. 6 laps of the long circuit here at Red Star. And now, under starter's orders, the safety car is off the circuit. It will be up to the pole man to dictate the pace. Let's see what Cyril Jacobs can do about that pace. The Liqui car will hold them. They may not overtake him until he's crossed the line and the lights are out. And they go at it properly down towards turn 1. It's a fantastic start there from the inside line, but watch out for Posthumous coming through the middle as well. Up into third place and outgunning Van Heerden. Around the outside comes Christian Padiachi. Padiachi looking for a chance maybe to squeeze around the outside of Richard Van Heerden. He'll know that outside line will become inside on the next one, but he also knows just how good Van Heerden is closing the door and diving back up the inside of Tyler Posthumous and forcing Tyler wide onto the grass. Catches the car only just, but it does drop him back slightly into the clutches of the 2 cars behind him. It's allowed Padiachi through. Torben Roos trying to get through there as well. Torben just couldn't quite open the gap there to find a way through. It's a wide circuit, but not wide enough just for those 3 cars to fit at that point. Van Heerden from Padiachi from Posthumous. It is Torben Roos and Rico Raker behind them. Top 2 trying to get away now from this pack as they fight so hard. And with them fighting, might be slowing themselves down. Under pressure from Padiachi again. Said Richard Van Heerden's had a lot of duties to do today in the Cobra, in the INEX Legend. Top 2 opening up a bit of a margin. Cyril Jacobs and Venkov getting away. And that's why Padiachi wants by. He can see them getting away, and he knows that he's got to be up close and personal with them, otherwise he's not going to have a chance. Second victory here today, he's got a chance of the overall win for the day as well. Comes up alongside Richard Van Heerden. Has he got enough top end to get past on Van Heerden, or is he good enough on the brakes? Van Heerden, a master in this class, knows exactly what to do, and is how late do you want to be? Van Heerden waited for Padiachi to brake and then braked. He was always going to be better on the brakes than him. Tyler Posthumous has lost out to Torben Roos as well. Roos is through. Roos moves up 1 place, slotting himself up into what is now 4th on track. Make that 3rd as he dives on the inside of Padiachi coming out of turn 1. Torben Roos is not holding back here. Cyril Jacobs is not on our timing monitor, but he is certainly still up there at the front end. They've now sorted it out. Looks like they're doing that manually, so maybe a problem there on the transponder on Cyril Jacobs' car. But certainly the man who's out front ahead of Venkov as we speak. But Venkov is the quickest car on track, setting the pace. Richard Van Heerden keeping the youngsters at bay. Torben Roos no matter what he's done so far, has not been able to find a way through there on Van Heerder. Padiachi's behind him. If Torben goes, I think Padiachi will probably have a go with him. Reika wants to go too, but he's got to find about 2 or 3 car lengths to get into that little battle. Jakob's hanging on now. He's actually opened about 2 car lengths over Venkov. Just changing his lineup ever so slightly. Watch for the slightly different exit on the late apex there from Torben Rus. Can he carry that speed through the corner and try to dive on the inside into this right-hander? He's looking, but he's also bump drafting there, pushing that car along, and he's going to try and get the bump draft now onto the straight. There we go. It's engaged. Locked up right on the back bumper, tries to get the engagement, and will it work? No, he's going to try the other side. But he saw him coming and went to the right-hand side and shut the door. He had to change his mind and go the other direction. As much as he locked in that bump draft, it didn't quite work out for him. Padiachi has joined the party. He's come along and closed that gap down again. It's within 2 car lengths. Torben Rus now within about half a trailer length of Van Heerder's 3rd place car. Great little battle here. Even through the field, you can see a couple more that are raging through this field of about 17 cars today coming out of INEX Legends. Great effort there from Devon and the team. Certainly getting more people involved in INEX Legends. Very much, as you heard from Christian Padiachi after his race 1 win, a phenomenal car to drive, a fun car to drive, and budgets do not need to be exceptionally high to have a championship chance in this category. You do need to know how to set up the car though, and you need to know how to drive it, and that's exactly what these 2 youngsters are doing. But they are experiencing the master at work there. Man looking to wrap up the Masters class here today is Richard Van Heerder. And the way he's driving right now, he's showing those youngsters what they need to learn if they want to become champions in this category. Tyler Posthumous, Rico Reika behind them a little bit further back. Right, that's a long way down to Gavin Buerta, first of the Pretoria and Toyotas. And behind that it's Johan Jooste and Wyatt Randalu. Alright, let's see if we can get it engaged this time. He carries the corner speed through the right-hander. This time he's going to go wide, and will he cut back? Tries to get onto the back end. Here we go, possible change up for the lead here as well. Is that Venkov outbraking? Yes, it is. Venkov outbraking Cyril Jacobs and takes the lead. Jacobs comes straight back at him, looking for a chance to just get into that slipstream now as they come across the line. And will he have a go down into turn 1? Jacobs is close enough. Is he good enough on the brakes though? Will he pull out? He has a look, but just tucks in behind again. He might be happy with the pace so far of what we're seeing. Look at this. Brilliant stuff from these 2. Putting on a show of note here at the front end. Battle for 3rd is heating up as well. Keep an eye out on the battle a little bit further down there as well, as we see Dylan Faree in his debut here for INEX Legends in 10th place. Just ahead of Wyatt Ramdalu. He's dropped down 1 position behind Dylan. So Dylan now up into the top 10. Not a bad effort there from the rookie. Niels Jooste and Sean Kleinans also changing positions there. 1 up from Jooste to get ahead of Sean Kleinans. Torben Rus goes defensive, keeps out the charge from that Midas machine of Christian Padiachi. Fantastic run here from Van Heerder. I can't believe how well he's driven to keep these 2 youngsters out. Normally, he'd sort of maybe tag out of it knowing that he's got the Masters wrapped up, but he is not giving up here whatsoever. He's making these youngsters work for this position that he holds. Third overall, first in the Masters. They won't be getting anything in the Masters, of course, but they definitely want to get onto the podium. And with the two white cars getting away at the front end, they are realizing that not getting through on Richard van Heerden earlier on is costly. We're into the second half of the race already, coming to complete lap number 4, and Jacobs returns the favor in the exact same fashion as what he was demoted to second place in. So if he allows Venkov through on the next lap in the same place, he's in perfect position to do that maneuver again. Padiachi does a look at Torben Roos into 1. Van Joosten looks like he's got ahead now of Gavin Buerta. A little bit of change between those two. Jacobs now opening up a bit of a margin, realizing that he's running out of laps, he's running out of time, so he cannot afford to make a mistake here and allow Sebastian Venkov to be anywhere near him when it comes to the braking point at the top of the main straightaway. Van Heerden continues on his way in third, keeping Roos and Padiachi at bay and continuing to do it lap by lap. To make up that ground, but he hasn't been able to get through on Roos or on Van Heerden. But he's certainly learning a lot about racecraft. There's a little tag. Bumping is part and parcel of the deal here. And maybe a bit of frustration coming out of Torben Roos being shown there now. Richard van Heerden has been in that position plenty times, and arguably with even more experienced drivers on his tail and being able to keep them at bay as well. Can he do it again here? Roos this time goes inside. So just inside of that bumper, but Van Heerden comes across his nose and hangs on to potentially third place under braking. Oh, this time the Jacobs hangs on. Jacobs hanging on to the lead with 1 to go and not letting Venkov through. Top 2 down towards turn 1. Here comes the third place battle. Torben Roos looking for a way around the outside into turn 1. That might not be the line. Watch for him to cut back and get the inside line for turn 2. Slightly different apex coming out of turn 1. Jacobs maintains the lead over Venkov. Sebastian is clever here. He'll be patient and wait for that last corner dive that he got earlier on. He might try it earlier on to catch Cyril Jacobs out, but if he goes too soon, Jacobs might still be able to come back at him at the final turn. So I would say his strategy would be to hold on until that last turn and try and get him into the chicane that brings him to the start-finish line. He has a look down into the hairpin, but he's just showing a wheel, reminding Cyril Jacobs that he's right there. I don't think he needs a reminder. I know that Jacobs probably knows he's there. Go down to the dog bone now for the last time. Third and final heat of INEX Legends here at Red Star Raceway. The first 2 were on the short track, 12 lappers. This is a 6-lap epic battle once again in INEX Legends, led out by Cyril Jacobs. Can he keep it all together now, or are we going to see Sebastian Venkov have a go here on the last lap into the last corner? A little lock up there from Cyril Jacobs. Bit of chink in the armour here. Is that going to be enough there possibly for Venkov to have a go? Inside line for Jacobs. He's going to try and hang on to that inside line. No, he's not. Venkov is through. Venkov gets past and Jacobs tries to come back at him. Sebastian Venkov is stuck through, and after a bit of a maneuver of note that a couple of guys were not happy with in race 1. He comes through for the victory here in race number 3. Sebastian Venkov takes it from Cyril Jacobs. Richard van Heerde is going to hang on. Can you believe that? The master gets 3rd overall, beating Torben Russ and Christian Padiachi to the line. Tyler Posthumus and Rico Reker are 6th and 7th place. And this is going to be Jan Jooster. It is. He's going to stay ahead there of Gavin Buerta, with Ryan Ramdalu coming through there for top 10 in INEX Legends. We'll be back shortly with action from the 3rd and final heat of Lotus Challenge. So let's go down to our post-race area and catch up with the winner of race 3 from INEX Legends, Sebastian Venkov.
Sebastian, tell me about your race. How was it?
It was good, pretty stressful between me and Cyril. It was a hectic race throughout the whole race, but I think I performed good, he also performed good, and yeah, I think it was a good race.
Awesome job, man. Well done.
Thank you.
couple of little practice starts coming into the back there from Class L. Get those Dunlops maybe just with a little bit of extra heat into them for the start of the third and final heat. 8 laps coming away now for Lotus Challenge. Once again, Jeff Gable on pole ahead of David Jeremy, Mackie Adlam, Tinus Buertes, and then JP Nokia. JP having a retirement in race number 2, so that's why he starts at the back of Class B. Speaking of the back, we have a green flag at the back, which means we can go into the start procedure. It goes from 2 minutes to 30 seconds to 5 seconds in a space of about 5 seconds. And then the lights will go on. And Class L and Class B will go to battle once again. Great start there from Jeff Gable, getting off the line rapidly and leaving David Jeremy, Mackie Adlam, Tinus Buertes and JP Nokia behind. It's a fantastic start from Sean Hepburn as well. Looks like Hepburn might sneak through there for the lead of Class L as they head towards turn number 1. Just saw the orange or the blue and orange car of Sean Hepburn diving on the inside of turn 1, so it looks like he might have got the whole shot in Class L. JP Nokia up in the 4th place. And it certainly is Hepburn in the lead of Class L. So that's how they line up to start this first lap of 8. Jeff Gable, former champion. Mackie Adlam, former champion. Current champion, David Jeremy. Got that one wrong earlier on. Apologies there, Dave. I forgot that you'd taken Class B and the championship last year. So, looking good as he comes down there. But hasn't taken the overall championship. That's the one thing that I did get right. But corrected by a couple of guys on the sideline. And apologies, as I said, to Davey. But he's now going at it with a former overall champion and a former class champion as well in the form of Jeff Gable. Shout out once again also here from the Lotus family and TLR to the Forbes family. After the loss of James Forbes, he was also a seasoned campaigner in this class and one of, I think, of only 5 members of the TLR to reach the 100 race completion standing. So a man who completed 100 or more races in Lotus Challenge, James Forbes, was that man and is sorely missed by South African motorsport fans, I can tell you. Particularly the one on the microphone right now. Had a good relationship there with Jimbo. Onto the brakes into turn 12 and 13, and we got a new leader. Jeremy hits the front, gets through on Gable. Ooh, looks like Adlam wanted to have a go as well. He got really close to the back end there of Jeff Gable. Had to come out of it slightly, and now goes defensive to keep out JP Nokia into turn 1. Hepburn side by side with Maxwell. Maxwell actually, I think, has taken the lead there. Yeah, Maxwell ahead of Hepburn into turn 1 and now leads Class L with Nick Hodgson behind them and Andrew Fulton. A little bit of a better start coming out of Davide Favo, up into the 10th place and 5 overall on the class battle for L. Late sun now playing around with the colours on those cars as well. Keep my eyes a little bit more firmly attached to the screen there to see what happens. Sure, look at that. Watching for Ruan van der Walt coming through the field as well, watching his little manoeuvring happening. But as I said, here's a superb start here. Originally coming out of... is this a change-up? Yes, it is. Jeff Gable looking to get through and back ahead of Mackie Adlam. I think he's done that. And then we watch the second pack of Class L's making their way down towards the bottom end. It's led out by the looks of things there by Andre Duplessis. This is Class B, and Gable back to second. Adlam back down to third, so a little chop and change between them on that last lap. Half a lap to Gable, half a lap to Adlam. JP waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between the two of them. But he'll put a nose in there if he can and have a go to get past either of them, and preferably both of them. Come down that long straightaway parallel to the highway. We watch Class L come onto that back straight, still in the hands of Wes Maxwell, heading Into that back. Whoa, look at JP Nook here. All over the back of Jeff Gable as Adlam got up the inside and passed. And up into second. Gable had to go defensive to keep JP Nook here out. They got 6 to go, 2 completed. Gable this time back at Adlam into turn 1, and strong move there from Jeff Gable. Gable just forcing his way onto the inside line. Adlam giving him some room to play. Adlam going to hold that outside line through turn 2, and with a slight advantage drives around the outside to come back at Gable. Gable now has to try and find another way around. He's going to attempt a similar kind of maneuver. Watch this. Around turn 4, can he get past? Slightly sideways as he came out of turn 4. He's got the inside line for 5. That's the ideal place to be. And there you have it. Knowing this circuit, knowing the lines is important. Adlam knows it, so does Gable. And Gable this time has the advantage. Here comes JP. JP now having a big look. Not quite able to make it stick though, that's for sure. Jeremy, Adlam, Gable, Nokia. That's your first 4. Onto the short straight comes Wesley Maxwell. There he is, ahead of Hepburn. Hodgson, how far back is he? Not too far. And then just tucked in behind that, it is once again Andrew Fulton. So Andrew Fulton sitting in 4th place. Pretty comfortable at this stage. Happy with the pace that Maxwell's setting. Maybe doesn't want to go show his cards too soon to get to the front of the Class L battle. Mule on the dirt there from Mackie Adlam coming out of that turn. 11 onto the back straight. We're going to see a go here from JP. Under braking. Oh, Gable was late. He locked up slightly, opened up the door. Here comes JP, wheels on the dirt again from Adlam. It's so good to watch these guys race. They are so competitive that they give each other enough room to play. Makes a big difference because everybody stays on track and we don't go home with broken cars. Here we go. Let's see if a similar thing can be said about Class L. Maxwell, Hepburn, still ahead there of Hodgson and Fulton. Big look on the inside of turn 1 for Hodgson to try and find a way through there on Sean Hepburn. Sean Hepburn was having none of it. What it's doing, it is slowing him down slightly, him having to go defensive on Nick Hodgson. Just sets him up on just slightly different lines to slow him up a bit and allow Wesley Maxwell to get away. Wait for a slight mistake there from Hodgson to get a little bit of breathing room and then concentrate his efforts on trying to close down on Wes Maxwell. This is Tinus Boertes, of course, 5th on the track, all on his own some there in the CSI car. Gable is back up ahead of Adlam. Adlam's dropped back now. And JP Nokia looking to try and capitalize on that. Find a way through there on his arch rival. This season, if these 4 cars go at it all season like this, we're in for epic Lotus Challenge action. Another superb racing season coming away with the new format of 3 races per round. No qualifying. Adlam goes defensive down towards turn 1 as we watch Class L coming towards the final corner. Hepburn goes defensive as well. He saw Hodgson lining something up there. Just foiled his efforts. Oh, a little mistake out of Maxwell on that little chicane as well, as allowed all 3 of them to close up on Wes. Did he miss a gear? He might have. Here comes Hepburn for potentially the lead. No. Wes hangs on. I think Wes Maxwell might have just missed a gear there. Some kind of mistake has allowed Hepburn to close that gap down dramatically. JP Nokia, fastest car on track at the moment. After that last lap was completed, they're at the halfway stage, and there's 4 more to come. Tinus Boert is, as I said, all on his own, but have a look at this. Where's Maxwell under big pressure from Sean Hepburn? Pulled slightly away now. That's exactly what he needed. Hepburn needed that little bit of breathing room to have a go. He had Wes Maxwell. He's going to have a go into turn 6. He's on the brakes, and he's good on the brakes. He goes into the hairpin, and we've got a new leader in Class L. Wes Maxwell tries to come back at him, but can't do anything about that maneuver. Perfectly done there from Sean Hepburn. Hepburn hangs on to the lead now. Can he keep it? Not easy to get past. Even more difficult to hang on to the lead, particularly when you've got so many cars in a battle and so evenly matched amongst the driver's skill and the abilities of the cars. These 4 cars are set up almost exactly the same, and the 4 drivers are giving a performance of note here. Three by 3, they go down that back straightaway. Here we go. This could cause some trouble. How was that bit of driving there coming out of your number 1 car? Yeah, that's the way you do it. Nick Hodgson round the outside like a trailer park girl. Hepburn the second, Maxwell the third. Well, it depends on what kind of song you remember, but it's either 2 Buffalo Girls or 2 Trailer Park Girls. I think Nick Hodgson would probably prefer the latter. But he made it stick around the outside into that chicane, and he now leads over Hepburn and Maxwell. Great bit of driving coming out of Nick Hodgson there, showing why he's got that number 1 plate on the car. Knows exactly where to place the car, what to do, how to set things up, catch them napping. Go defensive when you need to, like he's doing right now, to keep Hepburn out. But the last time we went down the straightaway, Sean Hepburn got great drive out of turn 5. And he's done it again. Is he good enough on the brakes to get Hodgson, though? He got Maxwell. Hodgson's late. Hepburn's late, but Hepburn's got the inside line, and he's got through again. Hepburn is having a phenomenal little battle here, and as are all 3 of these guys. Hello, my queen. Welcome to the party here for Lotus Challenge final race. You've joined us for arguably one of the best races of the day so far, that is for sure. Here we go. On the brakes, Gable goes defensive, keeps out Adlam. Mackie Adlam trying to squeeze through there. JP Nokia going with him. Oh, I think there might have been a little touch there from Adlam's point of view. Giving a little rubbing his racing there to Jeff Cable. Cable will be well used to that. Some of the previous drivers that Jeff Cable had to follow. Oh, he makes a slight mistake into 1 though. There you go. That was the mistake that Mackie Adlam was looking for, and it puts him into 2nd place. Cable backs out, goes into 3rd, goes defensive on JP Nokia. So we got Jeremy looking for 3 out of 3. Adlam is up to 2nd. Wants a 1-2 for the team. Watching further back as there are just races happening all over this track. Now Adlam has to go defensive to keep out Jeff Gable for, what is it, 2 more laps? 2.5 more laps there. No, 2 more laps. 2 more laps of this kind of action. Jeff Gable going to try and run the outside here into the hairpin. Adlam late on the brakes. Just puts the body of the car on the inside. Nowhere for Jeff Gable to turn in there. unless he takes Adlam out, which he doesn't want to do. Is it Adlam who maintains? Yeah, but only just. Here comes Gable inside of the dog bone. Oh, and Adlam just squeezes him into the bottom of the dog bone. Brilliant stuff there between Gable and Adlam. And more exciting stuff happening here again. This time Hodgson goes defensive. Can Hepburn drive around the outside? We've seen him pass twice on the inside. No, he can't get around the outside. He tucks in behind Hodgson as they come out of the hairpin and head towards the entrance of the dog bone. Oh, Hodgson starting to slip and slide there on those Dunlops. They've probably cooked you big time in this final bit of race action from Lotus Challenge. Here we go again, 3x3 into the final turn. Gable up the inside this time. Adlam goes to the back as JP Nokia squeezes him out. JP with a lap to go. Here we go. 1 lap in it, and these three are not done. I am always suitably impressed with Lotus Challenge. They never fail to deliver action aplenty. David Jeremy's got away. He's left them to play all on their own. He's going for 3 out of 3. But are we going to see a spectacular finish to this little battle? JP Nokia coming back up into second place now, ahead of Adlam. JP looking to turn his luck around after a DNF in Heat 2. He needs that second place, so win would have been better, but second is going to be good. So it's JP Nokia in second place, Adlam in third, and Gable in fourth as they go onto the short straight. Down towards the hairpin they go. We're not going to see any overtaking between these three into the hairpin. We'll have to wait until that final corner. That's where their attack modes come into Optimus Prime. Mackie Adlam's got to be a bit closer there if he does want to have a go at JP Nokia. And if Gable wants to go, he's certainly going to be a lot closer. Oh, look at that slide! The N4 Autocroft car sliding out of the dog bone. JP Nokia catching it very nicely. But the pressure is on. JP's feeling it big time. He wants the second. He knows how important it is after that DNF. But he is under massive pressure from Adlam, and Gable's going to come along for the ride. Jeremy's headed to the last corner. Will he be able to hang on for the win? I think he will. He's got enough of a margin. Let's watch in the background to see if anything happens there between those three behind him. It's David Jeremy, 3 out of 3. JP Nokia. And to the line, is it going to be Gable or is it going to be Mackie Adlam? Oh, just Adlam. Only just. Hodgson, Maxwell, where is Hepburn? Hepburn's gone missing. He's made a mistake somewhere. He's dropped back behind Andrew Fulton. So the fight's on here between Wes Maxwell and Nick Hodgson. Inside line from Hodgson. Outside line from Maxwell. Maxwell going to try and drive around the outside. He's got it. Wow! What a move from Wes Maxwell. Can he hang on to it? He goes inside. No, he can't. It is so close between these two. Hodgson hangs on. Nick Hodgson for the win in Class L. Ahead of Maxwell and Fulton. Here comes Hepburn. He'll be kicking himself for a mistake he made. He comes through for 4th place, beating out the charge to the line from Duplessis and Van der Walt. Double A50 behind them. Making up the top 10 is Andre Duplessis. What a finish to Lotus Challenge. That's the way you do it. One more race to come here at Red Star Raceway and the second round of the 24th Passion for Speed. And that comes from our international sports prototypes and from our combined historic classes from Midval Historics and some of our other Trans Am style cars as well. Stand by for that, coming soon. We'll be back shortly, try and catch up with some of the drivers down in pit lane. Well, let's catch up with Claudio as he's got Mackie Adlam just heading into pit lane. Let's see how that race went for Mackie Adlam.
Mackie Adlam, that was one effort today. Talk me through it.
Yeah, no, listen, it was so well. And all respect to Jeff and JP, and congratulations to David Jerby for very proud of him. And yeah, it's a out there, and lots of camaraderie.
You've got a lot of work going into the next round, eh?
Oh yeah, no, lots to catch up.
Well done.
Thank you.
Always great to catch up with the multiple champion there. 6-time back-to-back V8 Supercar champion and multiple champion in his own right in the Lotus Challenge as well, Mackie Adlam. And as you can see, they're congratulating his teammate David Jeremy for the overall win, as well as the great battle there between Jeff Gable himself and JP Nokia. So we got one to go. It is the International Race Suppliers and Roofshaw Midval Historics Clubman's National Sports Car Class, Backdraft Cobras, and International Racing Sports Prototypes that are up next. So it's still got a rolling start for these guys, but interesting to see the car there in 4th place on the grid. Wasn't here for the first heat, definitely here for the second heat, and that's Peter Zeely in his Lotus. So they must have fixed whatever the issue is on that Lotus, and they've got it out in time for race 2, for him to be involved in the battle between Campagna, Du Toit, and Brandes. Remember, it was Michiel Campagna that took the victory in the first heat in that pole position car. It's a McLaren Can-Am from Zigzag Racing, all the way from the Netherlands. See Gary Stacey coming to take up his position at the back of the grid there in the T5 Ford Cortina. Sorrel van der Merwe replica. Mike McLaughlin will be interested in a little battle once again with Dirk Lawrence, and I'm sure Steve Clark is going to join him, as will Julia Arriga. Arriga starting higher up on the grid than what he did earlier on, where he started from the back of the pack and had to come through for a 6th place finish in race 1. The biggest field, and they're about to go at it again. Pace car rolls, Suzuki Swift Sport. And these cars itching to get off the line. They don't want to be sitting there too long. The temperatures are picking up on those cars very quickly. They need to get some air into the radiators to cool them down a little bit. Peter Zeely's back in the mix as well, as I said. Brits and Rob also in the mix. Rodney Crace, the Shield Golf of Wayne Labotsky, the extra shoes and clothing Golf of Adrian Dalton. Great to have him back on track, as I mentioned earlier on. And then a whole array of GX Coupes, Golf 1s, Golf 2s, Polos, a Nissan 120Y wagon. And is that Steve Fenter at the back? It looks like it might be in the Nash. Said a mix up here of international sports prototypes, mid-vol historics, national sports car class, all going to fight with the backdraft Cobras. Tyron Alberts, I'm glad you enjoyed that, buddy. If you are still listening, yeah, we have got a big one tomorrow. Tough game on the cards, I think. There's an even tougher game on tonight as well, as we look at the way things go on that funny sport where you throw the ball backwards to go forwards, you know. Wayne Robb's going to be alongside Waylon Folchenk in that BMW. Right on their tail will be Rodney Crace and Rob Mordaunt. Hamish Harvey not too far behind them. That is Steve Fenter at the back there in the Nash, so they've got that car sorted as well. McLaren Roller T70 Spider, backdraft Cobra. That is the modified version of it. Turbocharged version that Denver Brandes drives. Zini in the Lotus Exige. TV Clark in the normally aspirated version of the Cobras alongside Mike McLaughlin, or just ahead of him I should say. McLaughlin is side by side with Richard van Heerden. Julio Riga's in a Mazda Space Frame. And you've got Cobus Brits in the Pragma Polar. It's a Polo Classic that he races. Wayne Robb is in a Ford Focus ST-RS. Behind them is Rodney Crace in a Honda Ballard. Alongside him is a Golf 1. You've then got a couple of Golf 1s, a couple of Cobras, the Nardini racing machine there. Then you've got a GX Coupe and a Datsun GX side by side. You've got a Toyota Corona in there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Ian Kilburn in the Toyota. Further back on that, it's a couple of Jetta 1s, Ford Cortina, Golf 2s. More space frames, a Polo, hatch, a Renault Gordini, an Alfa Giulietta. I think that brings up the array of cars that are about to go to battle. I might have missed one or two, but I don't think I've missed the main ones that are going to be in contention here. They're at the front. And in this late afternoon sun, they go to battle for the last time in Passion for Speed 2025. The 24th version. Remember, next year we come back to Swartkops on the final weekend, 30 and 31 January 2026. We have the 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. And a whole bunch of these cars, I'm sure, are looking to be part of it. But stand by, as the lights are about to go out. We're going to go racing again for the last time here at Red Star Raceway. Michiel holding them up. He drops the hammer as the lights go out, and so does Mark du Toit. Mark du Toit also very good up the line, but look at Zili. Zili trying to get into the mix almost from the word go. Tucks in behind the two sports cars, and Zili brings along the Lotus for the first time today. Multiple hill climb champion in Peter Zili. Normally pilots speed in the NSCCs. This time he's in his Lotus Exige. Looking for a way around the outside of that T70. He's got the drive out of turn 2. He gets good drive out of 3, and he's side by side with Mark du Toit down towards turn 4. Late on the brakes. Du Toit is good, but I don't know if he's going to keep Zili out. No, he's not. Zili now up into second, looking to try and go around the outside of Michiel Campagna in the McLaren, and he does that. We got a new leader onto the short straight. Peter Zili hits the front after 5 corners. Rob tucked in behind a whole bunch of the Cobras there in that mid-pack. As they sort things out down towards the hairpin, it's Peter Zili leading out over Michiel Campagna and Mark du Toit. And then Denver Brandes. Steve Clark, first of the normally aspirated machines from backdraft. He's actually got up ahead of Brandes. Brandes has had a problem. Yeah, he ran wide, and Brandes is now lost out to Steve Clark. He's under a bit of threat actually from Mike McLaughlin as well. McLaughlin might give him a bit of a run here along this little short straight. Don't think he'll have the legs on the main straight, but he wants the legs over Riga at least. Julio Riga, power to weight ratio there, possibly going to be the advantage he has in the space frame. Comes Rob, close down on Brits in the Pragma Polo Classic. Driving on the inside of the 55 car there. Looking for a way through on Hamish Harvey. Can't find it just yet though, as they're onto that back straight away. Leaders across the line. First 3 equidistant apart, but the rest of the pack are still making their way down that long straightaway. That's how they come across the line. Zili, Campagna, Toy, Brandes, Clark. Denver Brandes getting back at Steve Clark on the squirt to the line. Ariga behind him with Dirk Lawrence under attack from Mike McLaughlin and Waylon Volshenk. Volschenk's actually got up ahead of Van Heerden. Brits and Van Heerden dropping back. Rob Mordaunt getting through there on Wayne Robb. And Hamish Harvey also making some maneuvers to get through ahead of Rodney Crace. Crace in the Honda Ballard down in 15th place. Peter Zeeley, I think, just put the fastest lap in of the day at 2:04.52. So Zeeley showing us that that Lotus has got some real turn of pace. Crace under attack now from Adrian Dalton. And his return into a race car. Fantastic to have him back behind the wheel. Certainly one of his favourite cars is that little Golf of his. Someone's run wide out of the hairpin. One of the Cobras going onto the grass. Crace and Dalton side by side into the dog bone. Dalton with the inside line advantage, so he hangs on to that position just for now. Look at that, what a sight. In the low slung sun, we've got a McLaren in full flight. Oh, a little shimmer across the wing as well. On cue from Michiel Campagna from the Netherlands, right on his tail. More in close attendance at least there is Mark du Toit in the Walls Ice Cream Trans-Africa Racing T70 Spider. And Lola and McLaren, how many times have you seen those two cars go to battle in the past? We saw it last weekend at Zwartkops, and we've seen it once today and now for the second time. Oh, little mistake there. Maybe a bit of rust for Dalton, or is that a problem on the Golf? I think that's a problem. Dalton falls to the inside of the circuit and out of harm's way. Dalton, apologies on that one, buddy. I was just waxing lyrical about how nice that car was and how good it is. Probably gave you the commentator's curse there. Mark du Toit now, right underneath the wing of Campagna. He dives on the inside, trying to outdrag a slightly more powerful car. Not going to be easy to do. Richard Van Heerden, he stays ahead of Cobus Brits, Wayne Robb, the Pragma Polo Classic, Focus RS ST. And behind them, I think that is Rob Mordaunt, yep. The ad car, Big A on the side of that car, telling it's Rob Mordaunt at the wheel. He's got Hamish Harvey starting to close him down ever so slightly. What a move. Pragma Polo didn't have a problem. Opened up the door and Wayne Robb took that comfortably up. Cobus Brits has got an issue. Brits with an issue coming into the bottom end of the dog bone. He pulls to the side and out of harm's way. Allowing Wayne Robb now to try and concentrate his efforts on closing down on Richard Van Heerden and Waylon Volchek. Lead car of Zini just disappearing into the distance, but great battle here between du Toit and Campagna. A lot of the crowd are stuck around right to the end of the day here just to see this battle unravel. So who's going to have the advantage at the end of the day? Is he going to go to du Toit, or is Campagna going to hang on? There is Zini now in amongst the back markers. Alpha Giulietta and the Polo being caught by this Lotus Exige. The Joubert brothers have all got a Lotus similar to that one that Peter Zeeley runs. One runs with the Mercedes-Benz AMG motor, one runs with a Honda, and one runs with a Ferrari 488 engine in it, also known as the Lotari. But I think there's a Honda engine in ZD's car as well. Maybe. I was about to say, knowing his love for the Toyota brand and his little MR2, I have a potential feeling it could be a Toyota or a Lexus engine that's in that Exige of his. So I'm going to say that that Lotus Exige is powered by something out of the Toyota factory, probably the Lexus engine, knowing its reliability. Look at him flying into turn 2, slowly but surely catching a couple of these back markers, getting through them relatively unscathed as well. He's making light work of these back markers. Inside line, diving up on that Pro Auto Honda. Coming around Gary Stacey in turn 5 as well. A little bit of room given there by the Ford Cortina man. Second place only coming out of turn 2 as he heads down towards turn 6. That's the gap that he's got, and now with a bit of traffic, will Michiel Campagna get through as easily, or is Mark Dettori going to try and capitalize on that on that traffic? Dettori needs to work on placement. Comes up alongside the McLaren, but Campagna is going to keep him honest. We're at the halfway stage. We've got 4 to go. And I don't think we're going to see these two wrap it up until that last lap. There's Mark Dettori waiting to pounce, giving Michiel Campagna a false sense of security. Mordaunt closing on the back end now of Van Heerden. The two of them are looking to catch Steve Clark, but he's quite a long way up the road from them, with some traffic between them as well. There is Clark, heading through the right-hander onto that back straightaway. A 45-minute endurance race winner in that car. So he's had a fantastic day in the saddle as Steve Clark, of course, the man who preps a lot of the race cars from Desi's Raceway. And of course, a seasoned campaigner in a few of those cars himself, in time attacks and hill climb events. Second place still up for grabs here between Campagna and Dettori. As I said, I think Mark Dettori is waiting. He's biding his time. Can see where he can possibly use the maybe more nimble Lola T70, because he knows he hasn't got the straight line speed, so he'll have to find somewhere, and it'll need to be either the final corner or at least with a bit of breathing room onto the back straight on that last lap. Back markers to contend with there for Michiel Campagna. Too much of an issue. Coming up on some more. It's the Gary Stacey group with the two Golf 2s. Disappearing in the front end and controlling things admirably. As I said, still lapping in the 2-minute flats now. He's actually gone quickest of the day by a long margin. First car to go under the 2-minute barrier here is Peter Zealy in that Lotus. A 1:58.4 from Peter Zealy. Showing the pace he's got out of that Lotus Exige. As second and third place come to the line. This is where Detroit could capitalise. Detroit goes alongside Michael Campagna, but he's not close enough. Tried to use the back markers to his advantage. They're going to have to be wary, these two. They are fighting each other, but I don't think they realise how fast Denver Brandes is coming in the background in that turbocharged Lexus-powered backdraft Cobra. Tell me somebody from the still photographers is on the inside of turn 3, because there is a massive flame coming out of Denver Brandes' car as he gears down for turn 3. That would be a shot of note to get. This big flame coming out of the side of that backdraft Cobra as he gears down for turn 3. Zealy's on his last lap. 1:59.444 is the fastest lap of the day there from him in the Lotus Exige, powered by Lexus. Coming up now, is that onto the back end of Holomisa? I think it might be. Oh, Mordaunt with a little mistake. Down in the hairpin. Makes a small one down there. Might cost him a little bit of time there. Maybe Hamish Harvey, I should say, was able to sneak through. See how they finish up as you see the leader coming out of turn 5 onto the short straight for the last time. Nice turnaround here for Peter Zealy. He's always a competitive racer. Loves to be involved in all forms of motorsport. Now he's working pretty hard on his Toyota MR2 to give it at least another shot at potential title for King of the Hill at the Samola Hill Climb in May. But he's certainly winning King of the Star here, King of the Red Star for race 2, and certainly the fastest car on track all day is this Lotus Exige. Back marker still coming through here. Mordaunt's just behind his arch rival, and Richard van Heerden slowing down as we watch the leader head down the back straightaway for the last time. Tell you something, I'd love to take that car home. Imagine that car on the way home on the N12. Right, as he comes through the flick-flack at 12 and 13, here comes your winner. And a great drive in the end of the day there, and a welcome return for Peter Zealy in race 2. Little flame out of the Lotus even, heading down towards turn 1. Here we go, back to second place, Michael Campagna, keeping Toy at bay. Mark Toy with 2 more opportunities to overtake. One will be onto the back straight, but he's not close enough, I think, for that. Is he going to be late enough on the brakes to have a go and beat out this little arch rivalry between these two absolutely epic sports cars? Here we go. Campagna puts the loud pedal down one more time up the straight. There is a back marker in the way. Will that back marker affect Michael Campagna? I don't think so. He's on the brakes. He goes on the inside of that GX and finds a way through. Toy will go with him. And to the line, it's Michael Campagna for second place and the overall victory for an incredible day's racing here at Red Star Raceway for our international sports racing prototypes, the Midval Historics combined, and our national sports car class all in one. Love it. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Steve Clark comes through for 5th. Dirk Lawrence, a great drive there from him. He will win out the Mid-Vol Historic category in 4th place overall in the JDM tuning and Azoic panel beaters Honda Ballard. Steve Clark wins out the battle for the Cobras, beating Rob Mordaunt to the line. Richard van Heerden and Hamish Harvey. Mike McLaughlin down in 5th in the Cobras, but 9th overall. Rodney Grace comes through for 2nd in the mid-vol class, ahead of Wayne Labotsky and Jonathan Fisser. Manfred Schroeder, Victor Diaz, and eventually Craig Hamilton in the Cobra will make up the top 15 here at Red Star Raceway. So there you have it, wrapping up an absolutely incredible day's racing here from Red Star Raceway and the second round of the 24th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Ideal place to come racing, there's no doubt about it. A lot of our international drivers have enjoyed the circuit, although they did say they found it quite daunting in the big cars. They said this purpose-built motorcycle track might not be what they expected, but they definitely had fun, there's no doubt about it. And well done to the entire Red Star team for joining up with our Passion for Speed team from Swartkops to bring us an epic day's racing here at this circuit just outside of Delmas in Mpumalanga, South Africa. To all the marshals and medics for another incredible job that they have done today. We had hardly any call for them, which is fantastic. That's a good day's racing. To our cameramen and of course the production team behind the scenes, Dave Peterson and Paul Bedford, for all the action that they brought you here on the live stream. To Claudio for down in the pits, and of course our entire team behind the scenes that bring you all of the live stream action and all of the social media here from the Passion for Speed at Red Star Raceway. We certainly hope you've enjoyed yourselves. We will be seeing you very shortly, because on the 1st of March we are back at Swartkops for the first round of the regional side of this year's Extreme Festival. And as I said earlier in the day, keep your mouths watering for a big announcement. And there is a pun intended there, because you're going to see a welcome return of a very big sponsor back into South African motorsport, joining the Extreme Festival as we kick things off on the 1st of March. From Red Star Raceway, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, telling you, take care then. Bye-bye now.